Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream today. Hi, it's so good to have you here with me today. Let me reset this giveaway here for the morning. On this Friday, it is Friday already, and let me tell you, this week has whizzed by for me. I did manage to get a little bit of sleep last night, not a lot, but more than yesterday. Hitmon GG, thank you for the 31-month resub. I appreciate that. Luxus, thank you for the 2-month resub. Ender King, thank you for the 20-month resub. And I appreciate y'all's patience this morning. I know it's taken us a little longer to get off the ground today, but that is because we are hard at work getting the Pictomancer video out. So it is done. It's uploaded, and we're just making the thumbnail right now. So it's gonna be live soon. You'll be able to watch it very soon. All the hard part is already done. Yeah, hold on, let me reset the sub goal before I forget to do that. Okay. Good. Abso. Hey, thank you for the 9-month resub. Appreciate that. I am doing good. I am like let me put it this way. I think I recorded 6 videos in like 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Or over the past few days. It's been many. It has been so many. God. It's been a lot. At this point, I'm extremely tired of the sound of my own voice. I've been listening to myself talk on Adobe Premiere a lot and on recordings back a lot.
How's the new setup?
Tired. How's the new setup? Oh yeah, so this is new. It's something we didn't really talk about a lot because I've been flying by the seat of my pants all week. But yes, as you can see, oh look who's back there. Oh, look who's back there. Kitty. I updated the setup here, and it's a little nicer. It's supposed to be temporary, but I really like it because the room is still actually not done. I'm in a different spot. But I needed, like, for all my media tour videos, I really needed to be in a spot that's less horrible than where I was in the shed that I was in. Yeah, she really likes sleeping there. Oh, it is so cute. Yeah, she's asleep. She's so cute. Yeah, she has claimed the chair, which is nice because now sometimes y'all can see her in the background. Maybe I should, like, you know, edit the crop so you can see her a little better. I mean, she's gonna be out of focus anyway, but yeah, she is spoiled. But she deserves it because we rescued her off the street when she was already 2 years old, and she had 2 kittens under our porch in Ukraine. So we were able to rescue her after she had a rough life before that. She actually, one of her ears has a tiny little notch in it from what I think was some kind of an injury that she got whenever she was on the street. And her kittens are also, they got to stay together. We got our friend to adopt both of her babies, and they're doing amazing. They're still back in Ukraine. They're in Kiev, but they're in a safe spot and they're doing good. So I'm really glad we could help her and her babies. And we need a dedicated kitty cam. Oh my god, we do! Yes, we do. Maybe that's... Hey, maybe sub goal idea. I feel like it's pretty good. Maybe I could, like, aim it. Oh, look, she's... she's licking herself. She's giving herself a bath. I'm on Phoenix right now, yes. Yes. Did Yoshi P really watch that video of yours? Yeah, Yoshi P literally said, and I wrote it down as he was saying it to me. Didn't Zepla say that Endwalker was the worst expansion I have played? And me and Yoshi P laughed about it. because I was literally standing right in front of him and we were laughing together about this. So, yes. He actually said that he was grateful for my feedback because it helped them while they're approaching the next stage of development for Dawn Trail. He said that I'm sure, since Zepla shared these feelings, since Zepla-san shared these comments, I'm sure players are feeling similar. There's some players who are feeling similarly to her. So, yeah, that was pretty awesome. That was pretty amazing because I had a lot of people tell me that I should not have shared those opinions. So to have Yoshi P personally thank me for sharing those opinions and saying that it was helpful to them in the development process, I gotta say, it felt pretty damn good. It felt pretty fucking good. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Haters in shambles.
4 years of FFXIV, and 4 years of Zep. Zepla Kie, Zepla Kie, Zepla Kie.
Hold on 1 sec. 1 sec. We're getting the Picto video ready right now. That's why I need 1 second.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Zepla Bunhai.
Okay. All right. Soon, Picto video will be up. It is a doozy. Okay, it has been a lot, but I'm so excited for y'all to see it. This is actually going to be the first time that I have made a video where I'm explaining like how a job works. I've never tried to do this before. So I hope that it's not a disaster for y'all and you can understand. It will make sense for you after I explain how the job works in my own way. This video is actually 19 minutes and 30 seconds long. We managed to get it just under 20, which is amazing. So yeah. I'm excited to try Picto. Seems like a nice balance of hard casting and free movement. Yeah, for me, I'm super curious to see how people are going to optimize it within a raid. Because when are you going to be casting these motifs? I don't know. When are you meant to cast the motifs? It feels like there's a lot of leeway for when you're going to be able to do that on a fight per fight basis. It seems like it's going to be super fun to optimize this job. It kind of in that way, it kind of reminds me a little bit of old Summoner. It almost feels like it takes things I liked about old Summoner and things I like about new Summoner and combines them a little bit and then adds something brand new in the mix as well. You said I'm excited to, yeah, wait. I just read it. I'm so happy Viper's getting blue fire. Yes! Yes, Viper is so, so fun. It's just pure dopamine job. Like, I don't have to think at all. It's good. It's actually really fun. Is a complicated job? Picto can be. It can be. Why don't you watch my explainer and then you can tell me if you think it's complicated or not after I post it. You can, maybe I'll explain it and you'll be like, oh no, I totally understand perfectly because Zepla is a good explainer. Or you'll say, I'm even more confused than before because Zepla is not a good explainer. I don't know. I don't know. So, do you think Picto will surpass Astrologian when it comes to management? Well, I don't know because, I mean, Astrologian's going to be changed too. But I'm actually... I did knock it when I first heard what they were going to do with Astrologian. But I think it's actually going to be great. I think it's actually going to be better. And I talked to other people that play Astrologian at the media tour who also, like, were very unhappy with the current state of Astrologian and also, like me, miss old Astrologian. And they said that they're pretty happy. So I want to see everybody's I want to see what everybody else has to say about the different jobs. So that's something I want to spend time on here today. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic because I didn't get to spend a ton of time with it. I just knew I would not have time. Yeah, Astrologian looking good. You might have noticed, I don't know, like as soon as I came back from the media tour, suddenly I'm playing Astrologian a lot more. And obviously I couldn't say that I was at the media tour, but you guys might have noticed a point when I started playing Astrologian a lot more. And I always wondered, like, are people going to think this is sussy? Is this going to be a hint to people? He said, I saw your retelling of your moment with Yoshi P. Take it as another confirmation. There's nothing wrong with putting your honest thoughts out there about the game we play. In fact, it's appreciated. Absolutely. Yes. He definitely encourages people to share how they really feel. But he did say, you know, try to be kind. Be kind with your language and be kind. Like, remember that there's a dev watching. But I mean, whenever there was a period of time for me with Endwalker when like I was really upset and I wasn't doing that well IRL either, and it was like just nasty combination of factors. I mean, I'm still glad that I shared my opinions about the expansion because I still stand by those opinions. Like I still am really critical of the expansion, but I do think you know, it's easy when you're like me and you're as invested in FF14 as I am. It can be really easy to get emotional about it. It's because you care, you know? It means if you care a lot, you can't always say, you might not always say things in the absolutely perfect way all the time, but Yoshi P sees that and he understands that. And I love him for that. Really love him for that. Yeah. Always. I mean, you can tell based on the stuff that, and it's not just me that Yoshi P has been listening to, it's also like everybody else that had stuff that they were complaining about or worried about. He answered all of these questions. He's been an open book throughout the entire media tour, and he did not avoid a single hard question. So, God, we're really lucky to have Yoshi P. We're really lucky. We're really lucky. I looked back on that video to see, like, did I actually say the devs are lazy? I actually didn't. What I said was, and this is still questionable, like, this should have probably been cut from the video because it doesn't add anything. But what I said was, it seems lazy that we're getting less now than we did in the past. So, I know it's still kind of a... still kind of like maybe not a thing to say. That's helpful. Yeah. Oh, you forgot I said this. Well, rest assured that the community will never let me forget that I said that. It seemed lazy once. People will never let me forget. I'll never live it down for as long as I live. Ever. People literally bring it up, like, I think once a week. For years. Literally. But doesn't matter now, because guess what? I got to laugh about it with Yoshi P. And so these people that were so mad at me for this video are just, I feel like they're malding super hard. Like, actually, with the media tour, man, people that don't like me they are literally so fucking mad right now. Because what they wanted was not only for me to not, they wanted me to not be invited to the media tour. They wanted me to be completely exiled from the community. They wanted nobody else to ever talk to me again, and they wanted me to shut up and go away. And basically the opposite of all those things are actually happening. So, I can only laugh. It feels pretty good. It feels pretty good for me. Yes, they're so mad. Yeah, I know. I know. I've been honestly riding so high this week. It's so good. Can't believe this streamer that gave the reasonable opinion. Yeah, it's so funny because, like, if you're like me and you've been in the WoW community, and like you see how people talk about WoW, you'd be like, what? Wait, people think Zepla was like a hater? Dude, because it's so different. In the WoW community, people are like, I wish this devs would be fired. Fuck this whole game. This game is so shit. And no, everyone just like, yeah, okay. Next video.
14 says, remember the time you said a thing and then Yoshi
Oh my
P
God.
laughed at you later?
But I'm like, okay, guys, so there was this one time, and although the game is really good, there was this one time where I felt like it seemed a little more lazy than usual, and it's like a nuclear bomb goes off. Yeah, I know. Oh. Anyways. I can only laugh about it now. But, yeah, happiest WoW players be like, I hate literally everything about this game. That's easy. Yeah, I know.
After you started Genshin, you're a Genshin boomer now.
Mela Kaden, thank you for the 16-month resub. I really appreciate that. Just thank you for the 5-month resub. Swig, did I thank you for your 48-month resub? Thank you for that. 4 years of FXV and 4 years of Zepla. Yay! Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm a WoW veteran, but don't like WoW anymore. Oh no! Well, as long as you're having fun with whatever you're playing, that's all that matters. I am having a great time in both games lately. Zep, come back to NA so I can sit with you. I can't. It's EU hours right now. I was in NA last night. Could you tell me more about this button reduction stuff? Oh, about like press one button is it's your combo that changes? Is it only for Viper so far? I think so. But I can't tell you for sure because I didn't spend a lot of time with the other jobs. Because my time, we had very limited time, and the way I had to organize my time was Hrothgar video, job armors plus dyes, which took me a substantial amount of time. Doing the 2 dye channels was really important for me. And then with the rest of my time, I could look at Picto and Viper, and that was it. I knew I would not have time to look at every job, so I didn't look at that. That's why I really want to see the media tour videos today, because a lot of this stuff might even be new for me as well. With the other jobs, I did check Dancer. I checked Dancer and I checked Summoner, and I think I checked Astrology a little bit. And Dancer is perfect. It's already perfect. It continues to be perfect. It's a job without flaws. So, like what it's exactly what I expected them to add, and it's fine. It's all good. Okay, so let me pull up some of these because we got a big day today. Hold up. Yeah, big day. There's also a Honkai Star Rail live stream that was today, so I would like to watch it. Media tour was like 8 hours, right? Let me think. I don't remember what time I started and stopped, but it went by extremely fast. It went by very fast because there was also part of it that was Q&A, and we had to turn off our computers and stop recording. And like they caught me at the last second. I was still trying to, because at the very last second, and actually you're gonna see this on my video. I have a video to show you. My last recording. Is this it? No, that's the first.
Thank you, Optimus
I want
Prime.
to show you this last recording.
TwitchCon Heights.
Oh, here it is.
TwitchCon Heights.
Oh, here it is. Okay. So at the last second, I'm like, oh crap. I just realized that I can explore this whole map. Like I opened the map and I'm like, oh my God. You can actually see, look at my cursor that's like blipping around the map, freaking out. Okay, this is me realizing, oh shit. There's all this stuff. What do I even click on? I'm like, oh my God, I better click on something quick. So I click on one of them. I completely forgot to check the entire map, dude. And but they're already at this point. They're like, okay, Q&A is about to start. Please turn off your monitors and stop your recordings. And I'm like, oh no, where should I go next? There's only a little bit of time. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm thinking, okay, well, I'll just say that I'm finishing up a recording. Yeah, I'll just say, like, I'm not quite done. I need another second. And maybe I should go back over here. I'm like, okay, that's enough of this one. Next. So the next Aetherite. So, okay, I don't think I've been to this one. Warlord's Echo. Where am I? It's dark. I don't know. Literally one mo. At this point, they're like, Zepla. Someone taps me on the shoulder at this point. And they say, Zepla, hey, it's time to stop. It's over. It's over. Okay, you need to. And I'm like, fine. Fine. I'll stop. So, yeah. It's Jover. Zep. Yes, exactly. So, I tried, but... Okay, Mom. It's time to stop.
Zepla, thanks for
Hey.
being honest and voicing your opinion and feelings about FF14.
Thank you. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Leonidas Darkstar, thank you for the year of support. And Kedjero, thank you for the 6-month resub. Appreciate y'all. There is so much to look at today. But let's start with... And also, we're gonna get our... Oh, hey, this is big news. This is the first big news. Is about the live letter next week. The live letter has been announced. And it's probably gonna have a trailer in it. Story trailer. Probably gonna have a trailer in it. Let me open this up. Okay, yes. Next letter from the producer live has been announced for June 14th, Friday, 11 GMT, which is...
Let me ask you a question.
6 a.m. Well, I'll be there. I will be there for that. I gotta. I gotta. It's gonna be for about Dawn Trail. It's gonna be a big deal. Siglet, thank you for subbing. I appreciate you. Do you think having 2 new DPS will slow down Duty Finder queues? Yes. But I think it's not gonna be crazy. Because a lot of people are not gonna be leveling with the Duty Finder. They'll be leveling with Fates, or they'll be leveling with, what do you call it? Baja. Baja might actually still be effective for a while. But you can also do duty support if needed. So I don't think it's a big deal. I wouldn't worry about it. But anyway, this is on this upcoming Friday, next Friday, 14th, is our big the hypest live letter. The one you absolutely don't want to miss before early access rolls out. Yes, featuring some live gameplay. This is gonna be huge. There will also be live interpretation from Japanese to English. There's gonna be an official interpretation live from, I assume, Amy this time. And that usually means that this sucker is gonna last so long. Usually there's a live interpretation. It lasts about 5 hours, 6. Usually about 5-6 hours when there's a live interpretation. And without it, usually about 3. Usually twice as long. So I would expect this to be about a 6-hour thing that starts at 11. And I will be there bright and early. That's another reason. It's not something that I can watch later because it's going to be long. It's going to be very long. So we're going to catch it live on Friday. I'll see you for that. Next thing. Are Viper and Picto going to be usable in PvP right off the bat? I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Oh, I see there's Genshin stuff. We'll look at that later when we're getting ready to watch the Star Rail live stream. Oh my god, what is this? Art? It's officially? Oh, there's so much to catch up on. This is such an exciting day. What an exciting day today's gonna be. This is apparently an official art of Solution 9. Oh. Oh. Wow. 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 Zoom in. Let's enhance. That's not the whole picture. What? Where's the rest of the picture? Is this on the Dawn Trail site? Let me look for it there. Usually they would put this kind of thing on the site. Media and artwork, right? That's not it. Okay. No, it's not here. This guy looks like a Draenei, doesn't he? This dude? It looks like a Sargeras or something. Like an Eridar. Okay. I don't see it here. Do you think it's from Instagram? Oh my god. Okay, let me find it. And oh my god, I just remembered that I have an Instagram that I haven't posted on in probably half a year. My bad. Whoops. Sorry. I should really get on that. Every once in a while, I'll remember that I have that and it's very important. Okay. Whoa, that's cool. They made the whole thing with, like, the blocks on Insta. That's cool. Gotta stitch it together, yeah. Okay, so let's... Oh my god! You're really gonna make me try to remember my password? Is that it? No. Is that it? Okay, how about that? Is that it? Forgot password. Is this worth? Yes, I want to see it. Yes, it's worth. Let me try to forget password. Help me. Send my login link, please. Email sent. We've made it easy to get back in Insta. Sorry to hear you're having trouble. Let me reset the password. Okay. Okay, now I can log in, I think. Well, I need to be logged in anyways, to be honest. I do need to be logged in so that I can post on Instagram because I have an account that people are following me on and I've been neglecting it and that's on me. Okay, save info. Take me to the Dawn Trail. Okay, we got it. Okay, we got it. All right. Oh my god, now that I've mentioned Instagram, people are following me on there because now you're expecting me to post. Oh shit. Now there's pressure. Okay, so now we can finally look at these. Ooh. There's people living there. It's not... Who are the people? I see a Rothgar. Who is all these people? What are they wearing? Are these people that have just found it and wandered in? Or is this the civilization that's living there? This comment must be what Rowena was building with all those tomes. That is hilarious. See, that's why it was worth logging in. That's... such an underrated comment, dude. It's absolutely hilarious. Okay, Booty. When do we get this hairstyle? This hairstyle when? She is caked up. Oh, someone else had the same. We share the brain cell. Do we get a new, longer hairstyle? That would be incredible. What has he got? He's got like a Wendy's cup in his hand. So they got fast food down there. Really cool looking Hrothgar guy. But he also looks kind of sketch, right? He looks like he's about to open his jacket and like sell me like who knows what. Emmett sell feet pics. I'll take all you have. But really the hairstyle is very cute. Oh crap. Okay, a futuristic land full of bright lights and flashing screens. I wonder what else we'll find here. Will we find bunny boys? This is the people who live there. Okay, because their clothes matching the aesthetic. So this is definitely a whole civilization living in there. Now I can shop in the mall instead of the market board. You know, Instagram isn't that bad of a platform. It's not that bad. I feel like on Insta, people are a little more chill than, like, people definitely tend to act more normal on Insta. At first glance, this place seems like an area with an abundance of advanced technology. I see a bunny boy. They do have bunny boys down there. They do have. Cool. It's a shopping mall. Yeah. Nobody expected this. Whenever I remember when they first told us about Solution 9. And before that, all we knew about was the summer vacation stuff. And then all of a sudden, Yoshipi's like, oh, by the way, here's this cyberpunk game. And everyone's like, what? Cyberpunk game? Where is this even coming from? Oh, cute. Oh, how cute. Such a cute bun. Oh my goodness. Love it. Love it. Can't wait for the Solution 9 music. Yeah, for real. Is that the Warrior of Light? This one might be, yeah. Viero with hat. But how is it on there? Because I guess it's going into the hair in the back, yeah. But what is it sitting on? Maybe it's clipped onto the hair. Well, they have the technology, basically. They have the advanced technology to put a hat on a bunny. In the Solution 9. Cool, okay. So I wanted to watch some of these, some people's videos about the media tour because there's a lot of stuff that I personally didn't get a chance to see from my own POV at the tour. Okay. Let me see. New buns. Coming in Dawn Trail, someone has shared. Oh my god. Okay. What? Booty. Booty tender. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got massive... It looks cursed. Yeah, it kind of does. Huge round cheeks. Okay. Next. Up. I get to our reacts here. I wanted to see Jesse's... Oh, Mike has tweeted. Chat bubbles confirmed. Oh. Chat bubbles confirmed. Did he post his whole video? With, oh yeah, the whole video with Yoshi P. I gotta see it. Let's settle in, y'all. Get comfy. I hope you're comfy because there's a lot to catch up on today. Let's go. Where's the sound? Oh.
If I can have one little personal question. I asked you at FanFest if we would see chat bubbles in the future. And you said yes.
It's like you critical hit him with this question. It was a critical direct hit. Did you see that? He's been asked about it.
Chat bubbles in testing, and then Jesse Cox was able to get a somewhat favorable response to hashtag Let Lawless Ride.
Yoshi P has been asked about the chat bubbles so many times that he's learning English from these questions. So, is Sigma drilling for the 32-month resub and chat bubbles and testing? Jesse Cox. Yes, I did hear about that. Soup King, thanks for subbing. Look at this. Look at this critical direct hit one more time. Look.
If I can have one little personal question. I asked you at FanFest if we would see chat bubbles in the future. And you said yes.
テストのサンプルの作成はやってます。
Oh my
もう実は
god,
すでに
dude.
Actually, we've already prepared samples for testing.
この人
Absolute joy on Mike's face. Did you? Can someone please make a GIF out of this, please? Because look,
Prepared
look.
samples for testing.
この一言だけで多分世界中に衝撃が走るのでここまでにしといてもらっていい
Pog.
I think just this
Preach,
utterance
Pog.
alone has sent shockwaves throughout the world, so let's leave it here.
今度はぜ
Amazing.
ひ食事をしながらワインを飲みつつもっと長い時間ぜひディスカッションさせてください
I think next time, definitely, let's go out for a meal, drink some wine, and have a discussion then.
What? What? Oh, Yoshi P wants to go out for a meal with you. Preach. It's awesome. That is so freaking cool. Oh my goodness. He's in. Yes. Wow. Yoshi P's so cool. He's so cool and nice. We're so back. Still recovering from the shockwaves. Oh, I want to see the whole interview. Okay, well, we will. There's a lot of interviews and things. So it's so exciting. It's so exciting. This is like Christmas and all my name days all at once. Quasi did a vlog, which I need to queue up here too. Okay, because Quasi I met. Quasi is so sweet. Quasi is one of the nicest people. He's a very thoughtful person too. Okay. Okay. Mike's own commentary on the interview is on Daily Preach. Well, I think this is the link right here. But there's a bunch of other stuff on the agenda. Quasi had a 45-minute discussion with Yoshi P. That would be good to watch. Okay. Dawn Trail and the new era of FX. Oh, so many media tour. I guess it's like everyone else has been as busy as I've been. Everyone. Okay. But our Picto video will be up shortly. It still needs a couple of finishing touches, but it should be up hopefully in the next couple of hour or two. Okay. He's a good dude. Yes. Just completed Uwu. Should I try Ucob now or jump to T? T. Go do T. Do T because the weapon is cooler looking. That's why. That's the reasoning. That's why I haven't done Ucob or Uwu at all because well, they didn't have dancer weapons. And I go for the weapons that look the best. I actually do it only for glam. This is true. And I made a whole video about this, how glamour is the only reason I do anything in FF14. It's actually it. It's for glams. Glam. DSR good glam. Okay, yeah, I'm a loot goblin. Okay, my interview with Yoshi P. Man, we're gonna be settled in for the whole day. If we're gonna watch all these, this is like, okay, this is a 45-minute interview. Okay, let's think about this. This is another 45-minute interview. This is a 20-minute one. Are we gonna, I'm just gonna be here all day? I mean, I could. We could. We could just do as, we can get the popcorn and just sit here and chill and watch. Because this is actually what I want to do. This is what I'm gonna be doing. Put on double speed. No way. No way. No way. No way. Yes. Star Rail. Yeah, what about Star Rail? The Star Rail live stream I did want to watch today at some point. Yeah, why not? Let's just do it all and not worry about how long it takes. Like I normally do. Because usually it takes me 2 days to I mean, oh my god, I was about to say what I wanted to say was usually it takes me 2 hours to react to something that's 1 hour. Okay. But I guess we'll have reacts pretty much every day. Like, so I think it's just not feasible. It's not possible for me to it is not feasible for me to watch them all in one day because there's just not enough hours in the day. But I did want to see some of Lamatod's videos that he's made, and Arthur's wanted to know what he had to say about these things too. Okay, where should we start with? It's a lot. Arthur's a media tour. Okay, well, let's get going then, because time is not on our side. How is T DPS check nowadays? I did it in Shadowbringers, and it was not easy. It was quite difficult, but I think probably was worse even worse before. It was pretty brutal, where everybody needs to be on the ball, including healers. Everybody has to be doing damage. Yes. Okay, so let's see the preach. Let's pull this stuff up here. Yep. So we have Arthar's thing, Pictomancer overview. I'm curious to see what he had to say about Pictomancer and Viper. So first, let me start with Viper from Arthur's.
Hey guys, in this video, we will be going through Viper, one of the new jobs that will be coming in 7.0 Dawn Trail. Because this is a brand new job, we'll go more in depth into talking about how the gauges work, what they represent, and what they are used for. Viper Sight Gauge, I personally just call it a sword gauge. It's just used to show and preempt you which skill you should use next. Honestly, it's very redundant because the hotbar itself solved that for you, which I will dive into more later. Sherpan's Ire Gauge allows you to use Reawaken.
Yeah, so basically you don't, I guess he's saying kind of the same thing that I felt, which is you don't need to really look at the job gauge that much because the hotbar is going to tell you what to do.
Reawaken works exactly like Reapers and Shroud. After you gain 50 gauge, you can use Reawaken, and then you perform 4 times 1.5 GCD skill with an off GCD skill in between, and then a finisher. Viper also has to track 3
His
buffs
audio is a little
debuffs,
low. Yeah,
an
let me
attack
turn it up.
buff, attack speed buff, and a debuff like Reaper's Death Design on target to do more damage. Please note that we will not
How
be
is that? Is that
crafting
better?
any rotation in this video as it is a new job. We will also ignore potency values because again, these are subjected to final adjustment and or changes.
Oh,
we will
I know what to
mainly
do.
focus and dive into how the skills
Actually-
and buff works, etc., and how the class feels to play. I will
I know
go
what to
through
do.
what you need to do in order to get started, how each combo work, how each buff work, and what the reawaken
Okay,
does.
how's
I
that?
will also only
Is that alright?
mainly talking about single target because AoE combos work.
I can still turn it up more if you need.
If you know how to do single target stuff,
So weird hearing Arthur's calm voice. Oh my gosh, I know.
you'll know how to do the AoE stuff.
It's Arthur's not
Viper
freaking
has
out.
3 main buffs to stack. Actions containing the word dread in their names place a nauseous snash enfeeblement on the target that increases damage dealt by the one who placed the enfeeblement.
So that's
This
like,
basically works
it's not a dot, but it's just lets you do
just
more
like
damage.
the Reaper's Death Design. Actions containing the word hunter in their names grant a hunter's instinct enhancement that increases one's own damage dealt. Actions containing the word swift in their names grant a swift skill enhancement that increases one's own attack speed.
I
I'm
really
pretty
appreciated how the names are very clear about what it gives you. Swift makes you faster. You know, like I'm extremely forgetful, so I think that the names of the skills being relevant to what they do is really
You
helpful.
almost always want to start off with the Dreadwinder combo. This 3x string combo gives you all 3 buffs. Note that these combo are just a stronger version of your normal combo. This whole combo gives you 10 Serpent's Ire gauge. Each time you execute the Swift Skin's Coil or Hunter's Coil, you get 2 off GCD to double weave for more damage. These off GCD that you weave are probably the most responsive off GCD in the game by far.
That's
It's
what I
almost
thought.
instant with almost no
That's what I also point out.
animation lock, and I guess this is why Yoshi P could triple weave. Dreadwinder combo is also
Yeah, it's extremely responsive and
charges only
quick
with a
OGCDs.
40-second recharge. What order you execute the Swift Skin's Coil or Hunter's Coil does not matter. They work just like Reaper's, Gallows, and Gibbet. You use whichever is convenient to you,
Yep.
but do note that there are positional requirements for each. When Dreadwinder combos are on cooldown after you use both charges, you then fall into using the normal combos. These normal combos generate 10 Serpent Ire's gauge at the end, so it's your bread and butter combo while Dreadwinder combo is down. This is where it gets a little confusing as all of these combos cross interacts with one another. This looks intimidating, I know, but don't worry, this is where I think the biggest evolution in Final Fantasy XIV melee combo system comes in. As much as you see on the screen, there's many interactions and branches between these combo. They are actually just 2 buttons.
It's actually just 2 buttons because it's like there's 2 branching paths that starts with either your Dread Fang or Steel Fang. But the job simplifies this, the way that the hotbars are set up simplifies it so much that
They
it's
are
not
actually
scary.
just 2 buttons. Viper somehow has a smart system where the preferred combo actions that grant you buffs will light up based on the remaining timer of your current buff or debuff. This means that on the combo step, if a buff or debuff timer is lesser than the other, then the action that will grant you the buff with the shorter remaining duration will light up. You
That's
do not
huge.
lose potency
That's
at all
huge.
for the first 2 steps in the combo, even if you didn't press the one that
Amazing.
lighted up. You just extend the wrong buff, but the buff timers are so long anyway, it will fix itself during the next combo. However, even if there is no way to mess up your combo per se, the finishers has to be pressed perfectly, as there is a potency buff attached to it depending on which finisher you did prior. For example, if you did Flank Sting Strike finisher in your first combo, it buffs your next finisher Hind Sting Strike as seen in the 2 tips. Lastly, every time you finish an entire combo, you get an off GCD Serpent's Tail to weave before the next GCD. Basically like a Gunbreaker's continuation at the end. Next is the Reawaken form. As you activate Reawaken form, you basically cycle through the 1st generation to the 4th generation and 1st legacy to 4th
Yeah.
legacy. The generation skills are GCD and the legacy skills.
Yeah, so this was also a case where the naming system makes this really simple because it's just like you press 1st generation, 1st legacy. 2nd generation, 2nd legacy. You just press the one, and then the one that says 2nd, that's okay. Like for me, I found this so easy to figure out.
Of GCD. That's exactly
It's
the
so
same
good.
as Reaper. After you
So good.
finish the 4th generation and the
It's
4th
so
legacy,
intuitive.
you can execute the finisher Ouroboros. Basically, this is just a Reaper and Shroud window, very straightforward and very flashy. The 2-minute action for Viper is Serpent's Ire. Basically, this does nothing to buff the Viper or even the party. It just gives you 1 free use of Reawaken. This means Viper is just going to be a solo DPS job like Black Mage or Samurai. Very
Yeah.
good for parks where you don't have to offer anything in burst synergy. Lastly, Uncoiled Fury. This is the range attack of Viper that also follows up with 2 of GCD. You will need a Rattling Coil to execute an Uncoiled Fury. You can stack up to 3 Rattling Coil and can be seen below the sword gauge. You can gain 1 stack of Rattling Coil after finishing a basic combo. This is a very strong range attack compared to the other jobs, and of course doesn't break combos. Viper also have a mobility skill called Slither. It allows you to rush to a target enemy or
3
even
charges
party
on it.
member, and it has 3 charges. So
Which is
that's
really
kind
good.
of neat. And that's it for the basics. Bread and butter for the job. Overall, I'm quite surprised how Viper kind of just play itself if you know which combo to start first. Everything kind of just light up accordingly, and I
Yeah,
think
that's what I'm saying, dude.
there's almost no way to fail executing the combos. Because of that, our buffs are almost
Everything is just gonna light up. So you just press what's lit up, you're good.
always up. As long as you press
That's
the
what I
buttons
said.
that light up. This, however,
Press the button that
doesn't
light
mean you don't need to pay any attention. because
Yeah.
you may just lost track of which combo you are in, hence forget to press your off GCD 1-time finisher or 2-time finishers. I think the smart mechanic where it tracks your buff to highlight your next action accordingly is very interesting. I wonder if jobs like Samurai or any melee in general will get similar treatment in the future. Another interesting to note is that Viper's 2-minute does absolutely nothing to offer in burst synergy. This means that even if you do or do not use Sherpan's Ire for the free reawaken, it does not matter, because you could also already have enough reawaken gauge to use it in the burst window. This is actually huge because this means Viper is fun, consistent,
Oh, that's
smooth
interesting.
to play on its own, even without offering red buffs. Overall, Viper is
That's
very
interesting,
smooth
yeah.
and fluent to play, and the skills, especially the off GCDs, are very, if not the most responsive in this game. If you guys like Reaper, you guys will 100% like Viper. And if you are new to melee, Viper definitely helps you to get started. Whether its potency holds up against other melee would depend on release and content we have to tackle. So as fun as this job is, whether it is really good or not, we will have to wait for the expansion.
Absolutely fantastic introduction to Viper, but he said it's a good starter if you haven't done melee before, and I do completely agree. I started with Reaper, which is pretty straightforward, but I think this is probably an even better one to start if you've not played melee, because
I try to cover
it's hard to screw it up.
as much as possible, but I could be missing something. Let me know what you
What a
think in
great-
the comment section below and drop a subscribe. Also remember to
sure-
check out the other
Why am I
videos in
not-
the
oh, because I'm on a different channel. I'm logged in. I'm not on my main account.
playlist that you will see on screen and also in the video description below. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys in
Awesome.
the next video.
There's an audio echo coming from the video. Oh my god. The echo again? Wow. Okay. Well, I'll see if it fixes in the next one. I'll see this fix on the next one. I wanted to see hold on. The interviews. Preach's interview. I wanted to see the story times and everything. Okay, hold on. Jesse. It's bleeding audio from the headset. Okay, I can fix that. I think I have my headset audio turned on really a lot, so this is something I can fix. Okay, let me pull up Jesse's channel. Which one should we watch first, chat? What do you think? Who should we watch first? Any ideas? Also, we do have the React content suggestions channel where you can put links to things that you would like me to watch, and we can do that too. Mike. Okay. Oh, hey. Thank you so much. I have to send this to him. Really good. Okay. The GIF. Okay. Let's watch the interviews. Settle in. So there's two. There is Dawn Trail in the new era of FXCV, and then there's also chat bubbles confirmed. Yeah, y'all better be buckled in for a long day, because I'm not going anywhere anytime.
If I can have one
Let's start with the media tour video.
little personal question. I asked you at FanFest if we would see chat bubbles in the future. And you said yes.
テストのサンプルの作成はやってます。もう
Let's
実
make
は
this
すでに。
bigger.
Actually, we've already prepared samples for testing.
So we did see this
この
clip
一言だけ
earlier.
で多分世界中に衝撃が走るので、ここまでにしといてもらっていい？
I think just this utterance alone has sent shockwaves throughout the world, so let's leave it here.
There's an echo still.
今度
Okay,
は
let me
ぜ
fix
ひ
it.
食事をしながらワインを飲みつつ、もっと長い時間ぜひディスカッションさせてください。
I think next time, definitely, let's go out for a meal, drink
that
some
should-
wine, and have a discussion then.
Finally, the chat bubbles are confirmed. I got to go on the FF14 media tour. I got to play the Pictomancer. I got to make a Femhrothgar.
Okay, I think I
I got
fixed
to
it.
play the Viper. I got to see all the new zones. And more importantly than that, I was given permission to have some one-on-one time
hoodie.
with Yoshi P.
I should put mine on.
So come along, friends. A new adventure awaits.
I should put mine on. It is actually a little chilly in here.
Hey, Dawn Trail's coming the 2nd of July.
Ouch. Get some tea as well. Okay. This is my first time putting it on, actually. Oh. What do you think, Kat? Good? Oh my god, it's so comfy. It's so comfy. Hope you have your special deodorant. Oh, good point. I did put on the Axe. It says dominate sport. Look, I bought it, okay? So I have to use it because I spent like $10 on this shit. So, yeah. That okay. Okay. You'll always remember what you smelled like when you met Yoshi P. Oh, I did. Oh my god, that's right. I smelled like a man. That is what Yoshi P smelled. I smelled like that. Like Axe. I didn't think about that before, but it's true. Okay, anyway, let's dive in.
Why it was
Let's wait for ad and start from the beginning. Good idea. The ad is 2 minutes. So I'll wait. We will wait for this ad to complete. And do remember in our Discord server, discord.gg/ZeplaHQ, you can post vids for me to react to in our React Content Suggestions channel. As a reminder for people that are watching Edge at the moment. I still want to know what the punchline was from the Uber yesterday. Well, you'll soon find out because that video is currently being edited for the main channel. So that's going to be on the main channel. Yeah. You need a Bezos face to put up while they're ads. Yeah, I know. Yeah. By the way, maybe I should do an ad while the other people are watching the ad about my Secret Lab chair, which I feel like I'm not mentioning enough because I do have this affiliate link. And so I get, I think it's 10% commission if somebody buys a chair. I think it is. But I'm enjoying the chair so far. I'm going to wear this sucker out. I mean, I'm going to use this chair all day, every day for the foreseeable future. And so you can let me know how, you can ask me how it's going. So far, so good. Okay, this is actually, yeah, that's true. This is a great image of both Yoshi P and Preach. Okay, all good? Everybody ready? Let's start. Oh, wait. I'm not ready because that's one thing I need to do first. Okay. Okay, good. Let's start. Oh, crap.
If I can have one
Let's
little
start.
personal question. I asked you at FanFest if we would see chat bubbles in the future. And you said yes.
You
テス
said
ト
yes.
の
You're
サンプル
gonna
の
hold
作
him
成は
to
やってま
it.
す。もう実はすでに。
Actually, we've already prepared samples for testing.
この一言だけで多分世界中に衝撃が走るので、ここまでにしといてもらっていい？
I think just
Confirmed.
this utterance alone has sent shockwaves throughout the world, so let's leave it here.
今
all
度
you
は
can say.
ぜひ食事をしながらワインを飲みつつ、もっと長い時間ぜひディスカッションさせてください。
I think next time, definitely, let's go out for a meal, drink some wine, and have a discussion then.
Finally, the chat bubbles are confirmed. I got to go on the FF14 media tour. I got to play the Pictomancer. I got to make a Femheroth. I got to go on the FF14 media
I'm so
tour. I
glad.
got to play the Pictomancer. I got to make a Femherothgar. I
great.
got to play the Viper. I got to see all the new zones. And more importantly than that, I was given permission to have some one-on-one time with Yoshi P.
Let's
So
see.
come along, friends.
Tell me about
A new
your media
adventure
tour time,
awaits.
Mike. I'm excited. I'm so excited.
Hey, Dawn Trail's coming the 2nd of July. It was amazing to be invited onto the media tour. I'm sorry for the deception over the last few months. It is the way it works. I have never been invited to the Final Fantasy XIV media tour before. I hadn't joined the game at that point when the last one was going with Endwalker. And my God, is it crazy. It's so different than everything I've done in the past.
Really?
Especially the secrecy surrounding it. And it was really weird because...
So this was my first media tour in person. The only media tour that I've been to before this was the one for Endwalker. And that was really exciting for me because I got to see the Bun Boys. But that was remote because of COVID. And I wasn't a big enough creator yet for the Shadowbringers one or Stormblood or before that. So for me, the Endwalker media tour was the only reference point that I had about how the media tour works before this one, and it was remote. And I gotta say, it felt completely different because it's a whole it's a whole other enchilada to go in person. Oh wow, nice emo, good.
Everybody knows that the people are on the media tour. There was even an advertisement that Yoshi P was going to be in Potsdam, Germany. There was a raffle to go and meet him, and people were like, well, the media tour is obviously in Germany on these dates. And then I had to disappear. So we faked a kidnapping. Because we can't use them in the darkest dungeon anymore. Do you know what I mean? Go on, you. Hey! But it was amazing.
That's good. I mean, we weren't worried or anything. I told everybody, don't worry so much about Mike. Just because he got kidnapped doesn't mean that anybody needs to go looking for him. You know, I'm sure he's going to be fine. That's what I told everybody. So I'll remember that for next time.
I'm so grateful that I got this opportunity. I can't wait to talk to you guys.
I'm glad you're fine.
As you've
See,
seen,
I told y'all it was going to work out.
I was granted the ability to.
Just a little trip.
In total, I spent like an hour alone with Yoshi P, talking about all kinds of things. We'll get there because it was so cool. It was so cool. So, how does the media tour work with Final Fantasy XIV? Certainly in comparison to what I've done for like Path of Exile, for Blizzard, for ArenaNet, and all these other major companies. They take it very seriously, and they want to, apparently part of the bidding process for like, because it's Europe, right? It could be anywhere in Europe, and they have teams everywhere, is who can find the best theme that fits the expansion. So similar to what like Blizzard did for Dragonflight, where they put us in like Dragonflight Castle, this one was like in the Biosphere. I'm going to say it wrong because that sounds like Biosphere to us in the UK, but actually it's bioatmosphere is what it translates to, because I was very disappointed when we got there and it wasn't a sphere. I'm like, this is not a sphere. It's bioatmosphere. And the reason we did that is it's jungle themed. So what's really strange is that obviously Yoshida and Foxclon and everyone else are people that a very niche part of the world would give anything to meet. And I've seen people break down in tears just in the presence of Yoshi P. And if you're a...
Imagine freaking out around Yoshi P. Like, come on. Like, it's all that he's just a guy, okay? There's no reason to lose your composure just because Yoshi P is standing right next to you.
Germany that day, Yoshi P could very easily have just been in the
Who
submarine.
would do that?
Apparently, if you follow the ducks, you might get led to Yoshi P, as they put us in this big room with security and everything, so nobody knew what was going on in there in this simple zoo-like area where it was taking place. But it was awesome. It was awesome. I joked on the coach ride there with the rest of the content creators, because I met some... I love this stuff. I know it's a privilege. I really do. But I met some amazing people. Wait. But it was awesome. It was awesome. I joked on the coach ride there with the rest of the content creators, because I met some... I love this stuff. I know it's a privilege. I really do. But I met some amazing people. Some quick pictures here of what we saw. I will point out it is under such lockdown that we could not take many pictures there. They did ease up later and they were like, look, you are under strict embargo. There was a really cool presentation by Yoshi P where we will, which was all things that had been revealed in the live letter. It wasn't really anything new.
Man, I wish I could go to both. There's so many cool people at NA and there's so many cool people at EU. I'm ready to see, and like, I feel like I'm torn between these two sides, you know, because I think last time I was in the EU,
they were like, no pictures. You can't take any pictures of this. You can't do anything. It was like, okay, it's very secure.
I go to EU Fan Fest, so
here we go. There's my special one. Hey, and if you didn't have this, you were not getting into that room. It was not happening at all. It was pretty cool. But they joked that, we're probably having tacos for lunch. And they're like, yeah, we're absolutely having tacos for lunch. This is full Dawn Trail themed. So they gave us the full mix. So what happens? So we met up the night before. I got there pretty late, like 6 p.m. or something like that. We had some dinner together, and then it was time. We got on this coach, which was super fun. I've got a couple of pictures there. And then it was off to the Biosphere. I'm probably saying that wrong, but that's okay. And then we got into the room, and shortly after that, Yoshi P came out with his translator header and gave us a mini live letter, essentially, on stage with a presentation, explained what was Dawn Trail's goals and missions. There were some really cool things in here that we touched on in the interview, and then told us what we were going to be doing that day. And more importantly, you're not going to believe this, they gave me papers, like a real Yoshi P papers. Look at this. I have actual papers. I feel live letter style, man.
They wouldn't let us take those. What the heck? So they gave us that too. And I'm sitting next to Jesse Cox. And Jesse's like, can we keep these? And I'm like, I don't know, but don't ask. you know, because I say, Jesse, obviously we want to keep these, but it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission, so don't ask. And Jesse looks at me like, oh, I don't know. He flags down a worker and he says, excuse me, can we keep these books? And the worker says, no, you can't. And I'm like, I turn to Jesse and I'm like, well, Jesse looks at me and he says, well, I've learned an important life lesson here today. And the worker's like, what life lesson? He's like, oh no, nothing. So, and I'm like,
I've got papers. They let me keep it.
No, we can't
which
keep
was
it.
awesome. In here was really cool. This actually has a basic play guide
The life lesson is it's easier to ask forgiveness than
for
permission.
like how to play the Viper.
As if
So
you
they gave
don't
you all
know.
these screenshots and pictures of how to play Viper. They did the same with Pictomancer. So there was a lot of
They did, but it's like there was a bunch more pages for explaining how to play Viper, and in the end, I didn't need it because I just pressed the shiny buttons. And then there was like a couple of pages on Picto that were like didn't really help me that much at all to understand.
people there who are maybe more story focused, and so like, you know, gameplay nerding out, which is what I like.
I
is
read
maybe
it
not
and
their
I
thing,
still
so it gave you, like,
couldn't
a
figure it
basic
out,
start
even with
guide
help.
to get you going, so you can enjoy the Viper.
I have figured it out now. By the way, my Pictomancer explainer video should be live on the channel very, very soon. Very soon.
And play it around.
I might just... Yeah, okay.
So the demo we got, few things about the footage you're going to see, guys, is that because of the Ukraine-Russian conflict, we were playing on the Japanese servers, but they had to route it through America. So you are going to notice some like weird lag, spell cancellation, things like that happening. A big example of this would be like trying to swift cast something. You had to like swift cast, wait, and then do it. It took a while for my fingers to adjust to that. So if anything looks a little odd in that regard, that's what it is, right? It's mostly lag and mostly the fact that you're picking up a level 100 job, and you've got a couple of hours to play. They did give us all day, but there was a lot to play. So it was
pretty much everybody's media tour footage that I've seen, maybe not like some of the best top gamers, but most people's media tour footage is like, you're gonna see footage of people trying to learn these jobs, and it's rough. Like, I think for me, I have so much like hilarious Pepega footage from Picto, and where you're just gonna see me making literally every mistake. I think in our Viper video, there is one point where I'm trying to figure out what the boss does. Like, I'm looking at the boss mechanics, and I'm just standing there. Like, I'm not even pressing any buttons. I'm just running around.
like a couple of hours of Viper, a couple of hours of Pictomancer, a couple of hours of other things, and then you wanted to explore. The demo we got is very sanitized. Do not worry about spoilers, because they really cared about us having spoilers. There is zero story, and in fact, a huge amount of the like NPCs that would usually be in the zones in Dawn Trail were just flat out removed, and the ones that remained, I did go and scout around, literally had one line of dialogue, which is like, welcome to Tyrael. That was
Welcome to Tyrael.
That was all they said. I had to look around.
I am glad, because I actually did get spoiled on the last media tour. For the Endwalker media tour, they took us into a dungeon. The dungeon was the Tower of Zot, I think.
Can't wait to see how DRG feels.
Hey, Fail Quail, thank you for the 2 years of support. That's a big milestone. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, for the Tower of Zot test for the Endwalker media tour, you get in there and immediately an NPC is like, oh, hey, it's time to blah, 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 blah. And it explains exactly why we're there. And it was a massive spoiler of a thing that had happened at that point. And, yes, it's like, we got to save someone, and here's who. Oh, God. And so I'm glad we didn't have that situation.
But it was gorgeous. It was beautiful. It's going to look a little bare. Don't be like, oh, wow, there's nothing in these zones. No, they took everything out. They wanted us to explore, have a look around at the scenery, and check the graphic updates and things like that. One of the biggest things that was really interesting, and this is apparently from the Western audience specifically, I found this hilarious is because Yoshi P brought this up specifically, and then later on the team, the Square Enix team, came around and asked us our opinion on this. One of the biggest pieces of feedback they've had about Dawn Trail, it's got double die system we'll get to. It's got new jobs. It's got a brand new big graphical update. The login screen's too bright for the West.
It's
So
flashbang.
they came around and Yoshi
Yeah.
was like, will you please just like AFK on the
Yes.
screen for a while until the intro plays and then you get the full effect of the login screen happening?
We are getting flashbanged
And I
every
was
time.
laughing. I was like, really? That's the big feedback from the West is the login screen is too bright.
It
However,
is bright.
when they came around, they're like, Mike, have you seen the login screen yet? I'm like, yeah. They're like, can you give us feedback on it? I was like, here's the thing. In the room we were playing in, which was very well lit, it was fine. It was absolutely fine. But then I thought, wait a minute. I've seen screenshots, videos of thousands of people's setups at home, and a lot of people
we
certainly
live
in
in
the West
caves.
playing like a dungeon cave,
cave
type
people.
environment, like no sunlight, nothing, like lights off. And I was like,
Yeah.
you know, they a lot of guys I know do play like real life on dark mode. So yeah, it probably is too bright for those guys. Because I know when anything really bright pops on my screen and I'm in a dark room, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, right? We turn every website to dark mode to counteract that. You know, if you see someone using light mode in the West, you're like, why are you using light mode? That's really strange. So yeah, probably, actually, now I think about it, it probably is a little bit too,
Yeah.
a little bit too bright, which was really interesting. So
Zep, are you gonna watch Jesse's video? Yes. I'm settled in for a long day today, y'all. So yeah, we lots of videos to watch today. What I was about to say. I think like I've done it where I lived in I have put my gaming setup in a cave room and I had it complete darkness at all times. And this is, in my experience, not great for my mental health. I have seen myself become depressed in this situation. Does it make the screen look beautiful? Yes. But here's another way, like, just, you know, now that I've moved the setup into a little bit of a brighter spot, I do feel like less depressed because there is some sunlight getting into my eyes a little bit. Yeah. So it kind of it's good to have at least some natural light coming into your room for your the sake of your mental health. And if you, I mean, you can also play at night. That's an option.
that's what it is. Okay. First things first. Let's look at like the biggest before we get to a lot of details.
Is it true that it's not great for your eyes in the long term? Oh, I didn't know that. So being in a dark cave room for gaming is bad for your eyes? Oh my God. I didn't know that.
Detail with the interviews because I know you're waiting for that. Let's look at the biggest upgrade to Dawn Trail, which is the double die system. I had to jump in straight
Double
away to this 'cause
dies.
the double die system
Made
is a very
I made a whole video about this.
big deal to a huge amount of people, including myself.
I've
who do
showcased
like
every single job armor and
to
how it
mess around with
dies
glam quite a lot.
with the double dies.
Works quite well. I will say some of the menu was in Japanese, and some of the people that we had with us couldn't speak Japanese. But it worked super simple. It actually
Settle
didn't
down to
go
the stream while
through
cleaning my
tons of
cave Zepla
menus
Kilo.
to make it work.
Was I the only one that made the video where I showed the 2 dies for every single job armor? Well, it took me like an hour or 2 to do that, so I'm not surprised. Like, I imagine that most people would want to spend that time looking at the jobs, but I decided to sacrifice looking at all of the jobs and dedicate the time to G-pose for y'all.
Now, we didn't actually have the ability to glam our characters there. We could
Yes.
recreate our own character. Of course, first things first, the floor inspector must rise to the
Worth.
top. But we couldn't actually glam our
And by the way, I know I'm pausing him a lot, but like, another thing that I wanted to say about that video, the job armor video, I was shook by how good some of those armors look in the game, like in G-Pose, because I've seen screenshots of them before. I've seen the renders on the Dawn Trail site, but looking at them in G-Pose and seeing how the light shines off of the metallic parts and like the sheer materials on for example, like the dancer armor, it's gorgeous. It is so pretty. You just have to see it for yourself in the game.
gear. What we could do is use the preview system. So we could, you know, make the glam plate, but just not apply it to our characters. which was fine. And the double die system worked in there. Works super easily. In fact, it's got a nice function of just being able to save what you did as a theme. So if you chose like black and red or whatever it might be, it would remember that. So if you did it on your chest,
what's going to be the second crawler's color?
Like, do you want to just apply the same thing? I would love obviously an apply all function. So if you chose a color scheme that you want for your character, just do it to all your armor. That might be there. Again, I was like, what is this button doing? Like, I'm not sure. It does look though. I can't confirm this. I wanted to talk to Yoshi.
The die video is out. I posted it immediately, so yeah.
But they like kicked us out.
It was out straight away.
Again, I'll get there. It looks like you might be able to save presets. So if you have a variety of color schemes that you want to apply to your character, it's like, oh, usually I roll black and red, but now I want to go blue and gold. That maybe it might save those color swatches so you can create like a palette of things you want to do. I'm not confirming that by any means, but it looked like the functionality might be there to enable you to do that. But as I said, I was planning to talk to Yoshi P about it, but we did get off track.
A living, breathing world that we're supposed to be in, and things should matter. Although I don't agree with their use of Lalafels as raid markers.
本当に生きる世界のいうところに住むっていうのを体験できますけど、ララフェルをレードマーカーに使うのはちょっとどうか。
Reminder, Lala abuse is never okay. All right. The next thing I wanted to do was explore the zones. I really would. I would love to pronounce to you the names of these zones, but
it's hard to say the names.
Not
I know.
Easy, man. They're really not easy. They're in my notes. They're in my cool binder because they gave us all the descriptions of the zones.
Yeah, it tells you how to pronounce.
They're pretty tricky. I get why they've done it because it's the theme of a new land, new adventure. But they're like Kazama Uka, I believe, is one of the places. The dungeon in particular that you're going to be seeing shortly. In the notes in the binder. It says that the working title is Jungle Cruise, is what they're calling it. However, on the very next page, they actually have the real name of the dungeon. Now, this might be the Japanese name, but none of us could pronounce it, including some of the staff that were there. It's Ihyuka Katsumu?
That sounds right.
So I'm just going to say the new zones.
Just say it however you're going to say it, but say it with confidence, because that's what we all did with Bajja. Like, you'll see, I think every content creator is saying Bajja differently. Some people are like Bosnia. Some people are Bozia. Some people say Boja. And it doesn't matter. Just say it with confidence, and then people will think that you're the one who's right. Just be the most confident.
New zones. I went and explored the new zones and was looking around to see what was going on. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It actually allayed a lot of my concerns as a streamer, in that too much vegetation and stuff actually makes the stream look bad, and it can actually be a bit of a problem these days. It's like, oh, the zone is full of clutter of trees and branches and bushes and things.
Special Agent Sky says that, for context, his community reenacted his leveling experience through roleplay at the FC house, and they used Lalafels as raid markers. So that is why. Okay, I get it.
But actually, it was not as bad as I thought it was going to be from the previews we've seen in the live letters. It is beautiful. Waterfalls coming from everywhere. It's exactly what you're going to expect from the big Yoshi smirk about the whole thing was that Dawn Trail is a wonderful vacation from the horrors and nightmares that we usually see. And that's the zones they let us see. We didn't get Solution 9. They gave us 2 zones and the main city. And yeah, it's all very pretty and beautiful.
It's like a paradise.
But there was always a little wink and a nod when they were saying that, because obviously things are going to go absolutely horrible. But it was cool to see. It was very pretty. So next thing, gameplay, obviously. I wanted to start with Pictomancer. Pictomancer, from its announcement, was the the job that I wanted to play at the start of Dawn Trail. I'm not going to be doing the MSQ for a while, because that's just a streamer thing. People want to enjoy the MSQ first, and then they'll be happy to watch along with a streamer. So for me, I always leave a delay in content, so people can go and enjoy the MSQ and things at their own pace, and then I'll jump in later. I'm fine with being patient on that. So what I wanted to do was jump in with Pictomancer, play around with that story, level it up, and then in a week or so's time, jump into the MSQ.
Use your dash!
So Pictomancer, from the previous combat live...
Oh my god. My dancer brain is like exploding right now. One sec. Okay.
Live letter that we got.
Oh, was it on cooldown? Was it on cooldown?
And then I'll jump in later. I'm fine with being patient on that. So what I wanted to do was jump in with Pictomancer, play around with that story, level it up, and then in a week or so.
Oh yeah, he's trying to press it, but he can't. It's on cooldown. I see he's like he's smashing that button, but he can't.
The MSQ.
So then he sprint, but it's still a little late.
Pictomancer,
Yeah.
from the previous combat live letter that we got, looked a little weird in how it played out. So I was very curious to see how.
Oh, I'm so curious to hear what he thinks.
Out. The general theme of what this is you have these 3 canvases, and then you paint on a picture, which then sets up a bunch of attacks. So you paint like an animal. So that'll be something like a bat or a Moogle, and then you get the Moogle and bat attacks. You'll paint the hammer, which then unlocks the ability. And then, because what you...
I can already see there's confusion about when to cast the hammer. Because I see that you just use your burst.
You have this cast where you paint them onto the canvas.
Yes.
You set up the ability, right? Then you render that image. And then once you've rendered the image into the real world, then you can utilize it in some way. So think of it like a 3-step process. Paint the image, create the image in the real world, utilize it in some way. That's the general process of how this works.
Our video should be up within the next
actual stuff
half hour,
with
hour.
The paints, like the
About
actual
Picto?
paint attacks where you'll see like Blizzard and Cyan and
big
things like that, which
I did.
go around the little palette icon. That's more your filler stuff. And the orbs it generates after you do a certain amount, you'll create these little orbs that go around the side of the palette. It's like 7 of them. These are more like abilities you'll cast on the move off as little fillers here and there, because they do a lot less damage, but you can fire them off straight away.
Hammer,
so no big deal there. But the main bulk of your attacks comes from the things you've painted, and those are limited by charges.
Bonking
They're
good.
Obviously, my feedback on this was that I had a lot of fun. It's visually astonishing. You know, it feels like you're playing Super Mario World. It's very cartoony, and that's fun. It's really goofy and
like
fun,
Super
and
Mario
they
World.
clearly put so much
Paper
work
Mario
into the effort. But gameplay-wise, I did have a couple of concerns with it. And Square Enix is clearly aware of this problem. Painting the images onto the canvas, which is the step 1 of the process, with you get animal, you get a weapon, and you get a landscape, is quite a long cast. It's on the characters we played, it was 3.8 seconds, right? So obviously that'll be adjusted by gear, I imagine. But it was 3.8 seconds, so we'll call it 4 for the sake of argument. That's a really long time when you're in combat, especially as bosses get more complex, right? So you'll see in the dungeon, this is the first ever run I did of the dungeon. So
you can see he's still learning because he's trying to hard cast Rainbow.
By a few things, it is what it is, and we're still
learning
the rotation. You'll occasionally see me still like reading over tooltips, while I'm still
That's
sort
what
of
everybody's doing in their footage,
fully forming the picture of how Pictomancer works. So
this is not like representative.
They're clearly
of how
aware that this is not that fun and kind of a problem. So what they've done is they've made it so that if you're not in combat, these 3 pictures that you need to paint are instant cast, as long as you're out of combat. And that in dungeons works really well, because you kill trash pack, you can instantly just reform all the canvases so that once you get into the next trash pack...
Yeah, unless you pull the next trash pack before you remembered to cast your motifs instantly out of combat, and now you're in combat and you can't cast them instantly, and now you need to cast them.
You're ready to go with your massive...
This, as a very forgetful person, this was very, very frustrating for me, because you better remember to do an instant cast when you can.
Burst damage, right? That comes from utilize the weapons.
When
you're in boss fights, though, you do have to hard cast these spells, and you notice that, like, oh, I kind of have to stand here for nearly 4 seconds because you can't do it on the move.
Right.
You can swift cast it. This is where my issue with the lag came up, because I remember I was talking to Scripe and I was like, it's weird, we can't swift cast the paintings to reapply the hammer. And he's like, that's really weird. But it actually turned out to be the lag. Like, I played for a while without getting the swift cast off, realizing you needed to do quite a delay to make it work. So bear that in mind. But you can swift cast one of them, which takes the like total cast time of all 3 spells from like, 11 and a bit seconds to 8 and a bit, just under 8. But it is noticeable, and it's not very fun. That was the bit I was a little like, it's kind of a drag when you're...
You need to plan, basically. Like, hold on. Okay.
We're in boss fights, so I have to
We're actually finishing up the Picto video right now, so I'm like
stand there and do these casts. I know in FF14 some people are used to longer cast times,
multitasking.
so it's not too bad. It was just noticeable. Certainly.
So basically, the cast for your motifs is long, and it doesn't do damage. And so you need to plan out when you are going to do these casts or when you'll swift cast these casts. And this is actually something that I think is going to be very interesting to figure out on a fight per fight basis, because you're setting yourself up for future success by doing this. And there's definitely going to be times where it will not be a smart idea to cast your motifs. And that is, I think, good. Like, having these potential failure states with your job is going to leave some room for some fun optimization.
Compared to the Viper, which we'll get to next. The other thing that I noticed is that Dawn Trails made a big effort in job redesign to reduce the amount of button blow, because there are lots of jobs in FF14 which have been changed now for the most part that like go 1, 2, 3. So you press 1, which makes 2 do something. So you press 2, and then that makes 3 do something, and you kind of cycle backwards and forwards. And they've obviously internally gone, why don't we just have this be one button that just changes into, instead of having 3 keybinds, why is it not just 1? So you press 1 and that changes into what 2 should be. And then you press that and then that changes into what 3 would be.
What a good idea.
Great.
I wonder where they got that idea from.
There are lots of jobs in Final Fantasy XIV that work that way. You press 1 to begin a process.
It was a pretty good idea.
Because they need to limit the amount of attacks you can do with the, say, weapon. The hammer is the best example here.
Hammer.
Because it's very powerful, it's very strong, and they don't want you to just be going like, hammer attack, redraw hammer attack, redraw hammer. So they've limited it with charges, which is where your filler spell comes in. They've had to use 3 separate key bindings to make the hammer work. So you have draw hammer, which you can press once, and then that's grayed out because you've drawn the hammer. Then you have activate and render the hammer, which is on the charge system. And then you have a 3rd key binding, which is actually to attack with the hammer. So you end up with these 3 key bindings, and this applies to the other ones as well for the most part. And so what I ended up doing with my key bindings is I was trying to like make my muscle memory work as much as possible. Is I just was like, okay, we'll make hammer 3 to draw, shift 3 to render, and alt 3. So 3 was my hammer, and then I did the same for 2 and stuff like that. And it still feels a little clunky for me, is like 3
At
separate
first,
buttons
it did
to
feel
just deal
clunky.
with one aspect of the job. But these are kind of nitpick.
But you have to, it felt clunky to me at first before I understood how everything's supposed to fit together. I will say that.
Once you muscle memory kicked in, it
Okay,
was so
the video, our Pictomancer video is ready. I'm going to publish it. One sec. Monetization on. Yes. We have been working our buns off on this one. So hell yeah, I want monetization on for that. Save. Okay. It is greenlit. Buns. Public. I played Pictomancer, Job Explainer, and First Impressions, Dawn Trail Media Tour. There you go. That's the link. Okay. That is the latest video. Okay. I also have our Secret Lab chair video of like, it's clipped out of me assembling it, and it's actually pretty funny. But I'm not going to wait a couple of hours before I set that one live so we don't overload people. Okay. Cool. Next.
totally fine. It was absolutely fine. It was just one of those things that I noticed is like, this could maybe be consolidated. Is there a reason that, because if I draw the hammer, I can't redraw it, so why doesn't that change to render the hammer at that point? And then that could be on a charge system that's waiting, right? But I assume they want you to be able to always be aware of how many charges there are. So I get why they're at this situation. It just feels like it could be polished up a little bit. But gameplay-wise, once you got going, and certainly for packs, it's super fun. Like, your character's swinging around like Mario Rabbids or something like that, smashing things to pieces, doing all that. Realm would be
hammer is
proud
amazing.
of the Pictomancer they've created. And
Hammer,
also, there's a lot of scope
my
here
favorite
to create
button.
new things.
By far, the hammer is always does critical direct hits. You bonk 3 times in a row. It's like a triple cast, but it's also like a fell cleave. It feels amazing. This button is so good.
Let's go to the Viper, though. Totally the opposite. The Viper was totally the opposite. Honestly, my personal opinion when I first saw the Viper was, kind of very flashy and wasn't doing it for me. And I will say, I thought the demonstration they did on the live letter wasn't incredible for the Viper. It kind of looked like just loads of buttons were lighting up and switching around. And then I saw some that were like duplicates of the same spell. I'm like, what is going on here with this action bar? But in gameplay, oh, mate, great. Super
really
fun. This was fine. The way it works is by just maintaining a bunch of buffs. I was a little worried about that from playing jobs and classes in other games that do have a lot of plate. I call it plate spinning. You know, when you see like a circus performer spinning a bunch of plates and keeping loads of them going. I was like, I don't really like plate spinning classes where you're just sort of maintaining buff after buff after buff. It turns out, though, when you actually play it, that at least 3 out of 4 of the buffs just maintain themselves. Once
Pretty much.
they're going,
the job
they
plays
just
itself.
keep going because your finishers and your extra damaging spells just extend them. And that's great. And on boss fights, all of your buffs do this. So you don't really need to worry about it at all. As long as you're semi-aware of what's going on, it all does it itself. And you're like, oh, I can just actually be a full-on DPS once I've got the ball rolling. It's totally fine. And getting the ball rolling is kind of fun once you get used to it because you only have 2 buttons to mess with.
It's kind of reassuring to me that I feel like other people had similar impressions of these jobs that I did. Like feeling at first like Pictomancer, at first to me it felt clunky before I understood how everything fits together. And then with Viper feeling like, wow, this feels like the job plays itself. It makes me feel like, okay, maybe I can trust my own opinion.
To get all your buffs going, it's different orders of those combos.
I'm feeling relieved.
So it goes like maybe 1-2-1 gives you some buffs. But then 1-2-2 gives you different buffs. But then 2-1-2 gives you the final buff, etc. That's how it works. And you get into a rhythm of what needs to be done. And obviously the game also prompts you with light ups and things like that as the ones you probably want to press next.
Yep.
There's some visual. You can see the actual job bar on the screen with the swords that are coming out. The different colors indicate whether you've pressed 1 or 2. So you have a little visual aid to go along with it. So essentially, when you're in gameplay with the Viper,
that's what I didn't even pay attention to that, but that's extra. That's helpful.
It's very just swishy, massive animations that are going on. But realistically, once you've done your first sort of attacks and got your self buffs on, the only buff you need to worry about is actually the debuff on the enemy, which is extra damage taken. Everything else just maintains itself with your natural attacks. And that once you do that, you can then jump into your bigger attacks, which work in a similar way. You just essentially have 2 separate combo systems. You have one combo system which sets up all your buffs, and then another far more damaging and aggressive combat system, which is either single target or AoE. And this was the spec I was probably within like an hour and a half. I did a couple of dungeons on this that I was fully focused on the gameplay rather than sort of checking back onto my spell.
Yeah, about an hour
spent.
spent.
What the hell was going on?
I think that's the average. About an hour and a half is about how long most people seem to spend to feel like we have a good handle on this job.
A little bit of positionals going on with the ability
knowledge
to obviously render those positionals pointless for a little short time. Side by side, I tended to lean in favor of the Viper. I think the Picto needs a bit more time. I'm not a big fan of downtime. I'm impatient by nature. So if you're a melee fan, you're absolutely gonna love this. Let's talk about the new dungeon. We'll call it the Jungle Cruise. Interesting, because a big part of Dawn Trail in the announcement is that they're letting go of failure. We'll come back to that. So I was expecting something kind of a little different in the dungeon. It's not. This is actually a great introduction to the game. Certainly for people picking up Dawn Trail as their first expansion. It is a bread and butter, classically designed FF14 dungeon in the same format we've seen since Stormblood. 3 slightly different landscapes per boss. So each boss and the area changes. So we go from boat to land.
Play WoW and click like a pro. Is FF a game where a person can play just by clicking spells? I think you're going to have an easier time clicking in FF than in WoW. I personally keybind everything.
It's got some... This must be the probably one of the very first things you do when Dawn Trail starts. I imagine this is probably like introduction MSQ very briefly, and then you're into this dungeon. And the reason I say that is you do have Urianger and Thancred in that dungeon who are playfully trying to block you off because they want to get to the city first. So I assume we're going to the city. So very similar to what we saw at the end of the Endwalker pre-patch for Dawn Trail, is they're kind of playfully having fun with their friends, and they're like, sorry. Thancred's like, sorry, friends. You'll have to take the longer way around. And then he like blocks you off so you run around. So they're goofing around and having fun.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anything remotely spoilerish going on.
There's
in this
nothing
dungeon.
spoilery
The last
happening.
boss did prove very difficult for
Thankfully.
a lot of people at the media tour. I'll admit I died to it a couple of times while I was learning the jobs. Pretty simple once you've done it a couple of times, though, because it just has some mechanics that resolve at different times, but
Did
they're
I
both
die
up
to
at the
this boss?
same
I think
time.
I
So
did. I think I also died to this boss.
thing like a couple
On
of season,
Picto, I'm pretty sure I
players, what
did.
I've seen before is you actually have multiple things happening at once, but they
Pretty sure I
resolve differently.
did.
So you just have to know which one resolves first and then reposition
Once.
for the second one. But I saw a lot of people at the media tour getting absolutely crushed into the ground.
We did.
So something to bear in mind. Even Scripe
true.
died to this, and he was playing. He wasn't even
Scripe?
playing any of the new jobs. He was playing ones he was familiar with. So there
Oof.
you go. But let's go back to this not being afraid of failure. This is actually, honestly, out of everything they were talking about, Dawn Trail and the demo, this is the thing that got me fired up the most. This is the idea that for a while now, CBU3 has not maybe been doing mechanics and creative ideas in their encounters because of fear that people might dislike them. Or they've tried similar things in the past and people have disliked them and been unhappy with what they've gotten out of it. And what they've been doing is just flat removing it. Anyway, I was super into this. So in the interview with Yoshi P, I asked him about this. So take a look.
Okay.
まあやっぱりこう長年しかも同
We've
じ
been
チーム
making
でこ
Final
う
Fantasy
作ってきて
14 for a long time now
で
with the same team, and we've
まあ
really
僕
been
らも
doing
一
our
生懸命
best
ゲー
during
ム
the
を作っ
development.
て
And that
コミュニ
includes
ティ
me
もすご
too.
く熱心にサポートしてくれて
Thanks to that, we've received a huge amount of community support.
やっぱりたくさんの人に
And
遊ん
many
でも
more
らえるよ
people
うに
started to
さら
play
に
our
な
game.
ってみんな
On the one hand,
褒められるのは
I
やっ
think
ぱり
it's
ものすご
great.
く
We
嬉しい
receive
け
praise
ど
for our title,
だんだん
but on the other hand,
怒られ
it's a little
る
bit
ようなことは
concerning
やっぱりが
to
怖
think
くなる
that
って
if we
いう
avoid
ところ
doing
が
things that make
どうして
people
もある
angry,
と
we
は
kind of
思うん
lose
で
the
すまず
sense that we're no longer afraid.
るようなことは
It's a little bit
やっぱり
concerning to
が
think that
怖
if
く
we
なる
avoid
ってい
doing
うところ
things that
が
make people
どうして
angry,
もある
we kind of lose the sense that we're no longer afraid to do those challenges. Oh, yeah. They want to lose their inhibitions in the creative process and not be afraid that people will react badly, because constantly being afraid of how people will react will cripple your creative process, and it will result in a end product that is not innovative and it's just the same old. If you play it safe all the time, then it can become formulaic. And this is exactly the issue that Yoshi P mentioned at PAX East, and that he's mentioning again right here. And this is something that any creative person knows, that anybody who posts anything that other people have to respond to knows, that once you start getting in your head so much about, are they going to like it, are they going to hate it, you can get away from your vision and your dream and your special sauce that's going to make it yours, and that's going to make it memorable, and that's going to make it something fresh that yeah, maybe some people will not like it, but what I've learned is that if everybody likes it and nobody has anything to say, usually it's boring. And usually if something is interesting and really cool and special and different and fresh, there's gonna be people who don't like it, and you have to live with that. You have to accept that, because you're never gonna make everybody happy, and the more you try, the more bland you will become.
とは思うんですまず。昔は本当に夢
So
中
in the
で
past, whenever we were working on boss battles or
新しい
mechanics,
ボスバトル、新しいギミックを考えてやるぜ、もっとみんなに驚いて
we
もら
would
うんだ。
always want to
だから
come
こ
up
そ
with something
いろんな
unique.
チャレンジをとにかくしてきた。
And of course, there were certain mechanics that went well,
プレイヤーの皆さん
but
いや
in
もう
maybe
こ
in
の
certain
レイドのこのギミック
raids,
本当に嫌いなんだって
there
言
were
われた
certain
こと
mechanics
もある
players
で
didn't
その時
like.
に
And I think one of
す
the
ごい
most
大事なの
important things related to
は
that
その怒
is
られ
that
てこの
sometimes
ギミッ
those
クが嫌い
mechanics
だったっ
would
て
be the source
い
of
う
criticism. They would make players
もの
angry.
をやっぱりもうやめよう
And
もう
when they
こういう
started
の
to
を作る
question
のをや
those
めよう
mechanics,
ではなく
we
本
didn't
当
think
は
about what we could do to improve them. We simply stopped making them.
じゃあ
Wow, this is so candid and honest from Yoshi P. Holy shit. This is insane.
このギミックの何が嫌いだったんだろうど
Wow.
こを直せばもっ
And of
と楽しん
course,
でもらえる
we
んだろ
went
う
through
だ
that
から
process
こ
because
の
we
ギミッ
wanted
ク
to
をさら
stop
に
the hatred and increase the enjoyment of the game.
生かして次を目指そうであればよかったと思うし
However,
それが理想だと
when
思う
we
んだ
go
け
through
ど
that process
どうしても
of
ダメだっ
saying this such and such mechanic is not
て
good,
言われた嫌だって言われたじゃあやめようでこれを繰り返し
let's
ている
give
と
up here.
だんだんなんていうんだろう
Eventually,
無難なも
we
のしか
only
作
end
らな
up
くやっ
with the
ぱり
safe options. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's true. That's so real and based for him to say this. I actually got chills.
なってきてしまうのでそこがこうプレイヤー
And
の
I
皆さ
think
ん
it's
を楽し
obviously
ま
a
せ
good
たい
thing
って
that
いう
players
気持
can
ちは
enjoy
す
the
ごくいい
game.
ことだとは思うんだけどだんだんそのチャ
But
レ
I
ンジが減
started
っ
to
ていく
feel
要
it's
因
not
で
good.
もあると思ってるのでそこを
That it's starting to hinder us in the way we challenge ourselves.
感じ始めてるっていうところがまず大きいです。そうだからこ
And
そ
it is
チ
for
ャレンジ
that
をしよ
very
う
reason
失敗は
why
恐
I
れるな
said to the team that we
失敗
should
したら
not be afraid of
それを糧に
failures. Let's aim for the next stage and
し
challenge
てまた次へ
ourselves.
行こうっていうのが今僕が今チームに
That's
対
what I've
して
been
すごい
saying to
言
the
ってる
team.
ことだし僕自身ちょっ
And I
と
also
大事にした
think
方
the
がいいかな
same
って
thing
思ってるポイン
myself.
トです。
That's super
Wow.
interesting because you've
What a
always
great
been so
moment.
delicate, whereas other MMOs have
You can't be
swing
afraid. You can't be afraid as you're trying to make new stuff.
the hammer.
Fear will hold you
changes.
back.
On this note, I just want to say
Wow.
how grateful I am that I got the opportunity to have
Insane
this interview with Yoshi P. As far
moment.
as I'm aware, very
Insane
few
moment.
people globally got this opportunity.
Yeah.
He did lots of interviews, but most of them were audio only because they were for mainstream publications. And I have to give a massive, massive love
What a
here
great
to
leader.
Jamie and Mark
And
from
visionary.
the Square Enix PR team, who worked with me like all day. They I've got
I am really looking forward to see how this new philosophy is going to translate into the actual game content. It might, I wonder how long it's going to take for us to finally be like, yes, I see what he meant, and I can see the proof is in the pudding way in the game.
It's hard to word this. I thought a lot of people were getting interviews. I really did. And when I got there, and the fact that I got one, we would been
Yeah,
talking about it
almost
for a while.
nobody got an interview. There's only like a few
really
people.
just impressed with that I'd got one.
That got
but
it.
it became very apparent early in the day because the Jamie and Mark especially came to me regularly. It's like, how do you want to shoot it? How do you want it to look? Because they were filming it.
I mean, I got a chance to ask him questions. Like we all were given an opportunity to ask questions as whatever we wanted to ask. And Yoshi P, he waited until everybody was done asking questions. So it's not like he was closed off or anything. And he was actually walking around the computer lab while we were playing, looking over our shoulders, like a teacher. This is so crazy. This is one of the craziest moments of my life, I think, because I'm sitting there in G pose, and I look behind me, and Yoshi P's like, okay.
And it turned out Yoshi P not only watches my stream, but he was very aware of a lot of the work I've done. You guys might not even be aware, but a lot of the work I've done with major heads of studios, certainly in the MMO space and in other spaces, be it Grinding Gear Games or ArenaNet or
I was being a
Blizzard
very good
Entertainment,
student.
and
I was sitting there with my, I was actually sitting at the computer with my flower pen and my cinema roll notepad, looking up like, I actually felt like I was 8 years old. Looking up at you.
the things I'd done, and Yoshi P was 100% aware of all this stuff, and again had watched my stream, and it came down to, in Yoshi P's own words, is like he was watching the stream when people were asking about comparisons between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, and my answer impressed him so much that he was like, I want to talk to this guy. And as you can see from the beginning, we got cut off. We could have talked all day, and when I came out, the guys were. There was text messages coming out of the interview room to the other members of staff that, like, yeah, as expected, Yoshi P is now interviewing Mike because they're just completely
I can't wait to see the
they're doing
interview.
the back and
Let's
forth
watch the
on the
interview.
design of MMOs and the long-term impact.
Let's watch the interview.
So I'm not putting the whole interview here because it will come across. It's a little long because of the translation.
It's 45 minutes.
So there was 2 wonderful translators in the room. So there's a translator for me. To translate into Japanese, and a translator for Yoshi P translating it into English on my behalf. So the whole interview is linked below. I think you're going to love it. We talked a lot about jobs and where it's going in the future.
Okay, we're about to watch it.
FF14, encounter design, Power Rangers. Like, we had a lot of fun. And as I said, the team was like, you guys have to wrap this up, because we just kept going. We just kept going. And they're like, we've got one more interview to do. So again, massive, so much respect came from
Awesome.
Yoshi P. I obviously respect the hell out of Yoshi P and what he's achieved with FF14. And hopefully we will have dinner and some wine in the future to really sort of nerd out about MMO stuff, because it was very apparent how much he was enjoying the conversation as well, and laughing and joking. So it was great. In conclusion,
I've noticed that too, that when Yoshi P talks to players, he seems truly happy. And when I interviewed Yoshi P in the Endwalker Media Tour, he said to me that interviewing players is really different for him than talking to, like, you know, official press, because he just feels like, you know, you actually play. Like I said, it's really fun to talk to players, and you can tell he truly enjoys it. So
we should head to the media tour.
That
That's the
shines
main stuff
through.
I got to play in the demo. Obviously, no big spoilers. Is this wonderful bag? I'm going to be giving
yeah,
this
I got
away
the
at PreachCon.
bag. It's nice.
Tickets are still available for PreachCon if you want to come and meet some of your favorite content creators.
I
and have
showed
a
y'all what's in
great
this
after,
bag.
Great day. We'll link that down below. But
Alrighty.
the official Dawn Trail notepad. This is apparently a very, very, very expensive picture that came with it. There's also a compass in here that's like sealed up. There's some really wonderful. I don't want to get too much of it out, but
Yeah.
An official Dawn Trail compass that works.
Compass.
We tested it at the event.
So y'all
It
got the
totally
same
works.
stuff at
I'm
EU.
keeping the hoodie though. Sorry.
What
I'm
we got?
keeping the hoodie. Oh no, I've knocked my thing off. That was my adventure into the media tour, my friends. It was incredible. And if you want to hear some wonderful things about where Final Fantasy XIV is going in the next few years, go and check out that interview, because it was pretty
I
spectacular.
will check it out right
Alright,
now.
Thank you. Welcome. My name is Preach to our interview that we had with Naomi.
The compass says, I journey westwards towards Tyrol, and it's super nice. Metal compass. Okay, so next is the, Mike did an interview with Yoshi P, in which apparently chat bubbles were confirmed. Now, we did see this clip already. I've seen the clip twice. But let's just play it out.
Welcome, my name is Preach to our interview that we had with Naoki Yoshida at the media tour of Dawn Trail. Just a quick note before we jump into it is we have decided to leave both translators in. You'll hear one Japanese into English and one English into Japanese. And as you'll hear in the interview, Yoshida clearly pointed out how much the Japanese love watching his interviews. So if we have access to it, we're going to leave it in there so that everybody can enjoy it.
That makes
so
sense.
you guys can enjoy it too. All right. As you'll see, we both had a very good time in this interview. Super proud of it. It was really exciting. And I think you'll see that he liked it as well. So enjoy.
That's why it's so
hearing about
long.
Dawn Trail and FF14 into the future. Here it comes.
Okay.
僕からまずグローバルメディアツアー
Can we YouTube. Is there a shortcut for Okay, to speed up playback. Yeah, there is. Okay. I can do that.
にご参加いただいて改めてありがとうございます。
First of all, I'd like to say thank you again for joining us on the Global Media Tour.
このグローバルメディアツアー今日が僕にとっても最終日なので、ちょっとしかもプリッツさんも長くやって随分ちょっとお疲れかもしれませんが45分楽しくいきたいのでぜひよろしくお願いします。
And for me as well, this is the final day of the media tour, and I think you've been here all day, Preach, and you must be tired yourself. It's
Not
only
at all.
it's only 45 minutes for today's interview, but I hope you enjoy it.
そしてすごい大事なこと、
Okay.
いつもファイナルファンタジー14のサポート本当にありがとうございます。
And also, one very important thing, thank you so much for always supporting Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
I think people have been excited about me talking to you since the day I installed this game.
多分おそらく皆さん、自分がこのゲームをインストールしてから、
Just
この
hold
日
the
が来るの
left
を
mouse
長く
button
待ち
on the
望んでいたと
video
思います。
to speed up.
僕も
Okay.
実はちゃんと
We'll do
ちゃ
that
んと
if
とい
there's
う
like
か
a
まあ
long.
偶然なんですけど本当配信は拝見していて、特に印象に残ってるのがそのワールド・オブ・ウォーク
I
ラ
don't
フ
wanna
ト
cut
と
him off,
ファイナルファンタジー14を実際にプレイしながらものすごく論理的に冷静にこう比較して分析をするっていうところからスタートしてくださってて、それは僕も夢中で見てました。
Thank you so much. I think actually this was just a coincidence, but I watched one of your streams by coincidence, and I noticed that you compared World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. You were playing them, and you were very logical in your analysis. You were very calm in your analysis, and that really left a big impression on me.
I really appreciate that. It's one of the things that's allowed me to do these interviews with the heads of
Yoshi P watches all of these streams and videos. Because at the Q&A, when he was talking, around the same time that he was mentioning me specifically, he was like, and he had mentioned Arthar's enzymes specifically. He said, you know, we watched these streams, the dev team is watching these streams, and regardless of language.
many MMOs over the last 10 years.
So
and extensive
remember that.
hours and hours of interviews with Blizzard and Grinding Gear Games and Arena.
Always
so I really
watching.
appreciate that. That's fantastic.
Yoshi P is a bun.
まあこういうことを続けておかげでいろんな例えばブリザードとかいろんなゲームのヘッドの人たちとこうやってインタビューをすることができたので非常に光栄に思います。ありがとうございます。
ではもし質問がたくさんあればよろしくお願いします。
Okay, well, if you have many questions, here's your chance.
I do have one thing to admit.
Okay.
When I first played FF14, I thought I was going to hate it. I told my audience that this would be 5 days maximum. But the story you crafted with the Heidelin Zodiac storyline gripped me by day one. And
Can you see him there?
I
Yeah.
could
okay.
not put it down. So it's truly successful what you created
Wow.
here.
はい、まず認めなくてはいけないのは絶対にこのゲームは嫌いになるなと思ってまして、もう最大でも5日間ぐらいまでしたら、
Was he watching the purity test? No! No, he probably was. He's been busy. He's been really busy lately, so I
思ってま
doubt.
したけど、蓋を開けてみると、
I bet he probably
もう
missed
ハイデリンゾディアックサーガの一番初め、1日目から
They were
僕
so
の心
busy.
をわしづかみにしてくれました。非常に素晴らしい成功したゲームだと思います。
いやそれをすごくこうやっぱり人ってその失敗をなかなか認めたがらないというか正直にそれを話してくれるっていうところが僕はもう見ててもすごくスカッとしたところですし、まあ、すごくこうリスペクトを感じるところなのででもそう言ってもらえると本当に嬉しいです。
Oh yeah, you know, people are a mysterious thing. When failure happens, they really don't want to admit it. But seeing you there so honest with me, that really pulled at me, and I really respect you for that. So, and I'm so happy to hear it. So
He
thank
appreciates honesty
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Let's get started,
Yeah.
I think.
That's something you might notice about Yoshi P.
One thing you said on stage earlier really drove my brain crazy given all the design stuff we've talked about, and that is to let go of the fear of failure in your raid encounters. I don't think we saw it in the dungeon we saw today, but I'm really curious, has the team come up with ideas over the last few years that you've had to say no to, and now the floodgates can open up, not a lot, but a little bit for these greater ideas?
So is this the question that we just seen in this previous video, the media tour video that he posted just before, where Yoshi P gave this insanely candid, honest answer about it? I think probably. I bet this is it. I bet this is it.
新たな始まる迎えにあたっていわゆるこれまで抑えられていたものがパッと開いて自由な発想を得られる機会になったのでしょうか。
Fast forward to that.
まあやっぱりこう長年しかも同じチームでこう作
I
ってき
think
て
it
て
is. I think it
で
is.
まあ僕らも一生懸命ゲームを作ってコミュニティもすごく熱心にサポートしてくれてでまあたくさんの人に遊んでもらえるようにさらになってみんな
I hear
褒められる
birds
のはやっぱりものすごく嬉しいけど
too.
だんだん怒られるようなこと
Yeah,
は
this is
やっぱり
definitely.
怖くなるっていうところがどうしてもあるとは思うんですまず。
Well, we've been making Final Fantasy XIV for such a long time now with the same team, and we've really been doing our best in the development, and that includes me too. And thanks to that, we have received a huge amount of community support, and many more people have started to play our game. On the one hand, I think it's great that we receive praise
fat
for
boss
our title,
tanking.
but on the other hand, it's a little bit concerning to think about that if we do things that would make people angry, we kind of lose the sense that we're no longer afraid to do those challenges.
Yeah.
昔は
So I've already talked about this when we heard it in the media tour
本当に夢中
video.
で新しいボスバトル新しいギミックを考えてやるぜもっとみんなに驚いてもらうんだだからこそいろんなチャレンジをとにかくしてきたでその中でもちろんうまくいったものもあるしプレイヤーの皆さんにいやもうこのレイドのこのギミックは本当に嫌いなんだって言われたこともあるでその時にすごい大事なのはその怒られてこのギミックが嫌いだったっていうものをやっぱりもうやめようもうこう
Yeah,
いう
he's
のを作るのを
obviously
やめよう
afraid of
で
like
はなく本当はじゃあこのギミ
releasing
ック
stuff
の
that
何
people
が
won't
嫌いだっ
like.
たんだろ
And so that's why a
う
lot
ど
of
こを
times
直せばもっと
devs
楽しんでもらえるん
they
だろうだから
streamline
このギミックをさらに生か
and
して
they
次を目指
simplify
そうであれば
and they make
よかった
everything
と思うしそれが理想だと
have
思うんだけ
less
ど
failure states
どうしても
possible.
ダメだって言われた
But this
嫌だって
can
言われたじゃあやめ
degrade the
よう
overall experience. You can erode away complexity. You can
だんだんなんていうの
make things more shallow, you
無
know.
難なものし
I'm
か
not
作
saying
らな
that
きゃやっ
all
ぱ
of
りなっ
that
てき
is
てしまう
bad.
の
Like some of it
で
is absolutely
そこ
necessary.
が
Um,
こうプレイヤーの皆さんを
But
楽しませたいっていう気
knowing
持
where to
ちは
draw
す
the
ごく
line
いい
is
ことだと
something
は
that
思
it
うんだ
seems
け
like
ど
the dev team
だ
is
んだん
finally starting
チャレンジが減っ
to
ていく要因で
understand.
もあると思ってる
Like
の
you
で
can't always just
そこを
give players
今
everything
感
that
じ
they
始
ask
めてる
for.
ってい
Like
う
you
ところ
have to
が
sometimes let
ま
them
ず大き
fail.
いです
Let them have an opportunity to learn.
So in the past, whenever we were working on boss battles or mechanics, we would always want to come up with unique boss battles or mechanics. And of course, there were certain mechanics that went well, but maybe in certain raids, there were certain mechanics that players didn't like. And I think one of the important things related to that is that sometimes those mechanics would be the source of criticism. Those mechanics would make players angry. And when they started to question those mechanics, we didn't think about what we could do to improve those mechanics. So we just simply stopped making them. And of course,
Yeah, they just
we
became
went through
so
that
afraid
process
of
because we
pissing
wanted
players
to
off.
stop the hatred and we wanted to increase
Yeah.
the enjoyment of the game. However, when we go through that
You don't want to throw the whole baby out with the
process
bathwater.
of saying such and such mechanic is not good, let's give up here, eventually we only end up with the safe options.
Yeah.
And I think it's
Wow.
obviously
what
a good
an
thing
answer.
that we make adjustments so
Crazy.
that players can enjoy the game. But I think I started to feel that it's not good, that is also hindering ourselves in the way that we ourselves challenge ourselves.
So much
そうだから
respect.
こそチ
So
ャレン
much
ジをしよう
respect.
失敗を恐れるな失敗したらそれを
Because it's not
糧に
just
してま
about
た
giving players the chance to challenge themselves. It's about the devs enjoying what they're doing and also
でまた
having a
次へ
chance
行こうってい
to
うのが今僕が今
make
チーム
something
に対
really
してすごい
incredible,
言ってることだ
you
し僕自身ちょっと大事にした方がいいかなって思ってるポイントです。
That's interesting.
And it's for that very reason why I said to the team that we should not be afraid of failures. Let's aim on for the next stage and challenge ourselves.
Cool.
That's what I've been telling to the team, and I also think the same thing myself.
That's super interesting because you've always been so delicate, whereas other MMOs swing the hammer with changes.
Yeah.
And is
Sometimes
that
too
an
delicate.
approach you take out of fear of hatred, or is this more? It's better to just gently move the ship rather than trying to do massive changes at once.
これ非常に面白いと思ってます。他の MMO はもうすごくこう大胆にダイナミックに動かすことに対してユーザーさん非常にその変化がすごい繊細だというふうに感じています。でこれっていうのは要はそのヘイトへの恐れから来るものなのか、あるいは普通にやっぱり徐々にその船をそれこそゆっくり進めるのようなのが初めから思っていること。
僕もそもそもオンラインゲームをスタートしたのがディアブロ1で ウルティマオンラインはベータからやってるぐらい
I'm fast.
MMORPG もういろんなものを世界中の
Everything's
触って
perception.
こ
It's
こま
all
で
how
育
you
ってきた
control
人
your
なの
view
で
of
そのフリー
things.
スウィングでプレイ
Getting
ヤーが
mad
ど
and
れだ
feeling
け
a
混乱
mechanic
するかそし
makes you
て
biased
フリー
if
ス
you
ウィング
let
の
it.
意図がわからない時みんな怒るんですよやっぱりで僕はそれをずっと見てきて本当にもったいないこんなにいいゲームなのに
I think
で
if the game has
その
more
コミュニケーションが足りない
opportunities
と
for players
開
to
発
challenge
チームは本
themselves
当にこのゲーム
and
プレイして
grow
る
and
のか
improve
分かってないじゃないか
by
やっぱ
being
り
able to overcome those
それが僕
challenges that are reasonable for
MMORPG にとっ
them,
て一番
people
良く
will
ないって
gain
思ってきたの
confidence over
で
time.
できる
And
限
they
り
won't
自分もプレイヤーの一人として変え
turn
る
their
必要は
nose
あ
up
ると思う
at it
ただ
every time
でき
that
るだけ
situation presents itself.
ゆっくり慣れてってもらって変える気づいたらこっち側にいるっていうのが僕は理想だと
They'll
思うんで
have
それをす
feel
ごい
like,
慎重に
yeah,
や
I
っていく
can
のはあり
handle
です
this. I handled that other thing, you know.
So I myself am a heavy online gamer. I made my debut in online gaming with Diablo 1, and I also played the Ultima Online beta. So I've played many
He's like, okay, so I am a gamer. Preach.
online
saying.
games from around the world.
We have gamer Yoshi
and
P in full
I
force.
understand that if there is a heavy swing at a certain point, it will cause player confusion, and if they don't know why that was incorporated, it will lead to anger. So I think if there is not enough communication from the developers, then it wouldn't be good because there's a lack of knowledge. As a game, there needs to be some sort of change, but I felt that that change should come incorporated gradually, and then once people get used to it, it would make sense to them. So that is what I took care about in this policy.
Nice.
That's good. If I can
Nice.
expand on that to dungeon
Okay.
design, we did the new dungeon today. It's great, but it follows the exact same structure that we've seen in every dungeon since
Oh.
Stormblood,
Really?
which is 3 bosses, 3
Are you really saying about the dungeon design?
distinct areas per boss. Is that something internally you feel is the perfect dungeon experience? Because it hasn't changed in years, or is that something else where you think we could maybe you want to loosen up the reins?
Oh my god.
今の話を
He really asking about the formulaic dungeon design.
で、今日半蔵にして新しいダンジョンがありました。すごい楽しかったです。ただ、ストームブラッド以降、
That's a
同じ
great
ダンジョン
question.
でボス3体で、進んでいくっていう。
Okay.
で、これっていうのは、もう吉田さんの中でこれが究極系なのかっていうふうに思っているのか、あるいはこれ今後何か手こ入れをしてちょっと変更を加えていくようなものなのかっていう。
まず僕らこういうなんていうんですか分かりやすいそのブループリント状態になっているのを、少なくとも僕はパッケージっていう呼び方をしてます。
First and foremost, we have something that's easily understood. It's a blueprint of sorts, and I call it a package.
でこのパッケージをいろんなコンテンツごとにこうデザインするんですけど、今のインスタンスダンジョンのパッケージっていうのは1回のプレイで1回のダンジョンに行くプレイで何分かかるかっていう計算から作ってます。
So this package design is applied for each type of content, and when it comes to packages, the package for instance dungeons,
Yeah.
it's designed based on a calculation that depending on how long it would take to do one playthrough the dungeon.
特に昔に比べて今の時代の皆さんは本当に仕事も忙しいし
They perfectly
SNS もやらなきゃいけない
calculate
し
exactly how much time it
友
will
達と
take.
の家族とのコミュニケーションも必要どんどん
Oh
やっぱり
yeah? But what about when I bring in 3 DPS and 1 warrior? What about that? What about that in your
やっぱ
calculation?
りゲームに避ける時間っていうのは減ってきていると思っててその中でも今よりも
That
例え
might throw
ば
it
インス
off,
タンス
right?
ダンジョンがあと1ボス多いってなると30分以上かかるか今日はやめとこうかな
What about man mode?
2ボスしかいないってなるとすごい物足りないなので僕は今の状況だとこの3つのボスがいてだいたいおおよそ早ければ12分長くても20分で終わるっていうデザインはまだしばらく続けてもいいだろうっていう
Manatees
ふ
are
うに
not
考
normally
えてま
this
す
vicious, right? They're usually very chill. This one
So
is mad.
compared to the past, people are very busy, whether it be work, engaging on social media, or maybe their commitments with their friends and family and so on. So they do have less time for gaming. So when we look at an instance dungeon and maybe consider adding one more boss, from the player's perspective, they might be thinking, it's going to take me another 30 minutes. I think I'll just stop here. Then on the other end,
Okay.
we might consider cutting down the number of bosses so that there are just 2 bosses. And then from the player's perspective, they might be feeling that that's not enough. So when we considered that, we thought that 3 bosses was just the good
3
amount.
bosses is fine.
So if players are fast on a run through, they might be able to finish the dungeon in 12 minutes. And if they take more time, they might get through the dungeon in about 20 minutes. But we think that this is a good balance, and we would like to continue based on this format.
Okay, but here's some options, right? If we're worried about people not having time to go back to posting on Twitter or whatever they're doing, you know, they want to. I respect that they want the dungeon to be a predictable amount of time to take. This makes sense to me. Like, you don't want to go into a dungeon and you're like, oh crap, I just got a Hukatumu, and that means I'm going to be stuck in here for the next 25 to 30 minutes. Hell, it might even take 45 minutes. You don't want that, okay? And so you want it to be a predictable amount of time, and I think the amount of time it takes is good. But we've had dungeons in the past where you can spice things up a little bit by pulling a lot of packs at once. Like, for example, instead of just 2 packs boss, 2 packs boss, you could pull like a ton of crap all at once. And that is, you can challenge yourself in that way as a tank. I think for me, with the dungeon package as it is, it doesn't leave a lot of room for the tank to guide the team through the dungeon, which is something that I find fun about tanking. In the past, you would even also be able to choose a pathway, and I'm kind of glad they got rid of that. But that used to be another thing that you could do. It's like, well, I know the way because I'm the tank and I know what to do here. That's something that I find fun about tanking, but that now I feel like I don't really do. So as a tank, I don't really need to worry about aggro management. I don't need to worry about guiding the team through the dungeon, and I don't need to worry about pulling too many. And those are 3 things that made tanking satisfying for me in a dungeon that I can't really do. So that's why I feel like it's really, the question is more about number of packs and number of mobs that you can pull. And maybe this is something that they can mess around with more with duty support, because now that every single dungeon has duty support, and this is something that you can do solo, well, why not add in a couple of extra bells and whistles to that, right? Like, maybe you could make a version of the dungeon that has like 5 times as many mobs or something, has different rewards, and you can just tune the way that, like, how strong your helpers are within that. I think duty support could be a potential, like, go duty support, savage mode. You know, this way it's not going to affect other people at all, or how long it's going to take them to squeeze in their duty roulette, which I think is totally valid concern. But make an opportunity for dungeons. Let us play around in these dungeons a bit more, because the dungeons are beautiful, and I just feel like I don't spend enough time in them.
でもう1個ポイントがあって、
Like, I get my
開発チー
tombstones
ム
for
に
the
とって
week,
こ
and I'm
の
just
パッ
kind
ケー
of.
ジっていうのは
I
す
feel
ご
like
く
I
ある意
barely
味コ
did
ストと
dungeons
スケジュールが
in
読みやすい。例えば3体のボスがいて道中がある。で大体フェーズ1、フェーズ2、フェーズ3に分かれてるっていう時に何人のアーティストが必要で何人のゲームデザイナーが作業をして何週間かかって
Yeah, I
何
loved
個作れる
Mount
っていう
Gold
の
man
が
mode
すごく
pools.
もう明
We
確に
even
な
had
る
some
の
of
で
that.
マネージメントしやすくたくさんの量を作り
There
や
was
すい
an
っていうメリッ
Anamnesis
トがあります。
dungeon that you could also pull a lot. I've done some Stormblood dungeons in Duty Roulette that have
And
also
so
let you
from
pull a
the
lot.
development team's perspective, the package has a benefit in that it's easy for them to factor in the resources and scheduling required to develop the dungeon. So for example, there would be 3 bosses, and then there would be trash throughout the course of the dungeon.
Right.
And you would have a phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And then you would be able to know which artists and which game designers would be need to assigned to develop that. And they would know how long it would take to develop. So from a management perspective, it's really easy to manage and develop the content.
で最終的にもっとエキサイトしたいっていうリクエストが多いようならもう一個別の
He knows exactly how long it's going to take them to make the
その
content.
ブループリントを作ればいいと思っていて
So this is another reason that the trains
じゃあ
are running on time. You know,
もう道
they
中
know
の
how long it's going to take to
道
make.
中はなく
It's
して
very
トラッシュも
predictable
なく
in
し
the
て
development
もう連続してボス
process.
と4体連続で戦うような
Which I get
別の
that too.
コンテン
That's
ツ
another
別のパッケー
benefit
ジ
of
を作っ
this
た方が
approach.
どっちも
It's
納得でき
nice
る。
always
いや
being
これが
able
キャラクターでいい
to,
よ。でも
without
もっとエキサイト
doubt,
したいって人の
you
ために
know the
ボスラッ
patch is
シュみたいな
coming
コンテ
and
ン
you
ツを作
know
れば
what's going to be in
また
it.
コンテンツのタイプも
And
増え
that
てコ
is
ンテンツの
not
バ
a
リエーションも
bad
増えるし
thing.
そうさらにそれをこう数増やしていくと
The
豊かになっていくので
consistency
そういう考え方でこう作ってたりします。
is really amazing.
So
for
if
the
we
game.
do find that maybe there are requests from players and they want to have a more exciting experience, I think the solution for that is to simply create a different blueprint.
Yeah.
We could just remove all of the trash from the dungeon so that it would be just 4 consecutive bosses, and we could incorporate that into a different package. So for some people, instance dungeons would be fine, but for other players, maybe they could try out this content, which would be sort of like a boss rush content. So it's, I think it's our policy that we try to develop different types of content and incorporate variation.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll get a dungeon that's like, okay, it's 4 bosses and there's no trash. Okay, and then the next dungeon, there's going to be 1 boss and the rest is all trash. So basically, you pull literally the entire dungeon. You take it all to the last boss. You know what? I would do that. I would actually love that. But you have so much trash to kill that it's going to take you. This whole process is still going to take you like 10 minutes.
And then that creates a more rich playing experience for the players.
Would have been only trash. Oops, only trash.
Yeah, and did you see an influx of players from the West have a impact internally over this kind of design?
It's like Strathholme. Do y'all remember old Strathholme from WoW, where it's like you get in there and it's just nothing but
Because they were
trash for like
used to
1,000
different
years.
experiences elsewhere.
That's a boomer
西
reference.
側からの、プレイヤーの、急激な増加がに伴って、他のプレイヤーの人たちは他のゲームで違うデザインをたくさん体験しているので、そういう人たちがたくさん流れ込んできたと。で、それによるその、開発への影響っていうのは何かあったでしょうか？
いやむしろやっぱりこう今まで14をプレイしなかった人たちってなんかちょっとアニメライクだしあんまりこうちょっと幼稚な感じもするしあんまり自分たちに合わないんじゃないかって思ってた人たちが、多いやっぱり印象で、でも遊んでもらった結果そのやっぱり本当に多くの人たちが
I'm
ワールド・オブ・
glad
クラフトを
Preach
経験
got
して
this
14来て
interview
るんで
because he is
ワール
asking
ド・オブ・
really
クラフ
good
トベー
questions.
スというかゲームデザインの僕ら参考にものすごいさせてもらってるのでそこにニュアンスはありながらこんなに違ったゲーム作るんだみたいな感じでむしろすごく新鮮にこう感じてもらってるのであんまりなんかこうだからこうしてほしいみたいなのはあんまり今のところはなかったりします。みんな純粋に楽しんでくれてるみたいな印象ですね。
No, rather, I think if anything, a lot of the people who haven't played Final Fantasy XIV before, they typically associate Final Fantasy XIV with having an anime style, and for them it comes across as childish, so they feel that they...
Did he bring that up? Because he knows that Mike refuses to watch anime, and that's why he's giving you this face right now. I bet, dude. Because Mike is famous for not wanting. Oh, I don't like anime. Oh my god, dude. And I'm always like, but Mike, if you like Final Fantasy XIV, I got news for you. You like anime because Final Fantasy XIV is the most anime MMO ever made. Especially if you like this story, which is so anime. You are Delulu if you think that you don't like anime and you like FF14 as much as you do. And look at Yoshi P! Called out, dude.
They won't like it. But I think a lot of those people, it's just my impression, but when they do play Final Fantasy XIV, because they've experienced World of Warcraft themselves, and actually we've used World of
He's so pleased.
Warcraft a lot at the basis.
Matt, Yoshi P, he really went to the media tour and thought of all the ways he's gonna call out literally every content creator, didn't he? On his way there, he's like, okay. All right, so Zeems and Arthars have been complaining. All right. Okay, Zepla, she's been complaining. Oh, Mike, didn't he say it was a weeb game? It was too anime. Okay. He really getting ready to just call out everybody.
For them, it comes across as childish, so they feel that they won't like it. But I think a lot of those people, it's just my impression, but when they do play Final Fantasy XIV because they've experienced World of Warcraft themselves. And actually, we've used World of Warcraft a lot at the basis of as reference material for our development.
Yes.
They will come to appreciate that even though World of Warcraft is used, you can still create such a different game experience. And I think for them, it comes across as being really novel. So I think from that perspective, they really do just purely enjoy the game.
Wait till the haters find out. Wait till the WoW haters find out that Yoshi P loves WoW so much that he asked the dev team to refer to it while creating the basis for Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, the haters are gonna really not like that very much at all. This news is devastating. Oh, hey, Eviona, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. We were here talking about how Yoshi P just mentioned that they used World of Warcraft as the basis for and a lot of the inspiration for the early development of Final Fantasy XIV. And this is something that I'm sure Mike can appreciate is coming from WoW. I can appreciate is also coming from WoW. And it's just something that I find so funny because of the people that are constantly hating on World of Warcraft players and stuff. When Yoshi P is maybe one of the biggest ones. Yeah. But welcome in. I do appreciate the raid. We are settling in for a long day of looking at media tour videos and stuff.
The reason I didn't play Final Fantasy XIV was every time someone tried to get me to play, they would send me a screenshot of people dressed as Power Rangers or Lalafels running around and telling me it was the best story ever, or cat ladies doing things in Limsa, and I immediately went, no. No.
Cat girls doing stuff in Limsa. We know what. We all know about that tree.
毎回誰かが14を初めてに
I can't believe he really called out Mike for that. This is one of the best Yoshi P interviews I have ever seen. He's laughing his ass off.
戦隊もののパワーレンジャー見たりとか、誰かが走り回ってるとか、キャットレディがセクシーポーズを取ってたり、リムさんで撮ってたりとかっていうのを見て、もう僕的には無理だ。
はい。やっぱり僕本当に世界中の皆さんがどういう話をしてるのか、レディットも含めてすごい見てるので、それだと正直にみんなが何て言ってるかちゃんと理解してるので。
Yeah, I myself, I
You'd be
look
playing
at what
WoW if they did not force me to do another patch of Torga. We're playing WoW right now. We have WoW guilds up as well as our FF14 FCs.
Players from around the world are talking about. I also I check Reddit as well, so I really do understand what everyone's talking about.
でも逆にそういう
He does check Reddit, I bet, every day.
本当に何かのきっかけで。まあそれこそプリンさんだったり
So he knows that I had problems resubscribing
言うならやってみるかって言ってやった人ほど
to the video
全然違った
game.
イメージは違った本当にそうじゃなかったって
He
言って
definitely
くださるので
knows
僕は本当
about
それ
that.
が嬉しいですよ。
But really, whenever those kinds of people start playing the game, and also you preach, and other content creators, when people really do insist, and then they finally take the plunge and try out the game, and then they realize that it was so different to their expectations, to hear this kind of feedback from you, it honestly makes me glad.
Oh, he's so
It makes
happy.
me glad too, because I have never cried at a video game in my life. But I've cried 5 times
Really
in Final Fantasy XIV,
Oh,
and I've ranked it
That is really wholesome.
because people ask me all the time, as certainly Shadowbringers and Heaven's Ward, as
Oh man, Seto, why you gotta bring Seto out like
two
that?
in my top 5 best RPG games of all time. Not just MMO, RPG games.
Dude, I'm gonna
Chrono
cry
Trigger
right
number 1,
now.
But then we get to Shadowbringers and Heaven's Ward, and I would never have found it
Sorry, I couldn't keep you safe.
how people tried to get me to play the game.
私もすごいやってよかったなというふうに思います。で、まあ自分の人生体験
Dude, nobody, if you don't cry in this scene, I don't know what to tell you. There was not a dry eye in the house.
これが初めての体験でした。で、
How dare you, Mike? How...
泣かされて。
Well, blame Chris. Chris is the editor who's putting this in here at this moment.
まあ、シャドーブリンガーズとあとヘズウォー
I'm not, God, just think about
もうとにかく自分の中のゲーム体験が RPG の、MMO とか
I'm happy to hear it nonetheless.
の中のもうトップ5の中の2つを占める ものとなりました。クロノトリガーが一番で、もうシャドーブリンガーセーブ5っていうのがその次に続くという感じだと。こういう体験は他の人がこれだけ強く進めてくれなかったら絶対できなかったものだと思います。
いや、もうそう言ってくれると嬉しいです。
I do have to say here though, I do kind of need to, I do need to say something here though. Even though many people cried in scenes like this, after talking with other content creators and streamers that have gone through the game, like on the other side of things from another perspective, I know people that are just not as expressive with their emotions as others. And sometimes people will go through the game and everyone's expecting them to cry at a scene where they cried and they don't, because everybody's different. Like everyone feels emotions, everyone expresses emotions differently. And I've talked to some people who they didn't cry in scenes where they're expected to cry by everyone or they didn't have like a big outward emotional reaction, but then I asked them, how did you really feel? And they said that they felt it very deeply and intensely, but they just not everybody shows that the same way, and that's been something that's kind of hard for a lot of people that play through the game the first time with these this big expectations around these well-known emotional moments. And so if you ever watch someone going through the game and you feel like they're not, like it feels like they're not into it, they might be, it's just not always easy to tell.
まあ僕 MMORPG の大ファンでもありますけど、やっぱり RPG のファンなので、
Yeah, even me, like I was when I streamed Shadowbringers, I was terrified to cry on camera. It took me, I didn't even stream the end of Shadowbringers at all because I was scared. Now I'm at a point where I'm so comfortable on camera. But it's not that easy to do if you're not that comfy on camera. Or even if you are comfy on camera, it's just not the type of person that you are. Everybody's different. You gotta remember that. Corin Acorn, thank you for the 27-month resub. I do appreciate that.
RPG だとしてもそのストーリーの体験っていうのを別になくしていいわけじゃないとやっぱり思っているので、やっぱりストーリー作ってる時っていうのはこれはもう RPG なんだと思って作ってるから、もうそう言ってもらえると僕だけじゃなくて多分日本のスタッフも全員喜んでると思うので、今みんなガッツポーズしてると思うから。
Wow.
Oh, but yeah, thank you so much. It makes me so happy to hear that. I myself, of course, I'm a big MMORPG fan, but at the same time, I am an RPG fan. So even though this is an MMORPG, I don't have any intention of removing the story aspect because I do place a lot of importance on the story aspect of this as an RPG in the development. And I think when we hear...
Oh, crap.
That kind of feedback, it's not only me, but the staff in Japan right now must be so proud, and I'm sure they're raising their fists in the air.
Are they watching?
見てますよ。本当に見てます。
Of course, they do watch. Yeah.
They're watching the video now, but later, which is now for us.
On that aspect, one of the biggest things that surprised me about your game is you have made the #1 social game in all MMOs, and I've tried many from Ultima, PlanetSide, everything onwards.
Crawlers.
It surprised me how much my audience, fortunately I had this experience, were able to take part in my story and bring me along. If they were in the background playing janitors or things like that, and stage plays that they threw.
This is actually so sweet. If you don't know what happened, Mike's FC, the Crawlers, they put on a stage play to like celebrate, his experience going through the game. And you can see it here.
They made an entire story on a stage telling my leveling story. And they used reshaping the house in the play to change the scenery and all these tools. And I have to wonder, did you start with that intention? And now, how do you look at this environment where players are playing a game within a game separate from what you're creating internally?
Yeah, the social stuff. There's no way he could have anticipated that it became what it has. It turned into this thing that sometimes feels greater than the sum of its parts.
演劇にして再現してくれるっていうすごく心温まるエピソードがありました。で、こういったツールの提供もありますし、
subscribe.
こういったゲームいわゆるその設計 してきたもの以外のゲーム体験っていうのを、
Oh my god.
もう初めからその想定したというか、こういうのを
I forgot about
実際
that.
にこういうものが行われることをあらかじめ読んでこういった設計とかをしてくれる。
僕のやっぱり MMORPG の一番最初のそのショックインパクトはウルティマオンラインなので、僕は今でもやっぱウルティマオンラインは本当に極限究極の MMORPG だなって思ってるところがあります。
For me, in terms of MMORPG, the first shock and the first sense of impact that I had was when I played Ultima Online. And so for me, I think Ultima Online represents the ultimate MMORPG.
自分たちで、そう、でもわ
What?
かる。でも自分たちで
Now that's what's actually gonna send shockwaves around the world. Not you saying that there's chat bubbles, but that you saying that Ultima Online is actually the ultimate MMORPG.
で何でも作っていかなきゃいけない、ルールも作らなきゃいけない、その身も守らなきゃいけないっていうすごい難易度が高いゲームだったので、逆に今
Nobody, I didn't see that coming.
作ってる。当然僕は MMORPG を作るっていうか担当になった時に今まさに言ってくれたような演劇をしてくれてたり、
It is in the name. That's true.
まあハイパンドしてて鬼ごっことかかくれんぼをしていたり、やっぱりこのゲームは遊ぶものじゃなくて MMO は住むものであるっていうのが僕は究極だとやっぱり思っていて、もちろんそれを目指して作ってはきたけど、本当にそれを皆さんがやってくれるかどうかはやっぱ分からないので、初めてそういうシチュエーション、みんながやっぱり日本だったりでも演劇をやってくださってる方とかいらっしゃるんで、
A
ものすごい
long
感動しました。
answer.
今でもそうですし、多分一番幸せな瞬間だと思います、我々が。
Yeah, I do understand, but you know, back then we had to create various things. We had to defend ourselves and so on. But on the other hand, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have various systems and various rules to carry out our development. And of course, with Final Fantasy XIV as an MMORPG, there are aspects which would happen, like as you mentioned, maybe some people would do a performance in the town, like acting in the town. Other people would maybe play games of hide and seek. And so I really aimed to create this world where people could actually live out their lives. But I didn't know if we would be able to achieve it unless people actually started talking about it and mentioning it. And in Japan as well, we've seen that there are people who put on these productions in terms of theatrical performances. And then when I hear about those things, it makes me extremely glad. And I think at this moment, when we hear that, it makes us the happiest.
It was one of the most astonishing things I've seen done in an MMO, because I don't think any other MMO can even practically do it in any way, shape or form.
Yeah.
今までの MMO 体験の中でももうものすごい衝撃的な出来事でした。で、おそらく他の MMO ではこういったことが多分できないのではないか、どんな形であれできないのではないかというのを。
そうか、でもそれは嬉しいな。なんか多分もし自分で
One thing about Final Fantasy XIV that I think enables that is the fact that we have incredible emotes, and the emote system is really nice. Like the characters look great and the emotes look great, and I think this is actually a really important part of being able to express yourself through these kinds of things, like socially. I think it's kind of an underrated part that gets underutilized a lot in some other games. That plus the housing system, I guess, that let them set up the theater and things.
っていうチャンスが来たら、きっとそういうものをみんながやってくれるようなものを作りたいと多分思うはずなんですよ。なので、いやでもあなたのゲームではそれが実現されてますよって言われると、やっぱりめちゃくちゃ嬉しい。もともとね、MMO のヘビーゲーマーなので。
Oh, wow. That makes me so happy to hear. I think, you know, if you thought that you would want to create your own MMO, I think you would probably want to be aiming for the same thing. And to hear that our game has achieved that, especially as a hardcore MMO gamer, it makes me so happy.
A living, breathing world that we're supposed to be in, and things should matter. Although I don't agree with their use of Lalafells as raid markers.
もう本当に生きる世界というところに住むっていうのが非常に
The way he laughed as soon as Mike said that tells me that Yoshi has seen this.
体験できますけど、
Yoshi has 100%
ラガフ
seen
ェルをレードマーカーに使うのはちょっとどう
what Mike is referring
It
to.
took me a while to figure out what they were
Yes.
supposed to be.
Yes, he is.
それが
He 100%
何なのかってしばらく時間がかかりました
I've seen
理解する
なるほど
I see.
Let's move on to jobs. I
Jobs.
played a lot of Viper today, a lot of
Look how
Pictomancer.
cute this boss is. Look how
When you're
cute.
introducing new
We need this mount, please.
jobs into FF14 every couple of years and an ever expanding roster of jobs,
Is there too many
how
jobs?
difficult is it internally with the whole new glamour, whole new relic weapons system,
Great
and
question.
overburdening the players with what may be a problem in 6 years' time?
Yes.
はい、今日序文の話に移ります。で今日たくさんバイパーだったり、ピクトマンサーっていうのを遊ばせていただきました。で、まあもう結構な序文の数になりますし、あと何年に一度またそれをさらに増やしていくっていうことを続けていますけど、内部的につまり開発においてこれがどれだけ大変なことなのか、つまり新しいグラマーも作らないといけないですし、新しいレリックウェポン武器強化コンテンツのための武器
Was he also just trying to get that hammer and burst? I think he
を作らない
was.
といけないし、
I tried. I couldn't do it. Maybe
こういった
once.
システム
One
がその
bonk.
プレイ
I
ヤ
could
ー
fit
に
in the
対して
burst.
非常に負荷になっている可能性もある。6年後にこの実装をし続けることによって負荷になることはないのでしょうか。
まあやっぱりいろんな MMO を自分でもプレイしてきて、やっぱりエクスパンションパックがリリースされるっていう時にワクワクする要素って、まあ当然新しいエリア、新しいフィールドに新しい冒険に出ていけるっていうところはもちろんなんですけど、コンバットにどれだけ大きなその変化や追加があるか、それから種族が追加されるかどうかみたいなところは本当にエクスパンションパックの絶対花形だとまず思ってます。
So, of course, I've played many MMOs, and whenever I think about MMOs and I think about a new expansion that releases, of course, there's excitement about the new areas, the new fields, the new adventure that you will go on. But I think more than anything, players would be thinking about how many big changes are there in terms of the combat, what sorts of races will be added, and so on. And I think though the jobs really are the poster boys of the expansion.
Yeah.
で今のところそれが一番わかりやすいのはやっぱ新しいジョブが追加されますっていうことによって、あ、どんなジョブが来るんだろ
That is
う、
true.
どんなメカニクスを持ってるんだろう、
That's why
自
it's
分に合
hard
うの
not
かな、
to add new
楽しいのかなっ
ones
ていうやっぱりワクワクするポイントが
every
一番わか
time
り
you
やすい。
can.
And I think when you hear that a new job is going to be added, the easiest thing to understand is that sense of excitement when you imagine what sort of mechanics will they have, what sort of job will it be.
た
Yeah.
だ確かにこの先
It
40
is
ジョブ
such a-
になるってもし将来を考えるとちょっと待ってくれ、ギアはもうボックス
I
も足りない
worry
し
about
どれをやあと例えば
about
新しく始め
them,
ようとした人はもうどれやったらいい
having
の
a
40個もある
hard
多分
time
どっかで限界は来るとは思ってます。
adding more and more and more.
But let's say hypothetically somewhere down the line we have 40 jobs. You would have some problems in terms of maybe you don't have enough slots for your gear. And then for new players starting out, they will be completely at a loss at which job should they
Right.
start playing.
Yeah, what do you
So
have-
there is a limit to how far we can take it.
だからどっかでおそらく考える必要が出てくる
Well,
の
how
は
many will we be
今あ
at
るジョ
after
ブたちを
Picto
より
and
さらに
Viper?
面
How
白くす
many
る
is
ための
that
多分
now?
システムアップデ
Because
ート
I thought it was
コンバットのアップデート
19
っていうのが
before. Is it
多分必要になるだろう
21?
と思っていて、今まさにコンバットバトルシステムを中心に
Seems like a
16メンバーでどういうビジョンを描いて次のステージへ行くかっていうのを議論している最中なので、まあさすがに40ジョブになる前に
What else
それの答えが
can
出るんじゃないか
they
なと思います。
So of course we need to think about what we should do at some point. And so we could consider making the combat or the jobs
22 plus limited job
more
with the limited
interesting
job.
and incorporating combat updates. And this is something that we are currently discussing with our combat battle system teams.
Right,
Because we need to consider what sort of vision will we have moving forward. And
They
how-
already have to plan the next expansion. And Yoshi said maybe ice, maybe winter themed for next one.
How will we approach the next stage moving forward? So these discussions are taking place, and I think probably before we get to 40 jobs, we should have decided on that.
Yep.
So it's not just an excuse to wear a cool outfit on stage.
ステージでクールなコスプレをする理由にはなる。
もうねコスプレも辛いんですよ本当に。
He's gonna say,
But you know what? The cosplay is getting tough, really.
It was beautiful.
It was
Thanks.
awesome. He says thanks. It was
On the
awesome.
combat-
Dude, Yoshi P in the Viper cosplay was sick. I hope he never stops
No,
doing
then,
that.
With
We all wanted him to cosplay Picto as well, but he was a little peepo shy. He was a
adding
little
complexity.
shy.
One thing I noticed with both the Pixomancer and the Viper, especially you're reducing button bloat this time with a lot of the classes. Do you find to cater to a new player that glowing and sound effects allow you to make very complex classes, but if you follow the guide, you'll get 90% of its effectiveness, and then it's just the 10% who want to min-max their performance?
ピックマンサー、バイパーについてプレイしてみて、確かに
This is an interesting question.
非常に複雑な工程を経ているというものになりました。で、新しいプレイヤーに向けて、複雑さが増していくにつれて、例えば、いわゆるこのボタンが光るとか、エフェクトが出て、そしたらこれ押せとかいうような、ゲームの中でそのスキルをどんどん向上していくような仕組みっていう。
Optimizing
ハードパンプレイヤーに
for Picto seems like it's going to be pretty galaxy brain, but maybe I'm wrong. That's just what I feel like.
正直すごい悩んでます。
Honestly speaking, I'm extremely torn.
少なくとも、今やっぱり
He
優先
said
的
he's
に考えるべき
extremely
はレベル
torn
キャップに
about
到
that.
達するまでは僕もう気軽に自由に遊んでもらった方がいいとは思って。
I'm going to get some more tea. I'll be right back. By the way, don't forget, my Pictomancer video is live on the channel now. It is there. It's up. I'm going to get up really fast. That's the link. Tea? Hey, what's all that bunarchy in the chat? Is that bunarchy in the chat? Oh my god. There's a lot of it this time too. Well, you know what that means. You know what that means. Oh, what bunarchy? Oh, now you're play innocent. Like you weren't just doing that. You know that just because I'm gone for 1 minute. Okay. So, as a punishment, I would like to inform you that Chuck Norris sleeps with the light on, not because he's afraid of the darkness, but because the darkness is afraid of him. And Chuck Norris can also, he doesn't flush the toilet. He scares the crap out of it. That's a pretty good one. All right. Okay.
っているので、途中でなんかこれ以上ごちゃごちゃ言うのはまだいいかなとは思ってます。
I think at the very least, what we would want to prioritize is that players can just feel at ease while they're playing their job, at least until they reach the level cap. So I wouldn't want a situation where things get messy halfway through.
ただレベルキャップに到達した時に、そもそもアクションスキルのローテーションとは何か、そしてどうローテーションすると効率よくなるのか、それをやっぱりちゃんと DPS のジョブにはどっかで習うタイミングが必要なんじゃないかっていうのは今思ってます。
But I think once players have reached the level cap, they would be thinking, what sort of actions would they need to be carrying out, and what sort of, how would their skill rotations look? What would be an efficient skill rotation? I think there should be some sort of something to teach DPS players these aspects about their job.
逆にタンクロールをプレイしているプレイヤーにはせめて
I think there should be some sort but I think once players have reached the level cap, they would be thinking, what sort of actions would they need to be carrying out, and what sort of, how would their skill rotations look? What would be an efficient skill rotation?
Yes.
I think there should be some sort of something to teach DPS players these aspects about their job.
There should be something to teach as you learn more about your job, meaning there's value in depth. And that is what I've learned from Pictomancer, from studying Picto.
にタンクロールをプレイしているプレイヤーには
Only DPS? Yeah, that's true. Why did he say only DPS players? What the hell?
メインタンクとオフタンクがいるので、タンクをスイッチするプレイってどういう時に必要になるのかとか、スイッチするにはどうしたらいいのかぐらいは知識として持っておいてもらってもいいだろうな。
Well, maybe he just has DPS on the mind because of Viper and Picto. And the question was about Viper and Picto, so it's probably why.
And I think in the example of tank players, we could kind of inform tank players about, since we have the main tank and the sub-tank, when would they be tank?
The sub-tanks. We have the Dom tank and the
switching. And in what sort of situation would the tank switch happen?
Sometimes you need to switch.
This sort of information should be provided.
そしてさらにそれをシステマチックにやろうとした場合、今まさに例に挙げてくれたように、このアクション実行したなら次これを押すといい、これをやったなら次これがいいよってシステムで全部解説していくっていうのが確かに分かりやすいとは思う。
Very peculiar terminology, Zepla.
And so if we thought about
Well,
incorporating...
there's the tank who's dominantly tanking the boss is what I meant. The one who's predominantly doing that. Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
that in a systematic way, it could be the way that you explained, so that when you press this action,
So
something
Dom for
happens
short.
and it leads you on to press the other action, and this would be easy to understand.
ただ本当にゲームとしてそれでいいのかっていう思いとまたカジュアルにするのかっていう人たちもいるのですごい悩ましい。
So, on the other hand, I think, would it really be okay to do this as a game? And also, there's the chance that people would say, hey, you're making it casual again.
すごい悩ましい。
So, I'm really torn.
どう思います？あった方がいいと思いますか？そろそろ。
But how do you feel? Do you think it should be there?
I think a good MMO class job should always be accessible up to a very high level, and then there's some room for the really dedicated players to push forward.
Based AF.
But not
Mike. So based.
100% better.
個人的にはまあ
So
ある程度のところまではそうい
real
った
and
ガイドみたいなのがあればいいかなと思います。で、本当に頂点に達したときには10%ぐらいですけど、工夫の余地というか、さらにそれを展開していく。
That's why Black Mage is such a good job.
はいはい。
Because it always has done that.
それが良いジョブだと思います。
すごいヒントと、ある意味ディスカッションの機会をもらったので、今まさにちょうどさっきも言いましたけどコンバットチーム中心に今後どうしていくかの大きな方針というのを固めようとしているタイミングなので持ち帰ってさらにディスカッションを進めようと思います。
But thanks to this discussion, I've gained some hints about what we could do, and this is a good opportunity for discussion. So, as I mentioned, we are currently discussing the possibilities with the combat team, and we're currently working on solidifying our plan. So, I'll definitely take this information back with me, and we can consider it together.
Wow.
Super. Well, we're out of time, unfortunately, but I want to
Cool.
thank you very much for this. If I can have one little personal question. I asked you at FanFest if we would see chat bubbles in the future.
Chat bubbles.
And you said yes.
This is funny.
時間なので
God.
最後にファンフェスで伺った
Critically
チャットバブルの件、確かあの時はイエスって言ってたと思う。
For the stage plays.
For the plays.
テストのサンプルの作成はやってます。もう実はすでに。
Actually, we've already prepared samples for testing.
この一言だけで
So happy.
多分世界中に衝撃が走るのでここまでにしといてもらっていい
We did it. We
I
did
think
it.
just this utterance alone has sent shockwaves throughout the world. So let's leave it here.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Nuki.
今度はぜひ食事をしながらワインを飲みつつもっと長い時間ぜひディスカッションさせてください。
I think next time, definitely, let's go out for a meal, drink some wine, and have a discussion then.
I would love that.
はい、もちろんです。ありがとうございます。
Yeah.
Of course.
Go drink
People
some
again.
wine with Yoshi P so that he can tell you what the next expansion is
Welcome.
gonna be about. I'd be like, all right, Yoshi P, hear me out. Hear me out. What if, now this is just an if, but what if we added another game mode where you can take a character for a date? Okay, so like, have you played a dating sim, Yoshi P? Yoshi P, can I put Erinville in my island sanctuary? I like hangouts. Oops, all bun boys. So here's my idea for the next expansion. Everybody, like, it rains Fantasia, but only on the characters that are not bunnies. Right? Okay, and they can't solve the problem at all. No one can figure out how to solve it. So everyone just has to deal with being a bunny. Yeah. Meanwhile, all of the already bunnies are at the bunny convention, which is indoors. And so, who let her cook? Anyways, this was an absolutely phenomenal interview. I cannot believe, well, I can believe because Yoshi he loves talking to players and you can see how much he enjoys this conversation throughout. But I loved how candid and honest he was about, like, especially this part about why they have been careful of changes, why, like some of the regrets that he's had, like some of his the reasons why he felt like the dev team sometimes went too far, and why they want to let go of fear whenever they design content going forward. This is honestly a gem of an interview, and Mike asked a ton of really excellent, compelling questions. We got interesting answers about, so 10 out of 10 interview. I'm really glad Mike got it. So, next up is, I would like to see Jesse Cox's interview as well. Maybe we can just dive right straight into that one. Quasi also did an interview. Biggest takeaway, chat bubbles. Yeah. Zepla, what do you think of this idea? Square should hold Teams meetings prior to expansions with in-game gamers as consultants to provide advice prior to expansion development. I don't think that's a good idea, and I'll tell you why. I think what they do already is good. I think what that they currently do, the way they currently approach it is good. And what they currently do is listen throughout the entire expansion. So I think if they did that, where they just listen right before the expansion, but not the rest of the time, we would not have good expansions. They have to be listening at all times, and I definitely think that they do. Okay, so there's a Quasi interview, and this we've seen. Jesse interview. Okay.
So once this video goes live, and people will probably start discussions and like a heated debate, we would love for you to follow that conversation and
Wow, this room is echoey.
report back to us what your findings are.
Beautiful. That's true. They don't always listen because Kaiten is still not back. That's true. Why not Kaiten brought back? Oh, look at the little baby. Oh my god, I did not see this when I played. Oh, he's so adorable. Oh. I did not see it. Mama Todd was absolutely losing it over these alpacas and llamas. He was sitting next to me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, what a bop. So good. This is more exploring than I did, because I forgot to do it until literally the last second, and it was by then it was too late. So I'm actually seeing a lot of things for the first time, just like, oh, spent too much time in G pose. What? You could go in here? I thought it was locked. Dude, I have footage of myself standing right outside the door, and I thought you couldn't go in. Are you kidding me? I'm like, well, it's locked. I need a key. Baby Jesse had the key. Who knows? They locked me out. They're like, no, don't let Zepla in here. Wow, it's so pretty. So colorful. Oh, the little... Wait a minute. Is he drinking beer? Is that okay? One of them had a little taco. just watched your Viper video. Your opinion on Viper is it goes brr. Yes, exactly. That pretty much sums it up. That is exactly correct.
Hello, Final Fantasy XIV friends.
So
Thanks for tuning in
Jesse-
to the Jesse Cox Dawn Trail Spectacular. I and many other great folks in the Final Fantasy XIV community got to experience the
Jesse was sitting to my left. I was just so hyped about this.
newest expansion
He was
a
next to
little bit
me.
early on the media tour. And I'm here to share with you everything I
computers.
learned, some things I don't understand, and a mystery or two that I cannot wait to deep dive into once the game is out. Also, I got to interview Naoki Yoshida, producer, director, the man of Final Fantasy XIV, and let me tell you, I definitely 100% used that time wisely. Now, if you're wondering, Jesse, why are we looking at little JC in different level 100 gear? Well, it's because I didn't really know where to put it, and I only have 45 minutes total that I'm allowed to show you, and someone has to represent the short kings and queens in 14. It's a Lala world, y'all. You just playing in it. But it's also a great way to show off some of the new graphical elements in the game, especially the way fabric looks.
Yes.
Obviously, this isn't Jesse recording at home quality, but it's good enough to notice the way each piece of cloth has this sort of different look and feel and texture. Some of it looks silky, some of it felty, some of it leathery.
Yes.
In ways it really never has before. And I noticed that
Yes.
instantly. Pay attention to the detail on your favorite
See how
job
it's
as
shiny.
it shows up. I was blown away by that. And I think everyone noticed at the Fan Fest and in the live letters and all the different things we've seen since, the medals as well, the buckles and the different hooks and things. You'll notice on almost all of these job outfits that they
They're
included
beautiful.
little tiny metal trinkets everywhere. They're definitely trying to show off the new graphics. Also, speaking of new and flashy, the music you're listening to right now is from Dawn Trail. And the music montage from the beginning was
Yeah, was that Viera me running by? Let me say, I don't know if this comes across in my job armor video because I think the quality of the video was not, I mean, it was all right, but I think I really tried to, in G-Pose, show it so you could look at the different materials like Jesse's talking about, like silk, leather, this velvety materials are so gorgeous on the armor. Like the armor has never looked more beautiful. I honestly, you just gotta see it. You gotta see it
as well.
in
When
the
I first
game.
arrived at the event,
In the
I
game.
was the first person there because I'm that nerd.
It's so
and when I
nice.
walked in, some of the team were there and we started talking about the music that was playing in the venue. Because it was blasting some horn-heavy Zoot Suit number that I was thinking, this is a weird vibe for a media event, but like, I dig it. And then suddenly, I heard the Dawn Trail motif and I asked them, is this from the game? And of course they do that coy thing where they're like, we don't know. So when we got a chance to sit down and play and we loaded into the world, the first thing I heard was that song and immediately was like, yeah, this is gonna be fun. And
It's
honestly,
jazzy.
that's my big takeaway from the entire event. Everything I got to play, the whole experience
I did not expect the background music in the main city to be so jazzy.
was this expansion is the dawn. They want it to be light. They want it to be fun. They want to start a brand new adventure. We literally came out of Existential Dread, the expansion, facing mortality and existence and coming out the other side. Even the toughest guy shed a tear or two, and that was awesome because you know the emotional vampire in me was eating that up. But according to Yoshi P, as I was saying, it's time to get away from all that stuff for a little bit. The real world is a mess right now, and I'm pretty sure the devs were like, we want to bring a little joy to people, and that's what this expansion's
Yeah.
going for.
Thank God.
It is Final Fantasy, so I'm sure we're in for some kind of twist at the end. But for now, the experience they want to bring across in this is an adventure. Something to make you really excited about playing Final Fantasy XIV again, and the start of what could potentially be a new story arc.
And one thing I'm looking at it again, there's just so many little details. Even though I've spent time carefully looking at each one of these armors, there's this special little details. Like you'll see a gem, the reflectivity of a gem.
And if you're like, whoa, what do you mean
man.
potentially? Well, that was a question that was brought
See,
up when there was a group Q&A
you're-
at the media event. And thankfully, I was in a group with not only just people who were really into the mechanics of the game, which, by the way, I am not. Go watch the hundreds of other videos from people who really know the mechanics, who are really going to deep dive and nail that. There are many, and they deserve your views. But thankfully, there were some lore and story people there with me, and we had a lot of questions about where this was all going and what they were looking forward to doing. And the thing they reminded us of is that when they started making Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn, they didn't have a 10-year story arc in their mind. They had A Realm Reborn, and then they had Heavensward, and then they had Stormblood, and they left all these threads there that they could pull on, which they did in Shadowbringers and then Endwalker. We look back and we see a 10-year story arc, but that's not how it started, and that's not how this is starting. Though, going back to the old Final Fantasy twist that I mentioned, Yoshi P did specifically say that whatever happens at the end of this, based on the reaction of the fan base, that's going to determine the direction they go forward into future expansions. I don't particularly know what that means in regards to the end of Dawn Trail, but I have a feeling.
Yeah, so wait, I'll let him finish this sentence.
Our summer vacation's gonna get real weird, and honestly, I'm hoping for weird.
So Yoshi P said that they have a few different ways they can go from here. Because the question he was asked was like, is this going to be the start of a whole new arc? How long will this arc be, if so? And Yoshi P said, well, we're going to see how people respond to the end of 7.0 story. And if they like it, you know, we'll go down path A. But basically, we have several options ready to go with where we're going to go from here, and they're going to guide the ship based on what players like a lot and maybe what players don't like.
I want some new terrible big bad smart. Yet. I want a mystery. I want something we're going to be spending the rest of the year like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
I want that. And there are some things that are a mystery in this game that we'll get to later. If you're curious about the media tour and what we had access to, I can give you a little rundown. We had a bunch of computers, a bunch of chairs. We all sat in it and drank mocktails and ate chicken and plantains and empanadas.
He's probably... I bet Jesse remembers the mocktails because he's sitting at the computer and I'm sitting at the computer directly to the right of Jesse. And what does he see out of the corner of his eye for the entire media tour? Me getting up to get another mocktail again and again. Like literally every half hour. Me and Zeems, by the way, we went hard on those mocktails. They were like, it was a sugary little cup filled with this juice and it was so good. And I was just... every time he looks over at me, I'm like chugging another one.
Nadas, you name it. I watched people just gorge on nachos. It was great. It was.
Mute.
Mean. Can't be me. Yeah, that must be someone else that he was thinking of. That was also.
Good time. Game-wise, which I'm sure you care way more about, obviously all the jobs and the different major changes to Ninja, Monk, Dragoon, Astrologian, and Black Mage. Let me stress again, I do not play any of those jobs with any...
Yeah, it must have been Todd. Yeah, Todd went hard on those nachos, dude. Yeah.
Ounce of skill, I just leveled them up to max level and move on with my life. So please, go watch many of the other videos that are out there that I guarantee will deep dive into those and what's different. Give them views. Let them know that Jesse sent you. We got to mess with the new die system.
That's really
which
sweet
I'll
of Jesse
include
to encourage you to go and watch the other media tour videos.
some of that here in a sec. And then we got to...
Don't worry, I'll watch them all.
Or some of Tyrol, including the main town we're in right now.
All of them.
Tuliolalo? Boy, I don't know how to say that. For the life of me, I don't know why they decided to make these names Rogan and plus hard, but here we are. We also got to explore the Amazon-style zone, Kazama-uka? Kazama-yuka? However you would say that. And then Urkapacha, or Yorkapacha, which is basically Fantasy Peru, from what I can tell. There's a Machu Picchu-like area in the zone video that I showed you earlier. That's from this. And while the first zone contained the one dungeon we did get to run, Ihui Katumu? I told you, I'm gonna have a hard time with this. The second zone, the one with the mountains and Machu Picchu, was the one I spent most of my time in. It was certainly interesting, and yes, I'm going to keep teasing that because there's some cool stuff there. And we will, you guessed it, get to that later. As for the characters and NPCs and major story beats, aside from the dungeon, I really got nothing but speculation for you. They straight up removed all the dialogue from the game, and either you got an NPC saying, "Welcome to Dawn Trail," or a Final Fantasy VIII Squall, ... There was also no visible gear to look at in item slots to see stats or whatever. It was just little packages, and the Disciples of Land and Hand weren't even available.
Yeah.
So, don't get too jelly about me getting a chance to play early. Everything I saw, you're about to see. Speaking of seeing, so many of these armor sets have eye patches. Have you noticed that?
I'm
I
so
really wanted
glad.
a Corsair job, and I don't know if we're going to get one, but they certainly went with pirate cosplay will do. I guess if there was one.
They gave us a lot of eye patches, circlets, things like that this time. And I honestly think it's to help out us bunnies, because now I think not all, but a big number of the job armors you can wear as a full set, even as a Viera.
One thing I really
Yeah.
wanted to stress to you is that there was just so
Like, here's a ribbon
much
one,
to look at.
which
They
you can
crammed
use.
lots of great little vignettes of NPCs around the world, great use of the new graphic system with a lot of foliage and different water flowing, light shining angles, and it was beautiful. Not to mention the Mesoamerican art, and even though I didn't get a picture of it, because, maybe I forgot to record, some of those stone carvings are awesome. They give big Warhammer Lizardmen vibes. I'm telling you, there was a carving actually really near to where this is being recorded that looked like a bunch of skinks chatting it up with Mazamundi, who is basically a giant magic frog. It was wild looking. I loved it. You'll have to find it when you have a chance to play.
Does anyone know what he's talking about? Because I didn't see a giant magic frog.
Speaking of playing, another question that was brought up to the group was about the more single-player nature of Final Fantasy XIV and how some people felt that Shadowbringers and Endwalker leaned a little too heavy into the single-player experience.
Uh-oh. Some people. Is that the same people that were eating all the nachos?
Yoshida responded by saying that the biggest
my
problem with MMORPGs is the barrier of entry.
Oh my god.
People are afraid to play with others. Maybe it's because some other MMORPGs are DPS meter toxic fests and the vibe is totally different from Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh my
Who
God.
knows? But interacting with others is sometimes daunting. So he said the team wanted to make it so you can play by yourself and slowly over time ingratiate with the community in the game and play with other players eventually. They believe they've done this and that now they're going to start focusing on multiplayer activity.
Nacho eating single player enjoyer.
I don't know what the timetable is on this. I
Also, mocktail drink.
assume we'll start seeing a lot of that in the 7.1, 7.2, that kind of thing. But they said that's the plan, and I'm pretty excited for that. I guess what I'm trying to say is this expansion seems packed full of potential greatness. And while I have no real knowledge of how we'll feel come August, I have a firm belief that if any team can knock it out of the park, it's good old Creative Business Unit 3. And since I did promise you some glam shots, here's some of the new die system. Obviously,
Yeah.
I didn't spend a lot of time deep diving this as some of the other people at the event did.
Are the people that did the deep dives also the ones that were eating the nachos and that were complaining about the single player and were drinking all the mocktails also?
Again, go watch the amazing creators who are out there who definitely spent more hours on this, and I'm talking hours. There was
I was literally doing this for hours.
some people who this was half their day just messing with the die system.
That was me. I was the only one who did that. Dude, it could be anyone. It could be anyone that was eating those nachos, man.
Me? All I really wanted to do was,
be anybody.
one, create the assassino, which I feel like I did, and then mess around with some of the cool colors here, and then just see how easy it was to use. And spoiler, it's pretty easy. It's exactly how you think you'd use it. And two,
Matt, it just sounds like I was such a degenerate at the event. Based on this description. It just sounds like I was in absolute degen mode. Like I'm sitting there chugging these sugary drinks. I'm like gorging on nachos and I'm sitting there in G-pose for literally 3 hours.
Wanted to create a realm outfit
It's
from
like,
the
hey
best game
man,
ever made, Final
man, I hope they make this game more multiplayer, man.
Fantasy VI, which, now that I think about it, I really hope the job quest for Picto involves drawing Ultros, because that would be hilarious. Anyway, as you can see, I tried to mess around with it, and then I realized in-game realm colors and Amino realm colors are different, so I just wanted to see if I could pull off both, and I think I did. It was fun, but I definitely had other things to do that day. And now, question.
This is so funny, because it's like, I definitely had other things to do that day. Some people clearly didn't have anything else to do that day. Which is true. I didn't.
With Yoshi P.
You said today, and you said in previous live letters and at FanFest, that the player base has grown dramatically in the last 10 years. And
Oh, it's kind of hard. I might need to turn up the volume on here. Can y'all hear him okay? Let me turn it up a little bit. It seems a little low. Okay, let me know how that is.
more players try out the game for the first time and try to experience Final Fantasy XIV and try to catch up to their friends who are already playing. There's a pretty big barrier of entry to get through 500 plus hours of a game, or to get through the overwhelming opening in order to get to their friends. What advice would you have for them? Or what kind of suggestions, or maybe what you and the team are doing to make that easier?
そうですね。なんかすごく
This is a good question about the barrier to entry.
ていて、ただやっぱりファイナルファンタジー14のここまでの成長、
What is this graph
まあ
of?
GC さんもそうですけど、やっぱりストーリーを体験して、まあいろんなその衝撃だったり。
Do that day.
Let me see.
And now, questions with Yoshi P.
You said today.
Oh, it's the number of millions of players.
Live letter.
Okay.
Get through the overwhelming opening in order to get to their friends. What advice would you have for them?
Players
in
in millions. Thanks, chat.
Or maybe what you and the team are doing to make that easier.
そうですね。なんかすごくそこは悩ましいと僕自身も思っていて、ただやっぱりファイナルファンタジー14のここまでの成長、まあ JC さんもそうですけど、やっぱりストーリーを体験して、まあいろんなその衝撃だったり、まあ時には涙をしてくれたりっていうところを僕もよく動画で体験しているので、その体験あってのストーリー体験あっての14だっていう思いは僕自身すごくこだわってきたからこそまず強いです。
It is definitely difficult to address here because it is thanks to the story that Final Fantasy XIV has grown to such a large audience, and I believe Jesse, you too, you've experienced the different elements throughout the narrative, sometimes that are shocking, sometimes that are emotional, and we've seen your reaction videos as well. So, you know,
everybody's
we are
reaction.
very particular about the story that we conveyed.
You know
Final
what?
Fantasy.
After watching these interviews, I'm now completely convinced that there is not a Final Fantasy XIV video that my man Yoshi P has not seen. He's seen it all.
僕、まあちょっ
He's
と
seen
余談で
everyone.
すけど、
He's probably here right now.
覚えてるのがシャドウブリンガーズをクリアした時のビデオで大きくこううなずきながらエンドクリスト流れた時に拍手をしてくれてるんですよ。で本当に作ってきてよかったなって思って
There's some he shouldn't see,
やっぱ
but
り
he does.
感動とか
He
そ
does.
のそういう体験っていうのを味わってもらいたいっていう思いがまだ僕の中では結構強い。
And kind of going off tangent, but we remember a video that you've done once you finished Shadowbreakers and the end credits were rolling and you were nodding like really big and just clapping, and we remembered that. And
Yoshi P really called out everybody. He really did. He really called out every creator. He's like, oh yeah, so maybe less story, but I seem to recall you enjoyed the story quite a lot. I have seen that video where you were You were nodding and you were very emotional. And I mean, we have the video evidence that you, Jesse,
You know,
really
it warmed our hearts, though. Yoshida felt that wow, it was really worth making a story up to this
It
point.
was worth it.
There are elements where we still want the players to go through and experience.
They gotta go through it.
In the story, and
Gotta go
that
through it.
feeling still remains rather strong.
でも、ハイデリンゾディアク編がエンドウォーカーで一回完結したので、実は 6.1 から6.0までを全てスキップして 6.1 から新しいプレイヤーが始められるための仕組みっていうのは実は用意はしていて、あとは僕がゴーサインを出すかどうかだけっていうところまで準備はしてました。今回
Maybe you could
That
incentivize
said,
New
of
Game
course, we
Plus.
just concluded a 10-year saga with the Hylian Zodiac saga.
Right.
And the team was making preparations on having a system where players can skip all the way to patch 6.1 and just not have to go up to the story through 6.0, so that new players wouldn't have to worry about going through such a large amount of content. And the team was just waiting for whether or not Yoshida would give the green light.
ただ結果的には今回もゴーサインは出さずに、今まで通りにしたのはやっぱり世界中たくさんの皆さんが14のストーリーはいいよ、ストーリー以外からやってみてほしいって言ってくださってるのをもう少し続けてもいいかなって思ったところが大きくて、やっぱりストーリーやっても14だし、でもだからこそその新しく始めるプレイヤーの皆さんに言いたいのはレベルキャップだけとかだったらいつでも追いつけるゲームデザインになってるので、追いつこうっていう心理で遊ぶんじゃなくて、ドラマを見てる感覚でストーリーをまず楽しんでもらえれば気がついたら追いついてるよ、だから焦らないでっていう話をまだ今はさせてもらうのでいいかなって思ってたりします。
But as you can see, Yoshida has not given the green light for a system like that, and we are going to maintain what we have been doing up to this point, because there's just so many people who have thought highly of the story of Final Fantasy
thought about it. They don't want to do it yet.
And so many people have thankfully recommended their friends to try out Final Fantasy XIV because of the story. So Yoshida feels that, well, I think we can still kind of maintain that for now. And 14 is what it is because of its robust story. So for new players, I think the suggestion would probably be, we understand that the level cap is 100 and it may seem like a lot, but don't think of it as like, oh, I need to catch up right now. Like, you can go at your own pace. If you follow along the main line of the story, your level will go up naturally, and by the time you get through most of the story,
I think that he's probably not going to address this problem until it becomes truly impossible for people to catch up in a reasonable time frame. I think Yoshi P saw a bunch of new people join the game in Shadowbringers and saw that plenty of people were able to go through the entire story and catch up. That just started. And because of that, I think that it's made him less likely to want to add in some kind of a built-in skip. Because you can buy a skip, you can do New Game Plus if you want to. So it seems like not a high priority.
Your level will have already caught up. So kind of like you're watching a drama or something. Like, just take it at your own pace.
ただ最後に言っとくけど、毎回悩んではいる。
But I do want to emphasize one last time that every time it is a struggle whether or not we allow for that.
Zepla, I asked you about Dawn Trail. Will there be a new gameplay feature or just what we got the last 10 years? There should be a new gameplay feature that I'm expecting. The new large-scale group content should be something new. Because the first time they released it, it was Eureka, which was totally new. The next time they added a large-scale group content, it was also totally new. It was inspired by Eureka, but it was its own enchilada. And this time, we're expecting a different one, and so I'm expecting it, too, to be its own unique thing. And then the next thing that I'm expecting to be a new gameplay feature is the whatever they're going to add to Deep Dungeon. Now, this might be a cope, but they have said that they're going to add new stuff to Deep Dungeon, which is really interesting to me. And I don't know if anybody has asked Yoshi P about it. I haven't gone through all the interviews yet, but I would have definitely asked about what are you talking about? It's not a new Deep Dungeon. What's the new feature for Deep Dungeon? Because Deep Dungeon is some of the most promising and best content in the game, in my opinion. And they've announced as like a headlining feature of Dawn Trail, something new for it. So if you found an interview where somebody's asked him that, maybe drop it in my Discord and at me so I can get.
All right, let's talk jobs. On the screen right now is Viper. And
actually, that reminds me, I need to tweet about my Picto video that is live. Okay. My Pictomancer video is live. I had some trouble putting the I did my best to explain all the different moving parts of this job, and I am even more excited about it than before after getting a chance to play it myself. Lots of depth to this one. Picto, let's get a art palette emoji maybe. Okay. Key. FFXCV hashtag. Dawn Trail hashtag. Good. All right.
While I thought Pictomancer was going to be the one I clicked with, Viper's the one that got me, but it's deceptive. As you can see on the screen right now, I'm highlighting some buffs that you can get. There are 4 rotations, 2 being AoE, 2 being single target. But for simplicity's sake, because that's where I'm at mentally, Hunter's Instinct is an enhancement that increases your damage, and Swift Scaled increases your speed. You also have an enfeeblement called Noxious Gash, which increases damage dealt to the enfeebled monster.
Actually, it's Noxious Nash. No,
The good news is, if you just stick to your basic single target combos, in this case, my buttons 1 and 2, you're gonna get all 3 up in no time, and you will continue to keep them up if you just keep doing that. The part that I didn't really understand was you have 4 combos, and then your super freak out reawaken combo. And I mean, obviously, when you fill your gauge, use reawaken, right? That seems simple.
Yeah.
But I didn't really understand the optimal order for different combos, let alone what your best opener was. It was pretty confusing for me. I'm just going to end up watching a video from someone who actually understands it. But to be honest, I don't think most players care about playing optimally. In fact, you're doing so much and attacking so quickly with Viper that I don't think anyone's even going to notice.
Well, with the awakened state, what was really helpful for me is that they name the ability stuff like first legacy, first other thing, second legacy, second other thing. So you can actually just press the ones that are as they're listed in order. I think there's a main button and then an OGCD, another main button and OGCD, first, second, third, fourth. And so it's the way the skills are named is really intuitive in my opinion.
Loved the fact that if you just press the buttons, it looks like you're doing something cool the entire time. Downtime seemed negligible, and it feels fast, it plays fast, it looks cool as hell, and I get the feeling that that's really what most people care about. Is it fun, you know? I mean, just look at this thing. It looks awesome. Yeah. It looks awesome. And now Lalafell looks even funnier. So definitely a job I'm going to play.
I
absolutely love it.
I'm so glad.
Also, for those of you who are curious to see what Lalafell looks like,
everyone agrees.
The limit breaks. Here you go.
Did I forget to check limit break? I did. Oh my god, I completely forgot. I completely forgot. So look at the limit break. I don't care about that limit break that much.
Okay, let's talk Pictomancer.
It's fine.
I think this is actually explained really well by Yoshida and team during the live letter. For simplicity's sake, I tried to make my layout similar to his in the video.
Okay.
Just, you know, easier for me to understand. You've got your 3 canvases, in my case, from left to right, weapon, creature, and landscape. Now, upon looking at the footage, I realized that actually the canvases are creature, weapon, landscape. Look, it seemed simpler at the time. Anyway, using creature will create parts for your creature that you can then unleash on the enemy. Weapon will give you a bunch of melee hammer attacks, and landscape will give you access to a party-wide damage buff to anyone in it. The landscape also triggers the Rainbow Bright enhancement, which allows you to cast Rainbow Drip, that sort of line of rainbows and flowers spell, instantly. At least I think that's what triggers it. I feel like that's what triggers it. I'll be honest, I don't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure that's what does.
You got it.
But that's not all. You got a whole other set of things to do besides paint on the canvas. Starting at my button number 4, you've got Ether Hue attacks, which are the single target Fire in Red or the AoE Fire 2 in Red, that then become Arrow and then become Water. When you execute all 3 in order, you'll get some palette gauge with white paint. And you can use that white paint to execute Holy in White, or you can turn the paint black, which will then allow you to use Blizzard and Cyan, or Blizzard 2 for AoE, Stone, and then Thunder, ending with Comet in black. The thing to me of interest in this moment was trying to figure out exactly what spells you had to stand still to cast and what spells you kind of run around with. The hammer, for example, being one that you can run around with and just attack and keep pressing the button, and it looks pretty fun. But Fire and Red, for example, you had to stand still. And that's kind of one of the issues I had with the job, is it has the components of Red Mage and the components of Black Mage, in that it seems fast in some places, but then slower in others, and I do not respond well to Black Mage at all. It's just one of those things that I've never clicked with, and I know many people who say Black Mage is awesome, Jesse, you're stupid, and that's fine, it's all preference anyway. But coming off of Viper, it felt pretty slow. The biggest question I have for
it definitely feels a much more methodical and slower in general than Viper. But nothing's gonna be, compared to Viper, everything's gonna feel slow, I feel like.
those who are going to deep dive this one, when do I choose to use canvas abilities versus my normal white and black magic attacks? If I'm in the middle of combat, it seems like
this is the big thing that I also had a big question about.
Canvas slows everything down? So is it just an opener? What do I do there? Because sometimes...
What the hell? Okay.
So it's just like, it's so much easier just to cast spells than to wait for the whole painting thing. I guess I'll end up watching a video or two on this, but that's my thoughts on the two jobs. And now, important questions with Yoshi P.
Final Fantasy XIV is known for some really interesting rain mechanics and some very fun boss fights.
It's interesting how he formatted this interview, because it's like
more
spliced
of a
up
dance
between
than
his impressions of the tour.
Actual combat, moving around, avoiding various mechanics. And I saw on Twitter that Selkin had commented that the video game Alan Wake 2 had a very good fight music number. What is the chance that we will one day see a full-on dance battle in Final Fantasy XIV?
A dance battle!
ダンスに限らないんですけど、ちょっと最近
I feel like every fight is a dance battle, because I play dancer.
皆さんにもより
So
なんだろうこうエキサイトメントを高めていきたいっていう話をしていると思うんですけど、まあダンスバトルかどうかはちょっと置いとい
God,
て。
I just remember playing Red Mage in this fight and constantly clipping off the edge. Like, you have to stand right on the lip of this circle in the middle if you want to not backflip off.
コンテンツメカニクスに入れていきたいという思いは今すごく強いです。
And it might not
Red mages
necessarily be limited to dancing and whatnot, but we do want to deliver more excitement for the players whenever they do battle content, encounter content.
She's so quiet.
I don't know if it'll necessarily be a dance battle.
I've already turned it up.
But we have seen, as of late, many battle encounters where the mechanics seem very similar from one another. So we want to change that up a little bit. We want to look at how we approach battle mechanics, say bringing in more unique ideas to our content.
Seems like he danced around that question. A little
まあ
bit.
その中に
Like, no, you're not getting a dance battle,
なんか
but
特定
we
の
can
エ
make
モー
the
トをしないと
battle feel
その
more
解除
like
できないデバフとかでも怒られるのかなやっぱ
I might get yelled at for saying this, but like, for example, maybe like during a battle, you'd have to perform a certain emote in order to be freed for some kind of tether or something.
だってさバト
That
ルの最中
sounds... It could be fun. Or it could be cursed.
にさ
Forced to blow kiss.
紳士の前をやらなきゃダメだって言うとそんなもん持ってねえよみたいな人がね
Forced
いたら
to
クリアできない
smack
し
the boss on the ass.
Like say, well, you have to perform the gentleman's dance during a battle. Like, what if you haven't obtained that emote yet? You know, people
This
might
is so
not like
silly.
that.
This is so
いやで
silly.
もそれぐらい一回も
That's
っ
silly.
と開発チームはこれまでの経験を生かすっていうところはもちろんなんだけどもっともっと自由でもっともっと面白いメカニクスギミックっていうのをチャレンジしていこうぜまあ時にはそのやりすぎてプレイヤーの皆さんも怒られることがあるかもしれないけどよりもっと我々がプレイヤーの皆さんが想像つかないような
Yeah, that sounds
を作っていくことが結局はプレイヤーの皆さんが
It
楽
would
しむ
probably
要
have
素
to
になっ
be
てい
a
くと
duty
思うし工夫
action.
するよ
But we had to do... Didn't we do that in This reminds me of
なってくる
Lakshmi.
と思うから、そこはもっと自由に
Well, she doesn't make you
行こうぜって
dance, but she
話
like
をしてる
seduces
から、
you.
いろいろ変えていきたいところではあります。
But that said, Yoshida has been talking with the development team to encourage them to bring in new ideas and try to introduce fun or interesting mechanics where the players will have to do a little bit of thinking.
I remember the safety dance from Nax.
And trying to figure
long ago. Jesus Christ, how many years ago is that?
How to sort of process the mechanics that are thrown at them.
Was that Nax or was that ICC? I think it was Nax.
And we may make something that is a little too unusual that players might not like it, but I think we want to go
God,
back.
I feel really old.
And try to introduce mechanics that players might not expect.
Yes, Heigen.
Or have them
the bun
try
clean.
to discuss one amongst the party members to see what they can do to figure out the mechanics, to enjoy the different battle content so that it's not just the mundane. Yoshida also wants to encourage the developers
2005.
to make sure that
was almost 20 years ago.
They are free to create something interesting. And so the desire definitely is strong to bring something new and refreshing to our players.
まあその中でダンスバトルのアイデアが出てきたら
It's weird that the first thing I thought was, man, I hope I live a long time so I can keep gaming for like I'm thinking man, I've been gaming for a really long time. I hope I can keep doing it for a long I'm thinking like, okay, that was 20 years ago. So how many more years I got?
実装されるかもしれないし、ただその時に一番なんていうのショックを受けるのはコミュニティチームなんじゃないかと。
I'm not 42. No.
And say, for
not in my
example, one of the
40s.
developers did come up with an idea that seems to look like a dance battle, and we might try to implement something like that. I think that people who might be shocked to see something like that might be the community team.
なぜかというと、
Community team would be shocked by the dance battle.
そこからこのダンスバトルコミュニティチームでやってよってあいつ無茶を言い出しそうな気がするから。
The reason is Soken might take a look at that sort of dance battle and tell the community team that, next Fan Fest, you guys are going to do that on stage.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Oh no, that's how you say it.
I'm probably dreading it because I don't know if you guys have seen the video from the twinning meme dance video, but the community team learned this meme dance and did it at FanFest. And this dance is not easy. I personally have tried to do the twinning dance and I learned it by watching them, but it is hard. Like, and they did an incredible job. So they clearly practiced a long time. Like, they have, do I need to pull this up? Kind of, yeah. They did such a good job, and it's worth, yeah, it's worth showing. It's worth showing. Can you see that? I just mute. Oh, I hid my camera. Oh, okay. Just look. Look. This is the community team that trained to do this dance. They just stand there. To perfection, they trained for this. Well. Crazy. Crazy. Not only that, they did the facial expressions at the beginning too, where they're like grim, right? And then the dance starts and they're super happy. They acted it as well. Like, I tried to learn it. Yes. Actual chads. They each got a solo part. It's hard. Like, I don't know if you've done any dancing, but it's a lot harder than it looks. It's exhausting. Yes. It is such a good job. I'll never forget it. Actual meme lords. So that was it. Amazing. So that's why in this interview, where were we? Okay, yeah, that's why in this interview, Yoshi P is like, I think the community team will be scared because then they're gonna find out they gotta learn another dance. That's what I was laughing about.
Speaking of fight mechanics and things, we also got to run the first dungeon, like I mentioned earlier. And even though I had every opportunity to play with other people at the event, I really wanted to do the duty version with our favorite characters.
To play with other people? What other people did you have an opportunity to play with, Jesse?
Oh,
maybe those other people were busy eating nachos.
the lore. While I have no real information about our motivations for being here, we are clearly in a race with our Malmuja competition and what I assume relates to everyone vying for the throne in this expansion. But we'll get more into that in a minute. I ran this twice, once as a Viper, once as a Picto, and I enjoyed Viper a whole lot more, and so we're going to use that footage mostly. Also, Kryle's a Picto, and it was hard for me video-wise to tell what I was casting versus what she was casting because effects were going off everywhere, and that's how I'm justifying me using Viper. You're also joined by, besides Kryle, Alphano, and Waklamat.
From what I've seen in the media tour.
Suppose Alice could be on your team, but I checked before coming in, and it only let me pick these three. So maybe it's a DPS thing if I tried something different? No clue. Anyway, I'm going to jump around a lot in here, mostly for time reasons. Also, spoilers for this dungeon. If it's not your vibe, skip ahead to the next timestamp for the interview. But we start here with the old moving platform where enemies come to you, and that's a thing 14's been doing a lot since Endwalker, and I love it. No complaints here. Super fun. The result is a clash with the other boat at the end.
Other boat. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. See you upriver if you make it that far. No, their boat
forcing us to have to walk right into the first boss. Look at this big boy. I love him so much.
Me too. He was really cute. But why is he so mad?
For first dungeon, first boss fight, it's fairly simple. He really just plops around a lot, except for this one ability where he sucks in everything and then spits it out. And now you have to dodge trees and debris, and the whole ground is yellow, and you're running around like a crazy person. It's a dick move, but it's really cool looking.
This is fun. It's so fun to see other people's reactions to the dungeons and things. You never know what people are gonna like. What's gonna stand out in their
Oh, look,
mind.
they brought their whole family. That's fun. Babies. The mechanic here, it took me a minute to figure out, as you can see, but basically, it's gonna plop down on you, and I feel like the best strat here is to run directly under the one that's targeting you.
Yeah.
So it just jumps straight up and then straight down, and if they're in all four corners, it should be easy to avoid hitting other people.
Jesse, let's do ultimate. Jesse. Let's do DSR. Come on. Let's do it. Ultimate. Jesse and OK Mage.
As you continue on, you move further into the jungle, into some caves, using more of the ladder mechanics that they keep introducing. I think that's kind of cute. Little ladder climbing scene. But it's up here at the top that we get our first big story moment. And a clue of what exactly is going on here, because you aren't just racing Team Malmuja, you're also racing Team Dad.
Team Dad! Because Orion, J, Thancred, and Koana. Now
I think that's really neat because it means that by Dungeon 1, we're already well into the teams are divided. And everyone has their own motivations for what they're doing, and I have no idea what those are. Very eager to find out. But also up here, I really like these slimes. They turn in to your party, and at first I was like, oh, they're color-coded to the different types of jobs you can be, either DPS or tank or healer, except blue were Kryle and I, and we're DPS, so
yeah, maybe not.
I don't know. Maybe the slimes are just stupid. They ain't got no brains, the slimes.
That's the wrong color.
Boss number 2 is
Jesse's
Drowsy,
so funny.
and if Drowsy isn't a mount by the end of this, I'm gonna be so upset. However, Drowsy's much cuter than they are dangerous because ability-wise, pretty limited. Summons tendrils, then a group of slimes, and then a few cone attacks, but that's really it. It was a pretty easy fight. I mean, it's a beautiful fight in a beautiful room, but not particularly hard.
Not hard. But we need the mount, I agree, for Drowsy. I see he's stuck on Viper most of the time. Oh. I think Viper's going to be a real crowd pleaser job. Yeah, maybe it'll be a mount drop from the dungeon. I would love for them to bring that
back. The final
back.
boss of the dungeon is Apollyon, which I don't really know if it's a reference to another enemy in Final Fantasy lore, but there is definitely a zone or area in Final Fantasy XI called that.
Oh, really?
Let me know in the comments. This one I don't really want to spoil too much, but just to give you the rundown, as the fight goes on, different animals that this thing's been feasting on will jump out and try to get revenge. Then Apollyon will attack them and feast on their bodies. I'm not sure if there's a way to stop this, but when it kills them, Apollyon's attacks become strengthened. In this case,
I couldn't tell any way to stop this.
Wing beats.
Yeah, and I was a little sad because I thought, oh, that's cool if you don't do something, then the boss gets stronger. But as far as I can tell, there was no way to prevent. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he will do it no matter what.
And then the next one here strengthens its scything forearms.
Like Ravana forearm. Up.
The fight pretty much goes on like this, with each new strength giving it a series of attacks before something else jumps in and takes advantage of the fight. I don't want to spoil too much of it, and definitely not the ending, but it's fun. Overall, compared to the Tower of Zot in Endwalker, which was the first dungeon there, where I watched a lot of people die, I think this dungeon's difficulty is significantly less than that one. That's really all I wanted to share about the dungeon with the time that we had. I enjoyed it, and hopefully you will too.
I love Tower of Zot though. But it's probably because I play Dancer.
Now,
So there's lots of
extremely
movement.
important questions with Yoshi P.
Hello, Yoshida-san. It's me, Ben Starr, your
Ben
best
Starr.
friend and sometime
It's Ben Starr.
employee. Now, I've got a very important question.
You
from
said
me, from Jesse, from everyone in the Final Fantasy community. Now, 2 years ago, Jesse asked you when Lalafels will be able to ride other players like
No!
I see no evidence of this, sir. Boss. When
Really?
and how are you going to finally correct this injustice?
He really.
Lalafels deserve to ride other people like mounts. Imagine them.
Piggyback crying.
Make it happen, boss. Make it happen for me.
That was such a serious plea too.
I see.
Make it happen for me, boss.
ララフェルがね、他の種族にね、プレイヤーにマウントするっていうやつね。
I cannot. The mad lad brought it up again. Not only did he bring it up again, but he got Ben Starr to relay the message this time, even more heartfelt. Because if you don't know, in the previous media tour, Jesse Cox asked Yoshi P if he could let Lalafels take, use other players as mounts, as like a little backpack. Like you can piggyback ride on other people. I think it's safe to say that we as a community stand firm with Jesse Cox and Ben Starr in this heartfelt plea.
アップデートしたからいけるかもしれんね。
Well, we have started our graphics update, so could we see potential based on that?
でもその場合にはもう一個多分考えなきゃいけないのがキャラクターオプションの中にララフェルが乗ってもいいかどうかっていうチェックボックスが必要だよね。俺の背中にはララフェルが乗ってもいいかどうかっていうチェックボックスがつけないと。
I hope so.
We also have to think about consent. So will we have to add a checkbox for character creation screen? I will.
Oh, that's true. That's so nice.
Will consent to having a Lalafell.
Do you consent to, like, maybe in my character configuration settings, I can set it so that, yes, I approve any Lalafell that wants a piggyback ride. I will freely give that anytime.
だってそうじゃないとね、もうこれ
Give me the yeet
持ってきてくださいってなる
We
から。
don't want to have random players being bothered by Lalafell
That's
suddenly
true.
mounting.
それか
Yeah, did you think about that, Jesse? Did you
トレー
think
ド
about-
システムのように
Yeah, you think
ララフェルが乗っても乗りたい
there's
って言っ
terms
て
of
ます。い
service
い
for
ですか
Lalafels
みたい
that we
な。
need to
Or maybe we'll have
draft?
it set up like the trade system. We'll have a dialogue that pops up that says,
Oh, my face.
Lalafell wants to do that. Yes or no?
Sorry.
まあでもここまでヒントを出せば開発チーム本気で考えるかもしれないからな。
That said, I think by us talking about it and providing them with hints, that might spur our developers to come up with solutions.
一つお願いがあって。
Lalafell fashion accessory.
このジェシーのビデオが流れたら世界中でララフェルが乗るのはありかなしかっていう議論がめっちゃ起こると思うのでそのコミュニティのフィードバックはちゃんと見ておいてね。
So once this video goes live, and people will probably start discussions on Lalafell.
Hashtag let Lalas ride. Oh my
mounting
god.
characters, yes or no, and like a heated debate. We would love for you to follow that conversation and report back to us what your findings are.
Oh, I will.
Jesse asking
Now comes the part
hard-hitting
that
questions.
I was hinting at a little bit ago, and I've been waiting for 40 minutes to talk to you about. With the
Okay.
time we had remaining, I wanted to talk about my exploration and the things I discovered that were of interest.
Wow, that's beautiful. Oh my god, look.
And to me, what I think is
Wow.
interesting are potentially huge world building and lore hints. While flying around and exploring the two zones we had access
Yeah,
to,
there's big scratch marks on that mountain.
specifically Urkapacha or
Yeah, that's
Urkapacha,
true. Here too, it's like something. It looks almost like something crawled out and escaped. You know, doesn't? Or is that just me? Yeah, it's probably nothing. Yeah, it's probably just a natural rock formation.
noticed two interesting details. One, this incredibly obvious giant molten gash in the world. These three
No, it's just it's a natural rock.
claw-like rips in the
No.
cliffside. I'm gonna slow down the footage here because at
wouldn't
first
worry
I
about
thought, yeah, okay, some sort of like maybe dragon claw mark. But then I noticed the angle, and it clearly hits the outer cliffs first, then the one behind, which to me seems more like some sort of ranged attack or like Mega Alta Slice or something. Could it be from this guy, the Eliminator? I don't know. I have no answers. Just put it out there to you. Maybe you'll come up with something cooler than me.
Because...
But that's the oh neat kind of world building. I am expecting next level theory crafting from all of you on this. I found it in a nearby cave. I was trying to get
Nuking God, thank you for the $3. Hey, appreciate it.
into a beautiful valley, and this was the entrance, and within it, dare I say, was some Emmett Selk reveal energy. As you can see from this first carving, there's some figure lighting the way or guiding some race that I'm not really sure of, but they look like orcs from Final Fantasy XI.
Who can decipher The ancient prophecy.
I tried to get closer to get some more detail, but the more I zoomed in, the more pixelated it.
All I see is sabatenders. Here, it looks like sabatender, like gigatenders all around. Is this alpacas? What does it mean?
Became, and this is as close as I could get to at least leave it somewhat readable. The next carving seems more water themed, or at least bluer, with the figure in the middle who kind of looks like Kenichi Hao. It's the Mayan deity of the sun. I'm no expert, but I have been to Chichen Itza and that was pretty cool, so I'm guessing that's either a platform in the middle or a boat or something, and those are gates in the background, I guess. Honestly, no clue. Then we have this interesting looking image with a bearded figure overlooking a massive tower structure or city while giant birds surround him, and then there are two eyes crying tears on the people below. So
what the hell? What? This looks like pockets. Like, this looks like a bunch of little pockets to put things. And people are praying here for the rain. They're praying for the rain. And then over here, it looks like people who dead, maybe, or asleep. What in the heck? It seems like a drought. Like there was a drought and it sucked.
Oh.
It was hot. Maybe it's like, this is heat.
That's the thing. And this last one appears to just be a very happy sun shining down on a city that's on a mountain with lizards.
Oh, is this like the story of how the Tuliololo was founded and how everybody started working together?
Maybe this is the birth of our new main city. If anything, it just looks like a Mario level to me, but
yeah, it kind of does.
Again, I have no clue what any of these are.
It kind of does.
I feel like the big takeaway from this is that they are in some way linked to the origins of the New World.
Yeah.
And going back to something Yoshida said during the group interview, he was asked what are some quests or raids or dungeons that could prepare us for this expansion story-wise. And after he let out a very long you can see the gears sort of turning in his head. He said two things. One, do Myths of the Realm, the new Alliance raid series from Endwalker. And two, do you remember all of the names of the Convocation of 14? And that was it. It was cryptic enough to really mean anything, but it got everyone in the room being like, what the hell does that mean? And I kept thinking, because could these major figures in this art be the 12 at work in the New World? Is that dude with the giant hammer Bayergot?
Is the dude with the giant hammer Bayergot?
Any of these other figures be other members of the 12? Or is this some form of members of the Convocation, right? Like maybe this city that kind of has a pseudo Solution 9 vibe to it that I am really stretching for right now. Maybe that's something. Honestly, I don't know. It could be a mix of both. Who knows? I have no clue. That's what he told us, and now I'm obsessed with those two things, and I can't wait to figure out in what way he thought they associated.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be something on my mind as the expansion draws nearer. Which, by the way, is June 28th for the pre-order players. And that's me. I cannot wait. I got my earring. It's actually totally useless when everything's level 90, but I don't care. I'm excited to see where this goes and what our characters get up to. I'm excited to share it all with you. So thank you to the Final Fantasy XIV team for letting me play a bit early, and thank you for watching. It's awesome that you made it this far in, and thank you for sticking around for my weird theories and crazy questions. Here's hoping the next couple weeks go by very quickly, and I will see you in the New World.
Wow, that was a really fun video. Even though I definitely feel like I got called out a little bit. It was really enjoyable. It's always fun. That's why these videos are so fun to watch, because you never know what someone else is gonna really pay attention to that you didn't. So even though we went to the same media tour, we had access to the same build, he had a completely different experience, and he looked at things that I wouldn't have even thought to look at, like these wall murals, which is super cool. And seeing his reaction to the dungeon was really wholesome. And of course, seeing all of his questions to Yoshi P, even bringing back the Lalafell thing again. So really great, awesome video. Yes, he's super funny and nice person. I'm really glad we got to spend a little time together at the media tour. So gosh, there's so many videos still to watch. I feel like we're gonna be busy for quite a while. We could watch Quasi's interview with Yoshi, or he also posted also the Summer Game Fest start in 1 hour. So Quasi has the interview video. He also has his first impressions of the entire Dawn Trail, which is pretty interesting too. We have Todd's videos, which I'm pretty interested in as well. Ninja is awesome. Because Todd was sitting to my right. There's how to play Viper. Who are the other people that got interviews with Yoshi? Astrologian updates is pretty interesting to hear. How is that? Because I have been pretty critical about Astrologian, so I think I'm curious.
Hey everyone, in this video we'll cover Astrologian updates for Final Fantasy XIV's expansion, Dawn Trail. Keep in mind that everything here is subject to final adjustments and changes. Let's get right into it. Astrologian is a pure healing job that buffs the party with its card drawing system and uses strong, timed healing spells to keep the party topped off. How cards are handled received a drastic update in Dawn Trail, removing a lot of the RNG attributed to the job. Changes from 6.0. The card system now alternates between Astral Draw for melee and tanks, and Umbral Draw for ranged player bonuses. You will now...
Okay. So, you're either going to pull these cards, the blue cards, or you'll pull the purple cards.
Now have to place 3 play card buttons on your hotbar, as each draw automatically gives you 3 cards to choose from, plus 1 Arcana.
Play 1. Plays the drawn Arcanum out.
Lord of Crowns during Astral, and Lady of Crowns during Umbral.
Plays the drawn after execute. Astral. Oh, play the first one, play the second one, or play the third one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then Arcana.
Instead of having all damage-based cards, we will now have ways to gain more utility with a mitigation buffing card, as well as healing boosting cards.
Oh? What?
Astral Draw will always assign play 1 as the balance.
So.
Play 2.
And they're always going to be in the same order. So Astral Draw means you'll have balance, arrow, and spire.
As the arrow, and play 3 as the spire.
No more
and
RNG.
The Lord of Crowns,
RNG's
dealing
gone.
a 400 potency unaspected attack to all nearby enemies. Astral Draw changes to Umbral Draw upon use. Umbral Draw will assign play...
Okay, so you do Astral Draw, and then you can do Umbral Draw
as the spear.
after. You have to swap between.
Play 2 as the bowl, and play 3 as the ewer.
What do the cards do
now?
now?
Lady of Crowns Minor Arcana, which heals everyone around you for 400 potency. Umbral Draw then changes back to Astral Draw, and the cycle repeats.
Okay.
The balance will grant a 6% damage buff to melee and tank, and 3% to any other role.
So, okay.
The
balance 6% for melee or tank, 3% for other roles. Ooh, okay. So this means...
Spear does the same thing.
Well, how long does that last? Because does this mean that for the beginning, the burst at the start of the fight, only melee are going to get the damage buff?
But for ranged players. The arrow grants an HP recovery bonus for a party member of 10% for 50.
The arrow, so spell 2 in the astral phase increases healing actions recovery. And in the umbral phase, reduce damage taken. I like it. Okay, that's good. That's more like, that's what it did before. Hey, wait, that's the bowl. That's what the bowl used to do, isn't it? It's my old bowl back.
15 seconds.
That's the back.
The bowl reduces damage taken by a party member by 10% for 15 seconds. The Spire creates a barrier around yourself or target that absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency.
And then an umbral healing over time effect. Okay, okay. I mean, Spire does something different. They all do different things now. That's a huge improvement.
This lasts for 30 seconds.
So Spire will give you a shield, which is pretty cool. I'm so glad. Now, all your cards don't do exactly the same thing. They're all different, so that means you can maybe strategize a little more.
The Ewer grants a 200 potency healing over time effect to a party member lasting 15 seconds.
Okay.
To put it simply, Play 1 will always be your damage buff card. Play 2 and 3 will be a combination of healing and mitigation bonuses. Astrodyne has been removed as a result of this update.
Good.
So you'll no longer require Astro Signs.
Good riddance. Bye.
At level 92, we get the instant cast AoE, Oracle, hitting all nearby targets for 600 potency. This can only be executed while divining. Divining is granted by the enhanced divination trait, also learned at this level.
Is this the
Magic
damage
Mastery
button?
at level 94
That's good.
increases Combust 3's damage over time effect to 70, and Fall Malefic to 270.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Also,
I mean,
at 94, we get the reduced cast time for
Everybody
enhanced
gets that.
swift cast, now down
You're
to
gonna
40
need it on
seconds.
Picto.
Level 96 gives us Helios
For your
Conjunction,
motifs.
replacing Aspected Helios. An AoE heal plus 15-second regen to self and nearby party members.
Okay. Wait, is it... Okay.
At level 98, we get our third charge of Essential Dignity. At level
Good.
100, we
More
get Sun
Essential
Sign.
Dignity.
That is a follow-up spell
Okay.
after using Neutral Sect and gaining
Sun Sign. Reduces damage taken by self and nearby party members by 10%.
the Sun-Touched effect.
Okay.
This
that's
allows you to cast a party-wide mitigation ability of 10% damage reduction, lasting 15 seconds. We get access to Sun-Touched at this level with the enhanced Neutral Sect trait.
That's good.
Rotation changes. Astro's Opener and Burst will be far less hectic due to only having one damage buff card to dole out. Instead, you will have to be more selective on which DPS gets that card, and whether
That's
you're an
the thing.
Astral or Umbral draw for subsequent burst windows.
Yeah, so can you cast Astral Draw out of combat so you can start the fight with Umbral
The other cards provide extra resources
instead
for
of Astral?
heals
Or
and mitigation, giving Astrologian even more utility at the expense of extra damage buff cards. So plan out your card uses depending on what the fight throws at you, or
Love that.
help a player recover from mistakes. The choice is yours.
Yay!
Final thoughts on Astrologian.
Better.
Having played this job on the side since Heavensward, I've seen multiple iterations of the card system. This current one simplifies things and removes the RNG that many players either hate or love. I'm not upset by the new cards. It gives us some extra tools in our kit, and we can easily plan out a card rotation since there's no randomness. Personally, I wish to have more time-based spells reintroduced.
Yeah.
It's what makes Astro unique and defines the job. Perhaps Time Dilation and Old Celestial Opposition were
Sometimes
just
stuff.
too broken to bring back. but I wouldn't mind a new spin on delayed heals and buffs so we can have some fun timing things. Sun Touch is going to make an already powerful cooldown even better with neutral sect.
Yeah, like after playing Preservation Evoker, which has a lot of time-related healing stuff, it really made me miss having that flavor in Astrologian as well. But I feel like it might be really busted, because it feels so busted, because on Evoker, I have a button that's called Rewind, and it just, like, it undoes all of the damage that just happened, and it feels so broken.
I'm also glad to see us getting another charge of essential.
Like across the entire party, all the damage just happened. You just press one button and it's like it didn't even happen. And that is to me the ultimate time mage fantasy.
But I do wish we had access to 2 charges at earlier levels. I can't wait to see what the raids have in store for us in terms of incoming damage. Since
I'm really
getting
happy
so many
about these
tools to help
changes.
keep people alive.
Really good.
Time will tell.
Cool. Awesome.
So what do you think of the new card system?
I love
it. Are you
it.
planning on maining Astro, or are you going to try a different heal?
It's better. Like it's not as crazy as it was, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Let me know in the comments below. And if you like this video, please like and subscribe.
Oh, hey, nice
I'll see
share, Todd.
y'all on Dawn Trail.
Did he make a video about the alpacas yet? Hey, where's your alpaca video? Todd, make a video about the llamas. Okay. So quasi interview would be fun.
Yoshida-san, thank you.
You want to watch this? Oh my gosh, it's also 45 minutes. How are we doing on time? I mean, I have all day. Let me check something here. One sec. We should watch Mione's video? Okay, 1 second. Let me find it. Mione and Shenpai interview.
The following video.
Okay, let me get ready. I'll be right back. By the way, I did post my Pictomancer video. It is live on my YouTube channel now. I hope that you like it. Hold on. Okay. I'll give you the link to that. I hope people like the video. I wonder what people are saying about this video that I posted. Let me see. Says primary, secondary colors lining up with the 6 elements is pretty clever. Zepla's first ever apology video is going to be, I'm sorry for saying palette incorrectly. Am I saying palette wrong? How to say palette?
Palette.
What? Really? Oh shit.
Palette.
What the hell?
Palette.
Oh.
Palette.
Palette.
Oh my god. It's like Perry all over
It will
again.
chop up the room unnecessarily if you assign each area a separate color palette.
What?
Hey, Bones.
Oh my god. This is like Perry all over again. It's like Pari all over again. Shit. Okay, what else do people say? For what it's worth, every second painting is another second of damage that gets to go to your other abilities to make them bigger. And as Titania taught us, bigger is better. True. That's true. I can't wait for Picto. I loved Okami and the Artist in Lost Ark. It seems complex, strategic enough so I won't get bored, but not overwhelmed. I love classes that make me feel like I have options and answers for any situation. Same. I've never heard someone pronounce palette as palette before. It must be a regional thing. Yeah. Yeah, it must be regional. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, haha, must be a regional thing, haha. Other times, oftentimes when people mispronounce words, it's because they learned it by reading. It's an amazing thing. It's good because it means Zepla read something once. True, thank you. I've watched a lot of Pictomancer videos, and yours is actually the one that painted the best picture of it. Oh my god! The only one that made me understand more or less what comes after what. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Cool. Let me heart people's comments. It seems like you paint pictures on your downtime, which is kind of appropriate considering the job. I completely agree. I heard some people criticizing the downtime, but that's kind of what painting is. So it makes sense to me too. And you get richly rewarded for it because your motif spells are awesome. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks for leaving comments on this video and stuff. Okay, now let's, I'm gonna get up really quick, get some more to drink, and we'll dive into the Mione interview too. So, one sec, let's maybe run an ad, because, yeah, let's do that before I start this. The NA server for the FC is on Excalibur, and for EU, it is on Phoenix. We also have guilds up and running in WoW, if you play that, but yes, we do have the FCs up and running, and it's awesome. Okay, one sec. Yep. This is such a comfy hoodie. It's so nice. Is it really? More bunarchy in the chat, so I guess you didn't learn your lesson from the last time. I guess you didn't learn your lesson, and we gotta do this again. Bunbelievable. Now I have to inform you that Chuck Norris once stepped on a Lego, and the Lego broke in half.
Mute.
Yeah. And you know what else? Chuck Norris can gargle peanut butter. Mercy, oh, it's too late for Mercy. You should have thought about that when you were putting bunarchy in the chat. Okay, so it's the Mioni Shenpai video. Let's watch it.
The following video was shot in Berlin, in Potsdam, Germany, at the Biosphere. This is where we had the media tour for Dawn Trail for 2024. I was graced by the presence of Shenpai, and we sat down and we talked to Naoki Yoshida, the producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV, to ask questions limited and based on what we were playing in the demo for the media tour. So everything that we talk about may or may not be representative of the final version of the game. And of course, we obviously went into great lengths to questions that we had already thought about beforehand. So hopefully you enjoy this. This is basically you're about to watch a content creator like myself living the dream. I cannot believe I got another opportunity to ask some questions to the man himself, and I'm eternally grateful to Square Enix for arranging this and the entire thing. It has been a fantastic memory that I will never. It's also worth mentioning that the Biosphere, the location that we had the interview, is actually like a jungle area. It's half zoo, half botanical place, so you will hear birds and people in the background. So for that reason alone, the audio isn't great. I have made sure that since I was not mic'd up, or neither was Shenpai, that we put subtitles for every question that we asked. But of course, all of the answers I've left in as Japanese as well as English for our international viewers. So sit back, get yourself a cushion, get yourself a brew, and have a good time.
まずは最初に、ファイナルファンタジー14のグローバルメディアツアーに参加していただいた本当にありがとうございます。
First of all, thank you for joining us on the global media tour for Final Fantasy XIV.
そして今日このスロットがついに長かったグローバルメディアツアーの最後になります。
And actually, this is the final interview slot for this very long Final Fantasy XIV global media tour.
Oh, he's done. He's about to go home after this.
もちろんね、お二人も朝から参加していただいて疲れてるとは思うんですけど。
Oh, you're gonna catch him. This is gonna be his Friday afternoon energy, isn't it?
だけ楽しくやりたいと思いますので、45分というちょっと短い時間ですが、ぜひよろしくお願いします。
And of course, I know that you've been here right from early in the morning, so you must be tired, but I really would like us to have fun in this interview today.
そして一番大事なこと、
He's chilled out now.
いつもファイナルファンタジー14のサポート本当にありがとうございます。
And of course, the most important thing, thank you for always supporting Final Fantasy XIV.
ではよろしくお願いします。
Okay, we can get started.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity once again. This has been a fantastic demo.
He's so quiet. I can barely hear him in the background. That's why he transcribed the question.
About here is the faceware slot that was added. Are all glasses now turned into faceware? And do scarves also add to this, like face scarves, like the scarf for Wondrous Wit, I think it's called.
Oh yeah, the new faceware slot. I forgot about that. I'm thinking like faceware slot. Is he talking about fashion accessories? No, they've added a new slot. Totally forgot.
Small follow-up to that. Are there any plans to do something similar for fashion accessories with wings, etc.?
Wings.
まずそのフェイスアクセサリーに関してはやっぱりこう。
I want my wings as a mount.
まさに今現実でメガネかけていらっしゃいますけど、やっぱりメガネってその視力を矯正するというだけじゃなくてファッションとしても身につけたいっていうケースがすごくあった。ただバトルに行くときにフルフェイスかぶってしまうとメガネがなくなる。キャップだったとしてもメガネがなくなる。ここをなんとかしてほしいっていうケースに10年かかってようやくまず答えられるようになったのが今回になります。
So first and foremost, with regards to face accessories, this was something that we developed right from the start with A Realm Reborn. We had glasses, but the glasses gear was just not only providing strength for the eye, but we did receive requests that people would want to use them as fashion accessories. So when they would go into an encounter with full gear on their face, so if they had some gear that fully covers their face, the glasses would be gone, and also if they wore a cap as well, they would no longer be able to use the glasses.
That makes sense.
And this was a request that we did receive, and it took us up until now, so it took us 10 years to address this point.
ちょっと仕様の話になるんですけど、そのフェイスアクセサリーって実は、メガネをかけて、ヘルメットをかぶった時に表示だけオフにするっていう仕組みで、今までは作っていて、つまりキャラクターに含まれるメモリの中には常にメガネがついている状態でメモリが設計されているので、今回その見た目の干渉をなんとかなくすっていう方法が取れたので、メガネをその表示できるようになったというのが実現なんですね。
So in terms of the system specifications for the face accessories, when glasses are worn and then when a helmet is worn, the system is arranged so that the display simply turns off. But in terms of the character memory that's allocated for that, that is switched on. So it's simply a case that we have reached a point where we are able to not have any interference, and we are able to display it as an accessory.
ところがファッションアクセサリーっていうのはできるだけその大きなメモリを使ってできるだけ大きな表現をするために専用に作ったもので、これはメモリを実はスワップしていて、例えば傘の場合は武器のメモリを使って傘を表現していて、で例えば、他のファッションアクセサリーだとマウントを呼ぶ時のメモリを使って実現するみたいなことをやっているので、常時表示しようとするとマウントが一切呼べないとか、その武器が抜けなくなるとか、いろんななんていうんですか、プレイフィールが今度落ちてしまうので、だからこそ別々のものとして用意されているので、多分リクエストは結構難しいんじゃないかなと思います。
But when it comes to dedicated fashion accessories, we have allocated more memory so that we would be able to provide a dedicated appearance for this. And the way that we achieved it is that it swaps existing memory, which is already in the game. So, for example, for a parasol, it uses the weapon memory. And then for weapons, they could use the mount.
No.
Oh, sorry.
For fashion, like wings and things like that.
Sorry. Yeah, for wings, they use the mount memory. So if we were to arrange the system so that these would be constantly displayed, the player.
Wait, so wings already use the mount memory, so that means they should be able to fly with them, right?
It would no longer be able to call forth a mount, and as a result, that would negatively impact the play feel experience, and it's for that reason that we decided on allocating it as just a specific fashion accessory basis.
ただこれもプレイヤーの皆さんのハードウェアのスペックが上がっていけば多分いずれ解決すると思っているので、第2次グラフィックスアップデートがある時には多分実現するんじゃないかなと思います。
So right now, technically, it is difficult, but once there is an advancement in the player's playing environment, and they have a more advanced playing environment, then possibly we could incorporate that into the next graphical update.
Oh, so in 10 years.
I guess I'll tie into it as well.
Okay.
The question I had.
I think the way he understood the question was like, can you have the glasses plus a fashion accessory? But I think the question was, what is going to qualify to put, what types of stuff can we put in that slot going forward?
Is that with the dye
Besides glasses. Only glasses? Probably.
A big question constantly gets brought up, especially when it comes to glamour dresser and all that stuff, because it gets compared pretty
Glamour dressers.
often. If there's a future where the glamour system gets improved, so like people can constantly get to their glamours without having to be at a glamour dresser.
Oh, yes. Yes. The portable glamour dresser. That's what you need.
As well as a more customizable character now that you're done with creating new races and stuff. New races.
Why did he laugh at that part? When he heard now that you're done with creating new races, and he snickered a little bit, like he was like snickering and like giggling. Oh.
The question is because, especially
Is he not done?
in character creator, a lot of people are upset that specific things are tied to faces, like
Is he not done?
especially aura with their horns, or you know, other such things. If there's any future, if there could be any improvements.
Great question. It's actually two questions, but they're both really good questions. One question, portable glamour dresser. I want pocket mirror, you know, maybe fashion accessory pocket mirror that you use that glamour dress wherever you go. And the other question being, let's not tie big facial features like aura horns to the faces. Yeah, great. Or Vieira with the types of tattoos you can have on your face. That would also be nice to be unlinked. That's a lot.
その予定はありますかって聞かれると、まずそもそもやりたいのはやりたいんですよ。僕だってプレイヤーの皆さんのリクエストはわかるし、もうやっぱ長年リクエストもらってることでもあるから。
I could see them adding the wolf race, the Lupin.
やれるんだったらやりたいっていうのが答えで、ただ今やれていないのには結構明確なそれらには理由がそれぞれあります。
So if you were to ask me whether there are any plans for this, of course I myself want to do it because I do know that there are player requests and a lot of players have requested this over time. However, there are a few reasons why we cannot do it.
Okay.
まずファイナルファンタジー14は、まあ MMO の中でも
I actually think I do know why.
プレイヤーキャラクターに紐づくアイテムっていうのがめちゃくちゃ多いゲームです。
It's because of spaghetti code.
So with Final Fantasy XIV as an MMO, there are a huge number of items tied to the player character.
で、常にいつでもミラージュプリズムできるってなった場合、当然皆さんのものすごく大事なギアにいわゆるサーバーアクセスしなきゃいけない。で、そのギアからこっちのギアにその見た目を移す時って必ずサーバー通信を伴います。
So when you would want to use a glamour prism to change your glamour, you would be referring to the gear and there would be an access that's made to the server. And so when you would want to change the appearance of that gear, it would involve server communication.
で、これをどこでもできるっていうふうに考えると、実は皆さんのバッグの中以外にそのミラージュドレッサーの中に入ってるデータも皆さんには見えないんだけど、全部こう持って歩いてる状態になるんですね。
So when you want to be able to do this anywhere, this is actually kind of not in front, but it's kind of behind the scenes. But all of the items in your glamour dresser, you are actually holding them.
それがものすごいサーバーストレスになるのと、データをものすごい頻度でやり取りすることになるので、デュプリケートしてしまったり、ロストしてしまったりっていう危険性が上がるので。
So when you access your glamour dresser, it's like you're accessing hundreds of items all at once. And I think that the in-room represents sort of a safe mode for the game. And so if everybody were able to access their glamour dressers all at once, outside, the server will crash. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Is there not another way to go about this? Surely there's gotta be some other way, right? Like, they would have to recode it. Yeah. Okay.
それらをそうしないようにセーフティーな処理を作ろうとするとますますサーバーに負荷がかかるので、実際今の、プレイヤー数、それからサーバーでやり取りしているパケットの物量っていうことを考えると、これ以上データ量を増やすのは正直言うと物理的に結構限界に来てます。
So when you would go through that process, it would increase the amount of server stress, and that would also increase the amount of data communication that's required. And when such a large amount of data is being handled in that way, there is a risk of data duplication or data loss. So then we would need to consider a safer option in order to carry out the processing. When we consider the current number of players and also the packets which are on the server.
I have an idea. I know what we can do. Okay, my idea is to have a button you can press that teleports your character into the in-room and back. This way, like instead of clicking on the NPC that says, would you like to go to the in-room? Have a button on your hotbar that does that exact thing so that no matter where you are in the world, you can teleport you inside there, you can do your shit, and then press another button that lets you leave. Yep, I have solved it. I have solved this problem.
It's unfortunately physically impossible for us to increase the amount of communication.
You're welcome. You are welcome.
それでも僕ら
It's the exact same system. Just let you get in there fast.
性能を上げたりとか、できるだけプログラムを最適化することで、
Yes, like the in-room ether eye ticket.
少しずつできるエリアとか範囲は広げてきたので、ちょっとそれをまた引き続き地道に続けさせてもらえると嬉しいです。
But we have been looking at increasing the processing ability of the server and also our efficiencies. So it would be appreciated if you could let us take time on this and work on it.
であとはまあその角の形を自由に変えたいとか、角の大きさを自由に変えたいとかいうのも、まあ実は今やっぱり基本的には同じ問題で、パラメータがさらに多くなれば多くなるほどサーバーでやり取りしなきゃいけないデータっていうのは増えるのと、皆さんが例えばここに5人行ったとしても、この間でものすごいデータのやり取りをすることになるので、それがパラメータ増えると、ますます1データのやり取り自体がめちゃくちゃ増えて、やっぱラグの原因になったりとか、そうなってしまうので、やっぱ慎重にしなきゃいけないので、なかなか増やせないっていうのが正直現実なところです。ただ繰り返し言いますけど、やりたくないわけじゃないので頑張ります。
So when it comes to player requests for possibly changing the shape of horns or changing the size of them, we are encountering the same problem. They involve more parameters and it would involve a more communication of data on the server. So let's say we...
Here's somebody's phone going off in the background and they have that ringtone that sounds like you're getting up to accept your Oscar. Have y'all heard this ringtone? I laugh every time I hear this ringtone because it literally sounds like you're about to go do your acceptance speech.
We have, 5 people here, and just between these 5 people, it involves so much data that would be used. So there would be so many parameters involved that it would be a cause of lag. And as a result of this, we need to be really careful about how we approach this. But I just want to reiterate myself.
The horns will crash the servers also. If they let you use horns 1 with phase 4, it will literally crash the server.
I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that I don't want to do it. I really do want to try my best and see what's possible.
Okay.
One thing I noticed with the mounts in particular in the demo is
in the demo,
beautiful new glide animations.
Thanks.
Beautiful new glide.
Griffin, the Chocobo Araman, and
oh yeah. I forgot to check that too. Or maybe I flew around a little bit, but I forgot to check that. My bad.
They're fantastic. Are there any other types of special animation planned for other mounts? For example, I would love to see your character sort of struggling to hold on, but having an animation where they possibly fall off.
He loves that idea.
多分やると思います。
I think we'll probably do it.
で、
He loves that idea and he wants to do it.
すでに存在する
Let's have a mount where your character is just barely hanging.
ぶら下がるっていうマウントでも、マウントが傾いた時にプレイヤーが遅れて傾くとか引っ張られるみたいなのは、対応されてる多分 7.0 で対応され始めてるものもあるし、ただマウントの数も多いんで全部一気にやるわけにはいかないので、多分皆さんが気づかない間にパッチでどんどんそういうのが入っていくと思うので、ちょっと楽しみにしててください。
And yeah, there are mounts where maybe you're kind of clinging on to
like
the mount, and when the mount moves, then there will be some lag
robot.
of time, but then the player would also move in that direction, or tilt to that direction. Not all of the mounts have been worked on, but starting from 7.0, we are working on these kinds of mounts as well.
Cool.
So probably before players even notice it, in each new patch, there will be these kinds of adjustments made to the mounts.
Awesome. That's a good suggestion.
Okay, this is like a personal and curious thought of mine, especially now that we ended up reaching the big 100 in levels. The idea is probably already circulating in future expansions about how the progression and the levels and the abilities are going to come into play. And it's probably really difficult to decide what to do because a lot of people are worried that it's going to become bloated. And the question is just if you guys already have a plan for that, or if you're still thinking about what to do with it.
そのものズバリを今答えるわけにはいかないので、どう考えているかだけお話します。
Well, I think what they're probably going to do.
Of course, I can't really provide you a direct answer of what we're going to do, but I would like to give you a little bit of insight into what along the lines of what I'm thinking.
単純にこのままレベルキャップを上げ続けてプレイヤーのステータスが上昇すると結局のところまたいつかどっかでデノミネーションをするということになってしまうのはまさにその通りです。
So simply put, if we just increase the level cap and we increase pushing up the players' stats, then we will reach another point where we would have to do the delimitation of values.
でそれが例えば次の拡張で限界が来るのかその次の拡張で限界が来るのかっていうところは、僕らは計算できるので、大体予想はついてるんですけど、やっぱさすがにそんなにデノミネーションっていうことをやるべきじゃないなとは思ってますまず。
And of course, with regards to the question of whether we would reach that point with the next patch or whether we would reach it at the patch after that, we can calculate, so we can kind of forecast roughly when we would get to that point. But I think simply repeating that process of delimitation itself is not the way we should proceed.
で今我々開発チームが考えているのは一番大事なのはレベルじゃなくてどうやってプレイヤーの皆さんがその成長を感じられるかっていうところが一番大事なことだと思っているので、その成長をどう作っていくべきか、それには本当にいろんな方法があると思います。
So what we are thinking about in the development team is not simply just leveling up, but how to kind of incorporate a sense of growth for the player character and how to create that. That's one area which we are really working on.
What?
例えば
So they're thinking about how do we make you feel a sense of progression without leveling up? What if we don't level up in the next expansion? What if it's something else?
アビリティポイントみたいなものを
Oh, like how Elder Scrolls Online does it, where you reach a certain level, and then after that you get champion points. And they accumulate on all your characters.
稼いで
Maybe
自
something
分
like
の好き
that?
なアビリティにポイントを振ること
Ability
で
points?
自分の好きなアビリティを強化する。それ
It
によ
sounded
っ
like what he even
て
said.
そのアビリティのアニメーションがさらにパワーアップしたりとか威力が上がったり、こういうのも成長の一つだと思う。
Let's say, for example, there's a system where you would accumulate ability points.
Example.
And this is just an example.
It's like, just for example, we're totally not working on this, but just hypothetically, what if we did...
So
example
the
only.
player would have the option to allocate those ability points for whatever ability they would like to use them on.
What?
And when they use those ability points, maybe that would enhance the ability so that there would be a change of animation, or maybe the potency of that ability would go.
That would be insane to put that in Final Fantasy 14. Are you serious? To actually be customizing your job and have it change the animation based on a point?
Go up.
No way. No way.
それ以外にも、例えばタレントと呼ばれる別ラインの例えば
If they were going to do that, then it would probably end up being that you get 10 ability points, and then everybody, by the end, everybody unlocks all the points. That's probably what I would imagine, but it's still cool approach.
ドラグーンのタレントっていうのが別
Maybe
に
you
用
can
意
just
され
decide
てい
which
て、
one you get
まあこれの
first
どのタレントを育ててい
through
く
the
か
leveling
みたい
process.
なレベルはもう100で上がらないんだけど、
It's all hypothetically,
さらに
of course,
各ジョブをパワーアップさせるような成長要素があるっていうのも例えばその成長の方
Example
法
is
だ
exactly for me. Yes.
と思うので、そういうものが必
Yes,
要になるよ
it's
ねって
for
いうのは
me
真剣に今ま
to
さに議論して
not
いる
go
ところです。
crazy here.
And another example could be
Another example.
Talents. So for Dragoon, there could be a line of talent which you could use to cultivate your character.
But what if you get a talent on Dragoon that lets you jump even higher than you jumping?
So the level would not be rising. And once again, this is just an
Wow, that would be so cool.
example. But we
Just for example. But what if your Dragoon jumps high up? What if you jump onto the boss's head?
are very hard at work right now discussing these possibilities,
Cool.
looking toward what to do next.
That would be so badass. What if there were specs? Right? Okay, okay. You pick a jumpy Dragoon spec, or you pick a stabby Dragoon spec, or, well, tank spec for Dragoon. Okay. Well, let's not get too crazy.
In referring to what you said at PAX East,
Dragon spec, where you summon the dragons, like the blue dragon stuff. That would be really badass too. I can think of all of ways.
also this morning, in your presentation, how you want to increase rewards such as mounts and many other things for players to collect by
Turn into a dragon.
times.
Okay, next question. Referring to what you said at PAX East, how you mentioned you wanted to increase rewards. Are there plans to make use of achievement certificates? Oh, you want to give Jonathan his job back?
Yeah.
Because right now he doesn't even do anything. You click on it on your achievement
Are there
window.
any plans to make use of achievement
It's a good question. Really good question.
Because currently achievement certificates, there isn't that many things to actually purchase from.
That's a good question. We need more achievement
そっ
stuff.
ちにももちろんそのリワードを増やすコストを使ってさらにそっちにも増やすということを、まあ、毎パッチやるわけにもいかないと思うので何回に1パッチかはそっちのリワードも増やしていこうと思うので、そっちも期待してもらっていいと思います。
Of course, we have factored that in. So we are increasing our resources so that we will be able to increase the rewards for that. Of course, we're not in a position where we would be able to do it in every patch, but we would like to have that increase every few patches or so.
あとは
More
今回
gear.
北米のメディアツアー側で
More
アチーブメントポイントランキングをやってほしいっていうリクエストもあったので。
And this time in the North American media tour, there was a request for an achievement point ranking.
なので、まあ、アチーブメントに関わるやっぱりこう遊びだったりアチーブメントを取っていくことによってもっといろんなことができたりいろんなものがもらえたりっていうところは結構リクエストとしてあるんだなというのを改めて確認したので、まあ、戻ってそのあたりの振り分けっていうのもしっかりイメージしておこうかなと思います。
So based on that, I have found out that there are requests for maybe more forms of play involving achievements,
Yes.
or people would want to do more with them.
FC
So we would
achievements,
like to consider this
maybe?
as well.
Okay, next question.
I'm about to get into a little bit of a iffy topic. There is, I mean, we've had implemented
New data centers.
as well as DC travel. Unfortunately, while it is a very good thing, it has some very negative side effects because I'm from the Crystal DC, and now that we have DC travel, data centers like Crystal or even in Europe, they become barren. Like all the PFs, they don't exist anymore. And it is expected of players to now go to a different DC to raid because that's where
Yeah,
all
so this question was also asked at the Q&A at the NA media tour.
the people.
So he's definitely well aware of the
And
problem.
the question is if there is a future
Yeah.
where there might be cross DC
That's
party.
why he's like, he's heard this question before and he knows that it's very difficult for them to
Because it is
implement
unfortunate that
right now.
DCs are dead now, and people are expected to go
He knows the problem and you can tell he wants to solve it, but it,
and can't do anything on their home world. For example, I'm an Ultimate Raider, and I spent 3 to 4 weeks on Aether without being able to do anything just because I was writing over there. I assume it's probably not possible, but it is unfortunately a problem when it comes to PF and Party Finder specifics.
問題はもちろん認識しています。今一番早くそれを解決するのはもう DC トラベルを閉鎖するのが多分一番早い。
Of course, I am aware of the problem, and I
Yeah.
think the fastest solution would be to close off DC travel.
Oh my god.
ただ
Oh. Wait, never mind. It's not a problem. Actually, you know what? It's fine. It's okay. I don't mind traveling. I love data center traveling. It should be. It's okay. I love, getting to meet other people in other data centers. It's awesome. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much. What's the next question?
なんかやっぱりファイナルファンタジー14ってレイドをする人たちためだけのゲームではないので、僕は本当は最終的には全ての DC の垣根も全てのワールドの垣根もなくしたいって思ってるし、絶対それが理想だとは思ってます。
It's literally like, if y'all can't handle the data center travel, I will turn this car around.
So of course, Final Fantasy XIV is not a game solely for raiders, but I really would like to aim to kind of get rid of any disparity between all DCs and all worlds.
で先に
Yes.
パーフェクトパーティーファインダーと呼ぼうが、考えてないわけじゃないし議論もしてるんですけど、
He said, I would like to get rid of the disparities between all DCs and all worlds. Does that basically confirm we're definitely going to get the region travel with Doctor?
物理的に相当難しい。おそらく真正面から開発すると3年はかかる。
So, of course, it's not like I haven't thought about a perfect party finder. We have been discussing it, but from a technical perspective, it is almost close to impossible to achieve.
That's what he
told
us.
So if we just went straight on ahead with the development full force, it would take about 3 years.
That's what he told us too. That's the same thing he told. He said if we diverted all of our resources to creating this, it will take us 3 years of work to do cross DC Party Finder and like cross DC, like everything. It would take 3 years. So obviously that can't work.
やっぱ3年も待てないじゃないですか。
But of course, you cannot wait for 3 years, right?
なので今、実はこのメディアツアーに出てる間に1個ちょっと思いついたアイデアがあるので、それをエンジニアと話し合って。
It seems like it's partially a communication problem with the players on the other DCs, and it's partially a problem of getting you all into the same instance quickly, right? I feel like maybe they could start by improving the communication between players. But I don't know. That seems like maybe use the companion app. Like maybe use that for something useful, which could be PFs. Let me look at all the PFs. Let me view all PFs on the app. Maybe. And then when I see it's on the app, I'll try to go over there before it fills. It's not a good solution, but
もしその方向で実現できるなら少なくとも3年は絶対かからない
I'm
の
trying
で
to think of something creative because
But one thing I'd like to share is that during this media tour, I did remember one possibility, and I would like to talk to the engineers about this. I think at the very least, if this possibility works out, it would not take 3 years. So I would like to try it out.
He's thought of something! Because we asked him at NA, and then he's been thinking about it since the whole time, and then he got asked again at EU, and he had an idea in his time. He could fix it.
1年とか1年半ぐらいはかかってしまうと思うので、その間じゃあどうするっていう問題がやっぱりつきまとう。で当然開発チーム内ではいろんなアイデアが出ていて、もう今回はこのデータセンターがレイドおすすめですみたいなリワードがちょっと増えますとか。
So even then, it would probably take about 1 year to 1.5 years
Take
to do.
1 year still.
So still then we would have to consider what would we do in that time. And the development team have come up with various ideas. One idea was maybe promoting a specific DC for raids. So for example, for that DC...
Lean into the idea. Oh, that's smart. Promote a DC for raiding.
you would get higher rewards.
So that way you don't feel bad when you're forced to go over there because everybody gets better rewards for raid. Oh, it's... But then...
で、例えば次のパッチが来たらそのレイド
That's crazy.
推奨 DC はここですとか。
But then the server's going to be totally screwed when there's an expansion launch. There's no way the server's going to be handled at capacity. Oh my god.
And then when the next patch comes along, this DC would be recommended for raids.
それかパーティー募集が少ない DC の場合は自動的にその少なさが解消されるまでボーナスがかかるとか、もういろんなアイデア出てるんですけど。
And then on the other hand, there could be an idea where for certain DCs where there are low recruitment.
Like, what about the people that are on those DCs already that don't want all that extra traffic? Because we have another problem where when there's too many people in an area, you cannot go into the area anymore. And what if there's so many people going to the DC that you can't even leave your house? Like, you can actually get trapped inside your house if there's too many people in a district.
For Party Finder, you could get a bonus for that. So there are various ideas that have come up.
ただ結局のところこれをやるとそのどっかの DC に必ず負荷をかけてることになるし、データセンター移動することを推奨してるので、どうなんだろうっていうので今も議論中ですここは。
But if we do this, it would end up placing greater stress on a given DC. And it would also be promoting DC travel. So I'm not sure what we should be doing.
だってそれをやったらさ、ますますね、レイドやる人この DC にじゃあもう固まるってなると、その DC でレイドやらない人たちにとってはまたログインできないというか、ログイン待ちが長いとかストレスになっちゃうんで。
I don't know.
ちょっとねそうなんです、頭が痛いけど、それぐらい真剣に考えているので、なんとか解決策はひねり出してみようと思います。
And so let's say that we do implement that, and then for a certain DC, all the raiders would gather there, and the people who play on that DC and who aren't raiders, they would be thinking, "Oh man, I'm having trouble. I can't log in. I'm having long waiting times to get in."
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And that would lead to their stress. So when I think about it, my head hurts thinking about it, but I really do want to rack my brains and reach a solution.
ちなみに今の質問でだいぶ僕の残りヒットポイント少なくなってます。
How can we solve this problem? Like I solved the glamour dresser problem already. Okay, so my solution is we use the companion app. And we use the companion app to view all of the PFs on every server. Okay. And when you find a PF you want to join, the Moogle will go and like be a placeholder for your spot for like 1 minute. If the party leader agrees. Okay, the party leader is going to get a pop-up that's like, a Moogle wants to save someone's spot, and they say yes or no. And then if they say yes, then you have like 1 minute to DC travel over to their PF. Apply to join through the app.
By the way, with this one question, you've knocked out quite a lot of my HP, so I don't have much left. It really was.
Oh my god, another critical hit.
Direct hit.
Yes.
Hey, that's what I just said.
I'm so sorry.
That's what I just said. It's hilarious.
The texture updates for
Am I already critical hitting SGP?
clothing are fantastic. fantastic. As
Thank you.
Foliage in the world, it just feels so much better. Like 10
Yes.
years playing this game.
It's so pretty.
Yeah,
It's so
I've
beautiful,
never seen
y'all.
a game look
I want you to see it.
my question is,
And not on like not on just media tour footage. You need to see it on your monitor in its full glory. It is honestly will bring a tear to your eye. It is so gorgeous.
firstly,
The
is there any
clothing
way
and
to
lighting
get
and
foliage for the outside of
it's so
the
pretty.
house, so you could change it from just green grass
Oh.
to something else with all of those flowers, rather than you taking up a slot of housing. And also the other point is, are housing items?
Yeah, add more foliage to the residential districts. That's a good idea.
まずちょっと待ってくださいね。芝を自然草に多分切り替えるのはできなくはない。できなくはない。
So firstly, when it comes to the grass, it is probably possible to change it to natural grass.
The more fluffy grass.
それは多分できる。ただ
I want my Ishgard to be more snowy. That's what I want. I want really snowy Ishgard district.
ハウジングはそのできるだけアイテムを置ける数を増やしたいと思ってかなり一つ一つのオブジェクトに対してのそのデータ制限が強い
Oh,
の
when's the
で
Game Fest?
果たして
When is Summer Game Fest? Is that right now?
草だったらいけんのかな。ちょっと計算してみないとやっぱ正しいことは言えないけど
Is that starting in like a minute?
できなくはないと思います。
Oh my god, it's starting
So
in 2
I
minutes.
think we would need to calculate to find out. So for housing, we want
Yeah, I wanna
to incorporate it so that we can place more items, but there are quite a lot of strong data restrictions on the items.
I don't think there's
so
many
I think
questions
if we
left. Like, we're
switch it
almost
to
done.
automatic
So I'll just be a
grass,
little
it
late.
might work, but I think we need to do the calculations. But I can't say that it's not a zero chance. It might work.
ただ例えばペイントブラシのようなものでこのエリアだけふさふさにしたいとかその家の中でもこの天井だけの一部だけをみたいなのは多分難しいんじゃないかな。それが多分難しい。このパネル全体をとかならできる気がする。
Let me fast forward.
But when it comes to kind of like a paintbrush effect, so you would apply it just to one part in the house. So like maybe you would look at the ceiling and you would apply that to a certain part of the ceiling. I think that would be difficult. But on the other hand, if it would be applied to maybe one total panel, then that might be a possibility.
Okay. It's almost started. It hasn't started yet. So we got a minute.
戻ったらハウジングにはハウジングのアーティスト兼ハウジングのテクニカルアーティストでハウジングの全ての仕様とメモリを司っているハウジング士みたいなやつがいるんでそいつとちょっと話してみます。
So when I go back to Japan, we have a member in our staff who is a housing artist, and they also work as a housing technical artist.
Oh.
So they really have a thorough knowledge of all of the specifications related to housing. So I'd like to have a little chat with them.
That's a good
で
idea.
もう一つ言ってなかった？あれ？なんかハウジングアイテムにもグラフィックスアップデート適用されるのみたいなこと言ってなかったっけ？言ってたよね。ハウジングアイテムに関しては今やっぱり話したようにすごい厳密にメモリ計算してで今我々がやってる作業は室内に配置できるアイテムの数を増やそうっていうのが一つ。もう一つ柱のない家に中身を取り替えられるようにしようっていうのを優先的にやってるので、多分これらが落ち着いてからじゃない
About
と
the housing?
そのグラフィックスアップデートをさらにハウジングのパーツにまで入れるっていうのは難しいかもしれない。ちょっと順番を待ってほしい。
So when it comes to the point of applying the graphical update for housing items, as I mentioned, we have quite strict memory calculations that we are carrying out. And currently we are working towards increasing the number of items that can be placed in a house. And also we are working towards a system where when you have a house with no pillars, you would be able to automatically replace the content in that house. So we would first like to focus on these 2 points, and then we would be able to consider the next one. So we would appreciate it if we could address this in order first.
Okay.
ごめんね、ちょっと今計算しちゃってるんだよな。
Sorry, I'm actually calculating right now.
He's literally sitting there calculating this
面
stuff.
白いアイデアだなって。
Okay.
But I do think it's an interesting idea.
うんうん。コントロールか。まあでも面白いなでも。
Man, I hope he gets some rest after this. It seems like quite a doozy.
世界がすごい豊かになってて、まあ例えば日本でもみんなで協力して一つの
Yeah, I
ストー
think
リー
this
と
is the
お
last
日本のいわゆるお祭
question
り
too.
夏祭りみたいなのをやってくれる人たちも多いし、本当になんだろうある意味素晴らしいコンテンツに皆さんのおかげでなってると思ってるので、
Let's just finish
今みたいなフィードバックっていうのにはやっぱりできるだけ答えていきたいので、ちょっと楽しみにお待ちください。
But yeah, I think it's precisely because there's so much passion towards housing in Final Fantasy XIV that we can work towards making the world of Final Fantasy XIV richer. And to give you one example from Japan, in Japan, everyone collaborated together to decorate a street so that it looked like what we would say matsuri, so a Japanese festival, and it looked like a summer festival that you would see in Japan. So I think it's in that. It's really amazing content, and I really would want to try my best to respond to the player feedback. So I do hope you look forward to future updates.
Awesome.
いや、じゃあ大
Great
丈夫だな
interview.
俺のヒットポイン
Really
トがな
great
くなる
interview. Okay, so I think that's the end of it. And we're wanting to catch the Summer Game Fest, so let's see
and
if
success. And that's what makes this industry so great.
Okay.
And you'll see that reflected in the show today, because over the next 2 hours, we'll have big franchises on stage like Star Wars,
Speaking of Summer
Batman,
Festival.
and Harry Potter, but also smaller titles, including a few games made by single individuals and first-time creators that we invited to be part of this show because we think this platform is important as
Harry
a way
Potter.
to show you new things that you might not even know about.
Oh, God.
So when you see a game that piques your interest, please wish list it, or even better, send it to a friend and get them excited. That's how we together can grow the gaming community. And we are going to do that today over the next 2 hours, as we have a lot of games to show you, plus Day of the Devs directly after with even more indie titles. So should we get to the games? All right, it all begins right now. Here's our first announcement.
Okay.
Next.
Hey, look, this is Hot Dog Guy auditioning for the lead and unannounced action game.
We see you as more of a sidekick.
Oh, sure, I get that a lot, but check out my range.
Fix this.
Okay.
It's Lego.
Empathy. Oh, hilarity. This guy. Strength. Hey, what game is this anyway?
What?
Hey, neat costume. I gotta get me one.
Lego Horizon.
Sorry, gotta go.
Oh my God.
That hot dog guy is Aloy, an amazing video game lead.
Thunderjaw went mad and is tearing through the valley.
Don't worry, I'll bring it down.
This is great. Oh my God, it's so cute.
Right in the eye. And cut fire attack.
A lonely hero, hunting machines all by herself.
Hello, I have friends, you know.
Let's do this.
Right. A friendly hero, hunting with her pals.
It's super cute.
Hey, whose side are you on?
Exploring,
Wow, what is this place?
collecting all the shiny things,
Woohoo, buddy!
and making a home.
Making a home. Is that Varl?
Aloy, the Thunderjaw's back.
Oh, right, the Thunderjaw. Ooh, that's a big one.
Wow, the Thunderjaw though. I would actually just like to put one together. You know,
Down you go.
the Thunderjaw Lego.
Better get a snack.
Oh, you want mustard on that?
Is that the bud? I'm good.
That's nice. Though honestly, it's cute, but when it comes to Lego, I'll either put the Lego together myself in real life, or I'll play Horizon.
There you go. Wasn't that fun? That was Lego Horizon Adventures, coming out later this year for PlayStation, but also day one on PC and Nintendo Switch. It's a playful, lighthearted story inspired by the world of Horizon, designed with two-player action in mind, supporting couch and online co-op.
It's not.
Now we're going to completely shift the tone
kind of like
to the
Horizon
next
on
game
Switch.
from Torn Banner Studios, the developers behind Chivalry 2. For their next project, they are proud to announce No More Room in Hell 2, the sequel to the 2011 award-winning Source mod. 8 players start separate in the dark, and it's up to you to find your friends and survive with permadeath. Here is the first look.
Is this a horror game? What's going on in that car? The zombies? It's just Florida. Some guys on bath salts. Okay. Oh no, zombies. Nah. I'll pass. I'll pass. It's like, I feel like I've seen this game already. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, another shooter with zombies. Let's pass. I doubt it's actually scary.
Coming this Halloween. Looks really, really intense. All right, to introduce our next game, please join me in welcoming someone who I've known for over a decade. She's been a huge fan of some of our reveals, like Street Fighter 6 a few years ago, and of course, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth last year when she was sitting in the audience. Well, this year,
isn't Square
she's joining
Enix
us
there?
on stage. We're thrilled to have her with us. Please welcome Curious Joy.
Thank you, Jeff. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here at Summer Game Fest. I'm here with you today to share some even more super fun trailers. So let's get straight to another world premiere. This is a highly anticipated game from a beloved franchise. Let's take a look.
As young witches and wizards, we all dream of soaring through the sky like our favorite heroes. When it comes to Quidditch, we've all wondered, do I have what it takes to be the next Quidditch star?
It's a Quidditch multiplayer.
To beat your toughest opponent?
It's a Quidditch sports game.
To keep your composure in the face of adversity.
Like FIFA. Code Quidditch.
To chase your dreams at any price. To seek glory for your team.
Is this the Harry Potter thing you were talking about?
Too great. No dream is too big.
I guess it is.
Do you have what it takes?
Hard to
pass. Do you have the heart of a Quidditch champion?
Oh my god. I think I would rather play the previous game, the zombie game. No. No, not at all. They're not adding it to Legacy. Yeah, it's a whole separate
That's
game.
Harry Potter Quidditch Champions launching
I'm not
worldwide
really-
on September 3rd for consoles and
looks
PC.
good.
Now we move from the Potterverse
That
to
does
a
not look
brand
good.
new world. It hails from a single developer, Gavin Eisenbeis, up in Seattle, who has been making games all by himself for a decade. His last title, Choo Choo Charles, was a fan favorite, and he showed me this next game a few months ago, and I really wanted to debut it here. Get ready to backstab, race, or cooperate with up to 20 of your friends in Cuff Bust.
Yeah, is this just a big abs It's just one long advertisement? It's not like an awards. It's a fest. So yeah, I think it is. I mean, some of it looks cute. Some of it looks cute. Escaping jail has, you know, it's kind of bunarchy vibes. What the hell? What's going on? Okay. All right, that one looked pretty good. Okay, so that one actually seemed pretty good.
That's all made by one person. Congratulations, Gavin. So glad to have that on stage.
That's the best one so far.
All right, next one of this year's most anticipated games is Star Wars Outlaws, coming out on August 30th from Ubisoft and Lucasfilm Games, the first open-world Star Wars game where you live the life of a scoundrel. On Monday at 12 p.m. Pacific, you'll get to see a full gameplay showcase during Ubisoft's Forward event, streaming as part of the continuing Summer Game Fest events. But right now, we've got an exclusive new glimpse at the game, just a small taste of what's to come.
Okay. I think I know what's to come because it's Ubisoft.
A friend needs a little something stolen.
I know exactly what it's to.
Let's raise the stakes, shall we?
Okay, but is it gonna be racing?
We should get moving.
Pretty game. I want it to be good, but I have little faith.
I think I spotted Lando there. So great. And by the way, I'm just noticing everything we've shown you so far, I think is going to be, coming out, this year, Cuff Bus. I'm not quite sure, but it's so cool that there's stuff that we're going to get to play in the next few months here. All right, well, moving back to smaller teams, a few weeks ago, I had a chance to play through this next game, and I have to say, it is really spectacular. Neva comes from Nomada Studio, the creators of the Game Award-winning game Grease. It chronicles the story of Alba, a woman bound to a curious wolf cub. Here's your first ever look at the gameplay.
Okay. It's very pretty. Wow, beautiful. Nice music. It's like me and Nora. Help the puppy. My dog is like that. Yeah, Nora game. Wow. I do not usually play 2D platformers. It's gonna take a lot to get me to try a game like that. But it seems really nice. Oh, dog bigger. Do they have to go like separate now? Oh my god, is that the plot? It seemed like a sad.
Trust me, that game is such
ending.
a true work of art, especially when you get into some of the combat. It is tons of fun to
I don't
play.
want to
And
cry
there's
at
much
the
more
end.
coming later today in the Devolver Direct, which will air directly after the Day of the Devs on this same stream. So we got lots more for you.
No.
All right, next, it's time for our next game announcement.
Only good vibes.
Study the past if you would define the future.
All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time.
Let us all for death prepare, or on the last great journey fare.
Let me not then die ingloriously and without a struggle.
Is this Civilization?
But let me first do some great thing that shall be told
Is this a Civ game?
hereafter.
Each of us shall endure this world's life until the end.
Oh my god, I think it is. I think it is.
Your names shall not be lost.
It is.
So it shall be.
So it shall be.
Yes! It's 7. Oh my god. I did not expect that. You did not
Hello,
see that
everyone at Summer Game Fest. On behalf of the Firaxis team, we are thrilled to finally announce that Civilization 7
Yes.
is coming day and date to PC and consoles next year. I'm in awe of the amazing team that has
This is
brought us
great.
to this moment.
Finally.
But we also have to thank you, our incredible fans around the world, for your overwhelming support of this franchise for over 30 years. We can't wait to share more, and we hope you'll join us later this summer for the full reveal of Civilization 7. In the meantime, stay civilized.
Cool, cool. Been an extremely long time since I played a Civ game. Feet. Monk. Return to monk. Wukong. It's Monkey Souls. Okay. Well, I don't know anything about it. At all. August 20th. Meta. What? Asgard's Wrath. Oh, it's on the VR? I'm not doing
Perhaps
that.
humans were fated to build the monoliths, reaching heaven and returning with a gift. Stardust. But mankind was given more than it wished for. Not progress, but chaos. Every new height brings a terrible fall. And yet hope still glimmers, even in the depths of the unknown, like mayflies.
The house walking?
We die to live again.
What is it?
The the smallest creatures show the greatest resilience. Wherever we remain standing, we stand together.
Once human. Okay. Looks not bad. This is an ad. It's an ad I'm watching. Wow, this is annoying. It's a... Oof.
Have any of you faced Tyranids before? Only these past 2 days. Then there is much to learn. The numbers are endless. I will take you all with me.
Is it Warhammer?
Brothers, we fight!
Is this a... Space Marine? Okay.
All right, welcome back to Summer Game Fest. We've got some amazing developer guests joining us throughout the show, and I'm very excited to introduce our first guests. They are legendary creators who are working on a brand new fantasy RPG, Metaphor, slated to launch this October. Please welcome the director and art designer of Persona 3, 4, and 5, Katsura Hashino and Shikanori Shojima.
Persona. You know what it is, probably.
ありがとうございます。アトラスの橋野です。今日は副島さんと一緒にこのステージに立ててとても光栄に思ってます。
Speaking in a
Thank
global
you, everybody.
language.
It is a pleasure to be here.
Did
My
you
name is
see that?
Hashino, and I am the director of Metaphor. It is a pleasure to be here with Mr. Soejima.
このゲームはね、アーキタイプという他のゲームでいうところのジョブですね。その姿に主人公たちが変身して明日の未来のために戦うというとても熱い RPG です。
This game is an RPG in which the party members transform into their jobs, which we call archetypes. These archetypes allow you to fight against your enemies.
アーキタイプは誰もが持つ不安と向き合うことによって覚醒する力です。すべてのアートワークは力強さとオリジナリティを意識して描いています。その総数は40種類以上にも及び、経験を積ませると一部のアーキタイプは進化することもできます。
Archetypes are the embodiment of power born from the will to face your fears and anxieties. We gave it our all to instill each and every archetype with a feeling of strength and uniqueness in each of their designs. In total, there will be more than 40 types of archetypes available in the game. These archetypes can gain experience and even evolve. Some of them can evolve into stronger versions.
That can evolve into another version.
メタファーはアトラスの RPG、我々が作ってきた RPG のノウハウをすべて結集させて作っています。とても大きなボリュームのゲームです。今日はこのアーキタイプをテーマにした最新のトレーラーをお持ちしました。ぜひご覧になってください。ありがとうございました。
So we are pouring all of our acquired expertise into this game to make it as exciting as possible. In fact, we've even brought our latest trailer today, which is centered around the topic of these archetypes. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy.
What are the archetypes that we got?
It is said that we all have inherited heroic virtues deep within us. The reality is...
Warrior.
We oppress. We fight. A great evil flows through this land. You have found a way to wield true magic. Many more protectors and followers will gather to your side. Remind people that the same power. You must acquire more archetypes.
What just happened?
And bring them together.
How's this? Gower!
What just happened? No. Samurai.
Now you've acquired a most interesting power. An archetype whose existence was only theoretical. You wield power now.
Yeah, we care about gameplay. Metaphor. Okay. So...
Such an honor to have Hoshino and Shojima with us on stage. Thank you guys, and for that deep look at the archetypes, such stunning visual designs. Now we're going to jump into the Arkhamverse. Batman Arkham Shadow is a MetaQuest 3 exclusive VR game coming later this year. As Batman, you face a new threat, the mysterious Rat King and his cultish devotees. Here's your first look at the story trailer for Batman Arkham Shadow.
He said it was a deep look at the archetypes, but I feel like I didn't learn much. They're like, here's an RPG with jobs in it.
There's a new darkness overtaking Gotham, driving the city mad. The only light left is from the fire in the streets, casting shadows of rats on everything that was once good. Fear is their weapon.
This doesn't tell us anything.
But they're not the only ones who can use it.
Wait, is this MetaQuest VR?
Stop at nothing to destroy my city. How far will I go to destroy him?
Yeah. No way. No way am I gonna buy one of those. It's not happening at all. Yikes. Yikers. No.
I am looking forward to heading back to the Arkhamverse. Now, it is time to update fans on a legendary fighting game franchise. And that includes me. Because I have been a fan of this series ever since one of its first iteration and have been playing each one ever since.
Whoa.
So, let's check it out.
Series? Ever since... Oh, it's Street? No. Oh, I can't see that. Hold up. Fatal Fury Street Fighter. How's it doing? Join the fight. Hmm. 1 year after the Dragon Meteor invasion, the Scots rebelled. I mean, cool concept. Pretty cool concept. Is this a... What kind of game? It's pretty cartoony looking. And has this like comic book look? Roguelike, co-op, hack and slash. It might be fun. Might be fun. Has potential.
Test of power. I guess we'll see. This will be when the true battle begins.
Oh, Goku. Is this a mobile game?
Just like I did that. You talking about thrilling? Don't you dare! Enough of the hell. You were only a ride. Are you ready? Do it! Well, the way you slice it, there's only one way
I can
to
barely
save her.
hear it. It's super
Bye,
quiet.
my friends. No matter what it takes, I need to rescue Gohan. Goku, wait! What? Never forgive me for this! Now you will suffer my wrath! You are a prison boy! I will show you.
It looks like mobile game to me.
It's my turn, yes. Change everything, then. This is stuff you don't think you can win. There's no way.
Sparking Zero. No, it says PS5.
There you go, Internet. We got your release date for Sparking Zero, October 11th. Now we step into the world of Delta Force Hawk Ops, a free-to-play tactical shooter available to play on all platforms. Here's a look at their multiplayer FPS extraction mode.
Team, rally up. We've got a new mission. Operation Lightning Strike. The situation at Zero Dam is now very serious, with conflicts escalating between Havoc Corps and Alsara Guard. It's time to take action. Objective: collect and decode the Manobrick located at the tourist center at the southeast region.
I have zero interest in this game.
Stealth insertion. Execute swiftly and silently.
We're in position.
No.
Looks like someone beat us to it. We need to pick up the pace.
Brenda, clean the balcony. On your mark. Balcony clear. Go, go, go! Clear the area. Shield down. I'm going in.
Shit! They've got a flamethrower!
Why didn't the flamethrower explode when you shot it?
They're coming up! All clear. Prepare for decoding.
That's all for mission briefing. The drill is over. Operation commences. Good luck.
Right? Brilliant, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking, holy
But
shit.
that is
I was
not
so much more
all. The
hyped when I
game's
was looking at the
premium
media
campaign
tour
mode,
stuff.
Black Hawk Down is a reimagining of the original game.
Like, Dawn
There's
Trail's
also
looking
fully
pretty
licensed
good.
to recreate moments from the award-winning Ridley Scott movie. Here,
A lot of these
is
are
your world premiere
flopping.
first look at that gameplay.
The Dawn Trail is looking pog. I might just like bow out because I want to watch the Star Rail live stream anyway. Y'all can tell me if there was anything actually worth looking at.
Why are they burning tires? RPG!
From this, because so far it's been kind of an L. Like there was Civ 7, which was a good announcement.
Clear. Secure and capture a team in your cabinet. Over.
I want to watch the Star Rail stream anyway.
Enemy vehicles coming! Vehicle under attack!
I'm spoiled with the games I'm playing right now. Like, it's just, I feel like the bar for quality is so high with the games I play.
And now, I have an update for you on Fatal Fury City of the Wolves.
Elden Ring.
For real this time.
I'm concurrently playing some of the best games ever made. I feel like such a snob. Like such a snob right now. Respectfully. Wicked. Fatal Fury. Become one with the game. Cool. That was pretty cool though. That's an ad, but that was cool. Wait. Is it Fortnite? Okay. It's half of it is ads too, which is really annoying. Yep. Okay, I think I'm gonna bow out. And watch the Star Rail, because so far it's kind of not got me. It's more ads than games. Totally agree. Okay. Yeah, I've got a bunch of other shit to look at today anyways. Yeah. There was gonna be Star Rail stuff here. Oh, really? Okay, well, you just tell me when that happens and we'll watch it. Five head. We'll just watch the Star Rail part. And that's it now. Like, some of these look pretty decent. But some of these look pretty interesting. But they're not like... Is it going to compete with my time for Elden Ring? You know, this is what I'm asking myself. Like, what's going to possibly compete? My Elden Ring time. Okay. Mobile game, you know, I find out at the end, or I'll find out, okay, it's VR meta at the end. Okay. I'm switching games here. Okay, I'm gonna bow out, and y'all can, if you see something from the event that's good, then you can just send me the link for that and I will watch it. But I just don't feel like I need to watch this entire thing live because half of it is ads anyways. Okay, straight up. That's my opinion. And we also have a lot of extremely hype Dawn Trail stuff to look at too, and the Star Rail stuff. So media tour definitely more interesting. All right, I'm going to pull up the live stream 2.3 Penacony special program. Oh yeah. Oh, there's one other thing I need to check. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Is this all set up good? Is it full screen? Okay, that's fine. That's good. Okay. Yeah, just yell whenever there's something POG happening on the Summer Game Fest, and I'll have it ready to go. I'll just have it here, but I'll mute the tab. So in case something exciting happens, you can tell me. But so far, it's loud. Okay. Is that better? Is that better? Okay. I better hear about Sunday.
Good evening, City of Dreams. All eyes are on the Pentagon Repechage, which is now in its fourth round.
What's that mean?
Waves of remaining competitors are still vying for their shot at victory. Leaving aside Duke Inferno's fiery demise, the family would like to reassure everyone that no contestants have come to harm. That's still the case, right? With the crisis dispelled, only flowers, glory, and rapturous applause await.
She on vacation or something?
A pool party!
It's a pool party.
Miss Acheron, didn't we all agree to the swimsuit dress code? That's not a swimsuit.
Is that what we agreed?
But you...
Albert, can I borrow you?
Jade.
Madam Jade. So, what brings you here?
The corporation is planning to increase the special program budget. Here, it's all in the agreement.
Thank you, Miss Jade. And thank you, RPC. Where do I sign?
Pleasure doing business.
Miss Firefly.
She's very breathy voice.
Can you do the transformation thingy? You know what I'm talking about. Now's the perfect time.
This is Summer Game Fest,
okay.
yeah.
It's just, there's a lot of people around.
No problem. If anything goes wrong, just blame your good buddy Albert.
In that case, check out the newest upgrade. I shall.
Yeah, this is weird. Usually they start this with a trailer, right? Okay, here we go. I was wondering.
To me, hiding is much easier than being honest. Yet, I still want to try expressing my emotions as any ordinary person would.
Forgotten someone, my gray-haired friend? I put a bomb on this ship.
Oh yeah, I was wondering.
What
are we gonna do about these things?
Initiate cleanup. Move forward, ignite. I shall set the seas ablaze.
Man, why is she so much more badass in the suit? Like her personality changes.
Don't leave with any regrets.
In the suit, she's like, gets new confidence.
So now, do you understand what you must give up, Miss Sam? Even from your point, as distant as it may be, I'm more than capable of keeping you on a tight leash.
Oh my god!
There's no backing out now.
They're really...
For me, or for you.
My script isn't over yet.
They're like, let's make this sexiest characters possible.
I propose a toast. Since you care so much, speed up the
Good lord.
to the future of Penacony and the universe.
Is Sunday here? Do I need to go through that frame by frame?
Can I interpret this as the next phase of the simulated universe.
Correction. It's a new subject matter that Dr. Ratio and I have personally agreed on.
Farewell, Penacony. What a sexy trailer. Oh my goodness. Between Firefly and Jade, it's like they're going out of their way to make people simp. I didn't see any Sunday in it. She's like, when Jade is like, oh, we'll keep you on a tight leash. And then she steps on the camera. What the hell? Okay. Skip ahead.
We're joking.
Before we go any further, we agreed to a pool party. How come I'm the only one that showed up in a swimsuit?
Yeah, why nobody else is?
We thought you were joking. After all, this show never previously had pool party levels of funding.
Don't worry, Albert.
What?
Madam Jade's investment is on the way.
Did she say this show is always low budget?
Anyway,
She didn't expect there would be a
take
pool
a look around,
party?
you guys. We're coming to you live from the skies above Penacony in none other than the Radiant Feldspar airship.
Quite a luxurious setting. What's the occasion?
Oh, no occasion needed, Miss Acheron. I just wanted to give everyone a taste of Penacony's history. Over to you, Madam Jade.
Okay.
One amber era ago,
let's talk about the
Oda
patch.
Alfalfa, the Penacony Alfalfa family head, invested a large sum in constructing the Radiant Feldspar airship.
There's a lot of birds on that.
Parlor, ballroom, and recreation facilities, one could simply relax at the poolside with a few glasses of Soul Glad. This grand airship has sailed above Penacony's Sea of Dreams for an entire Amber era, suspending services only recently in the wake of the crisis.
The Trailblazers have yet to claim responsibility for this matter.
In case you weren't aware, the Radiant Feldspar never opens to the public. Only the family's most esteemed guests are invited to take in such breathtaking aerial
So it's new area? Is it pretty big?
You mean to say that after 3 whole versions, the Trailblazers might finally be able to take a vacation?
Another summer vacation?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yes.
The Trailblazers' recent battle against the Order caused great disturbance in Penacony.
Correct. The Charmony Festival was forced to terminate. One can well imagine the damage to public opinion. The family's reputation must be built anew, and the public must be reassured. There are many delicate issues which urgently need addressing.
Aside from the Oak family, the major lineages are preparing their responses to help deal with the aftermath.
So they're gonna let us have a pool party base. It's pool party patch.
The Express crew will be invited aboard the Radiant Feldspar,
so we can relax
to important
after
family discussions.
But if
was
the factors
stressful
that
for
disrupted
Sunday
the
mains.
dreamscape have been resolved, what other assistance is required?
The Order stepped all over the Harmony surf. You can't deal with stuff like that out in the open. The family came up with an idea. Fix the Radiant Feldspar as the Charmony Festival's location while simultaneously announcing the reopening of the airship.
A pity none of this razzle-dazzle can fool the IPC. During the Grand Theater final battle, Aventurine may have been digging up dirt on the family in Dreamflux Reef. I'll need to take care of a few things during my visit to Penacony.
Huh? Is the IPC about to make a claim on Penacony?
Never
Probably.
say never.
Probably, yeah.
Gosh dang IPC. All for the Amber Lord, baby.
No.
Reading between the lines, it seems like these discussions concern the future of Penacony.
They do. But a quick refresher. Anyone remember a certain masked fool issuing mutually assured destruction buttons to the residents of Penacony?
Yeah, it felt like
I
a plot
remember.
hole.
Sparkle sent out gifts in each one of the past 3 versions. Surely she...
Would pushing the button really cause Penacony to explode?
I have my doubts. Only one way to find out.
Probably not.
Whoa.
Probably not.
Everyone take a deep breath, okay? You guys have been spending too much time with a certain blonde-haired director. I'm not putting the bill if you blow up the Radiant Vale Spa. Let's leave these mysteries for the trailers to explore again. Huh?
Albert always gives his all
to the Charming
in
Festival,
these.
baby. Who might the honor guest be? I hear you ask.
Just when they're about to get interesting, Albert hands things over to the Trailblazers again.
Family business is family business, and we've got a show to do, even if the next young lady needs no introduction.
Firefly! She's more cool when she's Sam, though. Sam is cool.
Firefly is a member of the Stellaron Hunters and hails from Glamoth, a world that was destroyed long ago.
Glamoth? The same Glamoth from the Firmament Frontline Glamoth relic set? I remember the planar ornament description had a story about Glamoth's Iron Cavalry Regiment.
Yes, Glamoth was once a rich and powerful empire with a vast territory.
It's like a glowing
After
moth.
the swarm
Glamoth.
invaded,
Or Firefly.
everything was destroyed.
Resisting the swarm called
Was it
for
a
the
swarm?
creation of Glamoth's Iron Cavalry. They were genetically modified soldiers, weapons.
So she's the last one, I think.
Wage war.
She's the last
They
one.
piloted mechs to contain the swarm.
Why does
I
she
met
live,
many
but
of those
everyone else
and
not
bade
made it?
farewell to many.
What stood out to me is that Sam's full name is actually Firefly Type 4 Strategic Assault Mech, meaning that out there, between the distant celestial bodies, there could be other Sams.
Yeah, that's what I just asked.
Ooh, imagine
What if there's
that.
Mo?
Good thinking, Madam Jade. Perhaps the answer to that question lies in Firefly's myriad Celestia and animated short.
Animated short.
Count me in.
I was wondering, is it really you talking when Sam says something, Firefly?
Yeah.
I actually spend a lot of time practicing my Sam lines.
Oh.
Let me guess. Silverwolf came up with the lines, Blade came up with the movements, and Kafka put them together.
Huh? That sounds a little too professional for us.
Yeah, well, speaking of professional, I think it's time we took a look.
The short
at
has a
what this
teaser
young lady can do in her
on Twitter.
combat mech.
I'm a fire type.
Are they all
character,
cute girls?
following
Yeah, that's my
the path
question.
Of destruction. When using my technique during exploration, I summon my Sam armor. Sam can leap into the air. After landing, Sam attacks all enemies within a set range.
Okay, that looks pretty badass.
Heroic entry.
This is
After
awesome.
using technique to enter battle, for every wave of enemies, weaknesses can be inflicted on units without fire weakness, which lasts for a set number of turns.
In battle, Sam has two forms. In the initial form, using skill consumes HP, while simultaneously regenerating ultimate energy. The lower the HP, the less damage sustained.
Okay.
Are all Stellaron hunters this
It's pretty
careless with their
cool.
lives?
It's pretty cool.
When using ultimate, Sam enters the second battle form,
Kicky.
the dazzling complete combustion state. In addition to more powerful basic attacks and skills, speed is also
Nice.
increased. When using enhanced abilities, Sam's weakness break efficiency and weakness break damage sustained by enemies both increase. Sam restores HP with each attack.
So,
That's so cool. It's
the
got like
complete
wings.
combustion state allows us to get a glimpse of Firefly's view from the mech. That's a determined gaze if I ever saw one.
Amazing.
Enough to set the seas ablaze, I'll wager.
That's so awesome.
It looks awesome.
I want to set the seas ablaze.
Thanks! The complete combustion state's enhanced skill not only allows for increased toughness reduction, it can also inflict fire weakness on target enemies.
The flames that Sam emits
Oh.
when breaking the enemy's weakness are quite spectacular.
Really?
And is that a countdown icon on the action bar?
That's right! When the countdown is up,
You can
Sam will
apply
exit
fire
the
weakness?
complete combustion state.
It seems like the effects of Firefly's abilities
all
relate to weakness break. I suppose it would make most sense for Firefly to team up with allies who have weakness break efficiency buffs, or even super break.
Yeah, like your
That's
Trailblazer.
right. For example, the Harmony Trailblazer.
Oh.
What a wonderful coincidence! In version 2.2,
Super
the
break.
Trailblazer inherited the Watchmaker's legacy and embarked on the brand new Path of Harmony.
What a patch. It was awesome.
The spirit of Trailblazing.
We remember that.
Traversing unprecedented distances to go where none have gone before.
I know.
That's what it's all about. Bringing the will of the Trailblaze to more and more people. And on that note, I've got some good news for y'all. After activating the Harmony Trailblazer following the version 2.3 update, Trailblazers can obtain a Shadow of Harmony through the When Charmony Rings Out event screen, thereby upgrading the Trailblazer's Eidolon level.
And if I haven't had time to experience Penacony yet?
Don't worry. After locking the Path of Preservation,
She can't remember if she
Trailblazers
experienced
yet to complete
Penacony
the
yet.
version 2.2 Trailblaze mission can activate the Path of Harmony early through the When Charmony Rings Out event screen.
Acheron can't.
Whoa! I hope the will of the Trailblaze reaches everyone on this journey.
Well said. Now, without further ado, it's time we got to know a certain highly respected IPC director a little better. Enter Madam J.
Jade. Oh my god. She's got a whip. She is stepping on you.
Jade is a director
Good
of the
Lord.
IPC's Strategic Investment Department and a member of the 10 Stone Hearts. She is as beautiful as she is elegant, and the upcoming Radiant Feldspar discussions are an opportunity for her to showcase her true skills.
In contrast with Topaz's negotiation abilities,
Yeah,
and
it's a
Aventurine's
snake.
daredevil spirit, I prefer to operate behind the scenes. Using
There's this
emergency
guy
measures to
like
reap a
reaching
full
for her
harvest
and
when
like
the
throwing
opportunity
all of his
arises.
money at her
Feels
feet.
like making a deal with Jade is a risky proposition. If you ever let your guard down even a little bit, you'll never escape her trap no matter how hard you struggle.
I think the term you're looking for is femme fatale. I like the sound of that.
Mm-hmm. And Jade also has a hobby by
I'm
the name
so
of
glad
Bonna
that,
Jade
like-
Exchange. A pawn shop, essentially.
I can
Though it
resist.
kind of sounds like a fine dining experience.
I can resist this
with
one.
you on the menu.
Whew.
One swish of the contract and the customer is 8 billion credits out of pocket.
Watch your step, Trailblazers.
Jade's goal always aligns with her own interests.
I'm safe.
She plays the long game, whetting her customer's appetite while extracting a suitable price. She first draws her customers into a vortex of desire, then bounces where they're most valuable, leaving nothing but an empty shell of despair. Why is everyone staring at me?
Albert?
She'll take your money.
Didn't you just sign an agreement with Jade over the special program budget?
Wait, what? Hold on a second. Oh.
So what exactly happens to people who sign agreements with Jade?
Patience, patience. Why don't we let the combat do the talking? As a quantum-type character following the path of erudition, my basic attack deals blast damage to a single enemy and adjacent targets.
A blast damage dealing basic attack?
Exactly that. My skill, on the other hand, allows me to sign an agreement with a single ally, thereby granting them enhancement and speed boost buffs. When the signee attacks the enemy, they can deal additional damage, but at the expense of consuming their own HP.
Enhancement in exchange for HP. Is that what people mean by bestowing poison in the guise of sweet dew?
I will definitely
Now, of course,
die.
if I choose myself as the signee, the speed boost and HP consumption effects do not apply. When I or
I'll
a
wipe my
signee
team with her.
launch an attack, it accumulates charges for me. When charges are
Yeah,
full,
is Albert okay?
a follow-up attack is launched.
The IPCs sure enjoy a follow-up attack.
It seems that the
He's
Strategic Investment Department has its own modus operandi.
Somebody go check
My
on Albert.
ultimate, on the other hand, allows me to mete out punishment in accordance with the agreement. In addition to dealing damage to all enemies, my follow-up attack is enhanced.
Oh, that's cool looking.
If there's a place that's closest to a dream,
that's nice.
then are the punished destined for the place that's furthest from it? Like an abyss?
You don't think those places might be one and the same? When using my technique during exploration, enemies within a set range enter the blind fealty state and will refrain from attacking me. After attacking an enemy inflicted with blind fealty, other enemies in the state will enter the battle, with all enemies sustaining damage.
Just a single sheet of paper. Signing away control of your life to others is all too easy.
Poor Owlbert. He might be doing Jade and the IPC's bidding for a few
Did he
decades
die,
more than
though?
anticipated.
Somebody go poke him.
Wakey, wakey. I don't take kindly to procrastination during working hours.
He's
Are you
scared.
feeling, Albert?
She's scared him back to
You won't
life.
be retiring anytime soon. But then, neither will your program.
Silver linings! Why do I still feel like I'm working for nothing?
I wouldn't trouble yourself with that question. Why don't we talk about the version 2.3 banner instead?
Ooh, great idea! In version 2.3's first half warp event, Trailblazers can acquire the limited 5-star character Firefly, as well as the limited 5-star character Ron May. In addition, the drop rates for the limited 5-star light cone, Whereabouts Your Dreams Rest, as well as the limited light cone Past Self and Mirror, will be boosted.
Miss Firefly. She must yearn for the world beyond the cold confines of her surroundings.
Faint lights flickering in the midst of a dark forest.
Meanwhile, in 2.3's second half warp event, Trailblazers can acquire the limited 5-star character Jade, and our resident Night of Beauty, Argenti, will also be joining the lineup.
I already have Argenti.
In addition, the drop rates for the limited 5-star light cone, Yet Hope is Priceless, as well as the light cone, An Instant Before Gaze, will be boosted.
So, even the fiercest of executives has a gentle side.
Who isn't moved by the laughter of children? My heart isn't actually made of stone, you know.
And finally, the brand new 4-star light cone After the Charmony Fall will also be joining the warp.
I wonder where
After awakening, the world remains bound to cycles of pain without hope of escape. He's here.
Sunday
Where is
is right
Mr.
now.
Sunday right now? She wouldn't have asked that question if it wasn't.
But don't go anywhere, Trailblazers.
She would have asked that question unless he's somewhere.
After the break, we'll be talking 2.3 events.
Sunday. Sunday's all that matters. It's all that
In
matters.
2.3's brand new events. First up, a significant update to the
Probably
simulated
next patch.
universe.
So exciting! Did Mr. Screwlum and Dr. Ratio devise a new project?
You guessed it. Led by Mr. Screwlum, Divergent Universe, the human comedy, is a brand new project path.
Up until now, the aim of the simulated universe has been to research the stories of the eons. I'm assuming that the human comedy has more of a human focus?
Yeah, like if you're free to
That's
play,
the main research thrust
you can
of this
pull on a
phase of the
banner.
simulated
Like if you're
universe.
free to play and you're
Looks
saving
like
your
this
gems,
project will be conducted
how
on
often would
the
you say you can
radiant
pull on a
feldspar.
5-star banner and get the character you want? For Genshin, people say maybe once every 2-3 months.
Minga number 2, let me tell you a little more about it. First up, A groundbreaking
If you just play the
update
game
to the
normally?
Divergent universe, the arithmetic mapping function.
Yeah,
In
every
the
other
Divergent
3
universe, Trailblazers can
months
switch between
you can do it,
characters
which
they
is plenty.
already possess.
Huh. So they can create their own lineups?
Precisely. When testing the Divergent universe, Trailblazers will no longer be limited by character downloads. When character level is lower than the current equilibrium level cap, it will automatically increase to meet the cap.
Okay.
Meaning, if one of my characters is level 1, but I use them in the Divergent universe, it increases to a set level?
You got it.
So handy.
That's actually amazing.
But what if a character has the level but no suitable relics or light cones?
Right. That's a ton of my
Or
characters
not.
like that.
In that situation, temporary light cones and relics at the
What?
current
You
equilibrium level
can
cap
play
will
with the
be
characters you pulled and see how it
automatically
is.
assigned.
Yeah.
I like when things are automatic.
Ain't it great? Now we mustn't overlook Dr. Ratio's new brainwave.
That's amazing.
Equation, a buff combination of 2 different paths. Before the
I can
start of every
actually play
test,
besides
Trailblazers have the
just my Dan Hung team.
opportunity to select a random equation. And for the equation to take effect, you'll need different amounts of path blessings. Once the required amount
exciting.
has been achieved, the equation will activate, and the team can obtain the corresponding combat abilities. Equation has a max of 3 stars.
I see. So the higher an equation's star level, the more blessings are needed to activate it?
You nailed it.
Okay.
And to speed things up, the geniuses have kindly marked the required path blessings for each equation in Trailblazer's possession. Knowing which blessings can activate an equation is easy as pie.
That's so considerate. If you're ever struggling to choose, just follow the mark.
Adapting your choices to suit your equation allows you to cater the effects to your current team.
Nice.
It works both ways. You could adjust your team's composition to better suit your current equation. I want to see Trailblazers mixing and matching.
So, if I accidentally chose an unsuitable blessing, or if I want to switch my current equation, can I make a change?
Of course! By visiting the Workbench of Creation, Trailblazers can overwrite their
cute little
existing
guys.
equation and switch it out for another. Unwanted blessings can also be switched out for other blessings, or even enhanced.
Huh? Has the curio store added more purchasable items?
Oh, am I hallucinating? Did Madame Herta really lower the prices?
The curio system has been upgraded.
Okay.
In addition to normal curios, Trailblazers can also choose from weighted curios. These curios are more suited to characters of specific paths or types.
Cool.
And really elevate the combat experience.
Love
Keep your eyes
curios.
peeled, Trailblazers. Separately, we should also take a look at the wealth and escapade domains of the Divergent universe. Trailblazers can win different prizes in these domains by spending cosmic fragments. But beware, in the event of a program error, your cosmic fragments could be wasted, or even land
Gamba.
you with negative curios.
That's what makes
Sometimes
it
the
fun.
same starting point can lead to very different outcomes. Luck
I
is an
always go
important
all or nothing, man. I
It
would
sure is.
bet it
Now,
all.
Allow me to introduce an impressive optimization
Bust?
that left a big impression on
Maybe
your
I'll
buddy
take
Albert.
it all.
When suffering defeat in the simulated universe, Trailblazers no longer need to force stop the game. Divergent Universe combat now allows for restart challenge.
Actually
and
good for
Trailblazers
me.
can select a new lineup.
Yay! Because this
I've
sucks.
always wanted that function.
Yeah, it's
After
good.
completing each test in the Divergent
This is-
universe,
this is
Trailblazers
stuff
can
for
acquire
players like me who are
synchronicity
bad.
points and inspiration, allowing them to activate the buff nodes and inspiration circuits.
Yes.
Testing the simulated universe just got a little bit easier.
They're trying to help
Thanks
out
for all the
casuals.
info, Albert. It's just... Didn't you forget something important? What about the planar ornaments?
Yeah, what about the planar
I
ornaments?
thought you'd never ask. The planar ornament extraction function has arrived. Every time Trailblazers clear the Divergent universe, they can choose to save a record of that challenge and archive the data of the equation, blessings, and curios in question. Choose the planar ornament you want. Use the archive. Inherit the data and buffs from the archive. Challenge the boss enemy and obtain immersion rewards.
What?
Huh? You mean you can skip ahead?
You can just skip?
You just need to defeat the boss to get
And
quick
just
access
so you
to the
can do
planar
it like
ornament?
a daily. And
Are we
oh man.
sure this isn't some cracked version of the simulated universe that Silverwolf put out
Thank
there?
God. This is all stuff for players like me. Because, like, this really hits all the pain points that I have with Simulated Universe. I know I need to do it to get my planar ornaments, but I usually feel like I don't have time to go through the whole thing. And I also, like, don't have... If I die in there, it really sucks because it's like I wasted all that time. And also, not all my characters are built, and that also sucks.
The last person to doubt the Genius Society lost
This is
76
amazing.
accounts.
This is huge.
A brand new simulated universe.
Thank God.
Sounds
Lots of
worth a
really,
try.
really stuff I need.
Amen to
Best
that.
update
Now,
ever.
in version 2.3, the Divergent Universe will be adding 2 new planar ornaments. Duran, Dynasty of
You can
Running
treat it like
Wolves,
normal
and
relic farming. It has to
Ford
happen.
the
It needed to happen.
Topogny Lantern. Make sure to use the
Thank
new
God.
planar ornament extraction function to get a hold of them.
After experiencing ordinary extrapolation, the Divergent Universe will have a weekly cyclical extrapolation objective. By completing this weekly challenge, Trailblazers can obtain a first-time completion reward, as well as additional synchronicity points.
Not to mention, in order to celebrate the arrival of the Divergent Universe, Madame Herta has added the 5-star erudition light cone Eternal Calculus to the store. Trailblazers who wish to redeem it better start reserving some Herta bonds.
It sounds like the level of freedom in the Divergent Universe is really high. Faster access to planar ornaments, full choice of characters. Those are some big gameplay improvements.
Big improvements indeed. In the vastness of the universe, the eons
It's so
are
much better.
beyond our reach. Humanity must learn to rise from its falls and strike its own path.
When gazing up at the stars, it's important to keep your feet planted firmly on the ground. The stories in Divergent Universe, the human comedy, may seem small, but that does not make them insignificant. Trailblazers, get exploring.
This is a whole new mode. Like, this is gonna stay, right? This isn't just an event.
It's a chance for us to find out more about ourselves.
I look forward to the memories.
Any room for a non-human companion? Aside from all of this, in Penacony's Dreamscape sales store, a deal has been struck with a member of the mysterious Creed Exequy. They wish to seek traces of the Shapeless Prince in the experiences of your deadly struggles. Unlock the brand new permanent challenge mode, Apocalyptic Shadow. in
Permanent game
Dreamflex
mode.
Reef, and experience those past dreamscapes.
Creed Exequy. Is this the first appearance of this faction
Yeah,
of the
I was about to say
finality?
the Shapeless Prince.
Not necessarily.
A new permanent challenge mode?
It's about the finality.
So what's different?
In Apocalyptic Shadow, Trailblazers will challenge boss enemies that they have encountered in their journey. Every phase has 2 enemies, which are split into 4 levels of challenge difficulty. The enemies in Apocalyptic Shadow are a little different to regular boss enemies. In preparation for the fight, Trailblazers can read the enemy's traits at the start of the battle.
As with other permanent game modes, during the challenge, there are buff effects for Trailblazers to choose from for every boss. Make sure you maximize the advantages of your lineup. Defeating enemies through team adjustments, or by exploring different battle strategies,
It's the
makes for a
endgame.
richer combat experience. Trailblazers can record a maximum of 3 floors of 3-star quick clearances.
That's right. And after the first time clearance of Apocalyptic Shadow's set difficulty, Trailblazers can obtain the 4-star character Shui Yi, as well as 300 stellar jades and self-modeling resin.
Nice!
We're just getting warmed up. Let's take a look at the permanent game mode rotating schedule. The first phase of the Apocalyptic Shadow Challenge will launch on the day of the version 2.3 update and last for 6 weeks.
Okay, so it
Every
doesn't stay.
version will rotationally update according to the following sequence.
Oh, I see.
Apocalyptic Shadow, Pure Fiction, Forgotten Hall. Just as before. Okay. On every other Monday, the permanent challenge stage is replaced.
Related system functions have also been optimized. When entering the 3 permanent game mode screens from the Interastral Peace Handbook, aside from being able to see the challenge lineups of their friends, Trailblazers can also easily check the star level progress of their current challenge. On the permanent game mode preparation screen, Trailblazers can use preset lineups to create their team, and even customize with drag and drop. How thoughtful.
Mm-hmm. Now let's talk rewards, shall we? By clearing a phase of Apocalyptic Shadow, Trailblazers can earn a maximum of 720 Stellar Jades.
720? You might want to take another look at our agreement, Albert.
Huh? The maximum number of Stellar Jades awarded in each phase of the Forgotten Hall, Pure Fiction, and Apocalyptic Shadow permanent challenges is increasing from 720 to 800. And the budgetary increase will be funded through Gilbert's salary? You.
It's like I said, making a deal with Jade is a risky proposition.
Rewards increase.
Following this change, Trailblazers can now obtain a total of 2,400 Stellar Jades through the permanent challenges in each version.
Then why do I hear quiet weeping?
I don't think Owlbird's seeing the bright side.
Albert needs his jades.
Keep it together, Albert.
For...
Now. In the upcoming version, the Origami Birds also venture into the Radiant Feldspar. Bring with them a little game. Here's hoping Trailblazers can help to test it out.
An arcade game? Huh, let me give Silverwolf a call.
These origami birds are very endearing. But why do I have a sense of déjà vu?
This arcade game, Trailblazers need to cause elimination within a specified number of steps in order to increase the bird's combat power. Before the end of every turn, corresponding damage is calculated according to the difference in combat values. When your opponent's HP returns to 0, like my bank account, victory is sealed.
This gameplay.
Could it really be?
The legendary.
I never thought the day would come when I could play match 3 on a Penaconian airship.
In the Origami Bird class event,
it's Candy Crush.
Can also do battle freely with friends from across the universe.
Can I fight Silverwolf?
Of course! Be they old buddies or gaming acquaintances, all can connect and play. Get tested.
Great!
The next event is called Stellar Shimmer. Does that name ring any bells for anyone?
Stellar Flare. Is this the sequel?
You're a sharp one, Miss Acheron. Stellar Shimmer brings with it lots of brand new challenge mechanisms and trial character lineups.
What's Stellar
Getting
Flare?
your team to suit the mechanisms is the key to victory.
These mechanisms. Care to divulge a little more?
Well, for example, in certain stages, breaking an enemy's weakness can grant you an extra action. In other stages, characters enjoy unlimited revivals and can regenerate 50% of their energy.
Does that mean Trailblazers can try doing away with survivability units and focus purely on damage output lineups?
Mm-hmm. Defeat as many waves of enemies as possible in a set number of cycles to complete the challenge and obtain rewards. Whew! That's it for events.
Okay.
Time we took another breather. Don't go anywhere. More fascinating updates on version 2.3 are right around the corner.
Well, the simulated universe stuff is the most exciting thing for me by far. I don't care about Candy Crush, and I know I'm probably not doing a lot of in-game.
Gift of Odyssey.
I'm trying to
Check
just
in
build
for
my
10 free
characters
rewards.
when I'm not doing story.
The usual.
There's also version 2.3's
Oh, hey!
double events.
Free
Our
wishes.
good friends Planar Fisher and Realm of the Strange.
Double planar ornaments and materials?
Good.
What's not to love?
Also in this version are the newly added Cavern Relics, Iron Cavalry against the Scourge, and the Wind-Soaring Valorous.
Trailblazers can head for the Cavern of Corrosion, Path of Cavalier challenge to obtain them.
And let's not forget the new Path of Erudition trace materials that'll be added to the brand new calyxes, rough sketch, dynamic outlining, and exquisite colored draft.
For Trailblazers who wish to level up traces for me, these materials are indispensable.
So many updates! Man, I can't wait for this version to drop.
God, I think
and
some
we're
tea
at
went
the
down the
end
wrong way.
of the version 2.3
Okay.
special program.
Pretty
It's
amazing.
about time we bade farewell to this white knight.
It's
Thanks
basically
again
all
for
about
everyone's
Firefly.
support and viewership.
And
I eagerly await
Jade.
the version 2.3 story. Here's
I care
hoping
about the
Penacony
story.
discussions make for smooth sailing.
Maybe Sunday.
Please, Trailblazers, do
Maybe-
support the work of the IPC.
Maybe he'll be there.
I'm looking forward to the brand new Divergent universe.
And Divergent
Not to
universe.
mention all those brilliant events.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Don't forget to try them out.
Sure will.
In that case, see you in the next stream, Trailblazers. I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot.
Bye.
Okay, awesome. Good stream. But why did it look like there's something going on here at the end?
Is written in this thing anyway. That's it. That's it. I've had it. What am I? A god joke to them? Getting me to read out virgin names. They're too afraid to read out for themselves.
What is going on?
Not to mention the bullying. All these years working my tail for this out for the RPC, and even the audience thinks I'm an intern. No! They're using my salary to fund the stellar change budget for the new events. The audacity! You two, get out of here.
Oh my god. What? Wait. Xiaoji and Teacup. Sorry, Mr. Albert. We'll be giving you 7 days of paid time off ASAP.
Ha! Tell that to Sunday.
What?
Listen up. The 3 years are up. I
Tell that to Sunday.
quit. If you didn't know already, I got an offer from
Sunday
the
Alive.
Joe to host
Confirmed.
a war dance. Albert's
Confirmed.
about to become a big-time sports anchor. You
Confirmed.
can get that on your knees and beg for all I care. It won't make any difference.
Well, actually, that war dance offer and the 7 days of paid time off I mentioned, they're the same thing.
You... Huh?
Well, he just passed out. What do we do now? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most important event
What is
in the
going on?
Cienjo calendar, the War
What's going on here?
The opening session is right around the corner. Here, you will witness members from all Cienjo delegations vying for supremacy in the Luminary Combat Arts Ceremony.
There's more stuff.
Put your hands
thought I was
together
over-
for the Cienjo Yaoqing delegation. Fierce and swift is Fei Xiao, the Merlin's Claw. And by his side, he doesn't drink plain soup and has no time for coriander.
I heard about him
It's
already.
the celebrated medicinal chef
From Twitter.
Xiao Zhou.
Yeah, see, it's
Up
our
next,
furry man.
He's cold and silent as a hunting shadow.
Oh?
The crow-feathered weirdo, Mota!
Who?
And following close behind him is
Wait,
the
what?
Shenzhou Juming delegation.
Who's the weirdo?
Strong and righteous is Huayan, the flaming heart.
Mozart?
And now, He strikes while the iron is hot and forges while the flames are bright. It's one of the Flame Will.
I want to know about the weirdo.
Yunli! These are some wordy intros. And finally, the official host delegation has arrived. Let's hear it for the Xianzhou Lao Fu. Please welcome, having suddenly returned home for the victory lap, is the new Alchemy Commission Cauldron Master, Ling Sha, as well as an exceptionally gifted
Are you kidding me?
legendary new sword master.
There's
who
so
shall
many.
remain anonymous for the time being. No wonder they needed me for this gig.
Okay. Wow, that was a lot of characters. They teased. Okay, well, 10 out of 10 live stream. I'm really looking forward to, because they mentioned Sunday like 2 or 3 times, and that gives me so much hopium for the story patch. Okay, so it is 5:30. I think I'll probably dip here. But I will be back on Monday. Monday we'll be doing a bunch of stuff. Oh my god. There's still a lot of Media Tour stuff that I want to watch. Oh wait, Sariel's showing right now? I'm looking.
Water and the future that you don't want to face will never come.
Did I miss anything up to this point? It's kind of... I'm looking for anything. Sam.
Why do people choose to slumber? Because in the end, we will wake from our dreams.
War dance? I can't miss out. I'm joining too.
New outfit. March. That's pretty cute. March new outfit or new path. Wait, is that it? Is it? I only saw one new skin. It's more than a new outfit. It's a whole new, like, path. It was like 5 seconds, though. Long. What the... Okay, one sec.
There you have it, the unforgiving fantasy FPS dungeon PvPvE adventure, Dark and Darker, is now live on both Steam and Epic Games Store today. So play it this weekend. All right. Lots of fans are joining us here in person at the YouTube Theater, and we thank you for that. And ahead of the show, 4 lucky fans were upgraded to our VIP section thanks to the Discover Orange Ticket upgrade. With Discover, you don't have to be a VIP to be treated like one. All right, now here's the announcement of the release date for Capcom's upcoming Kunitsugami patch.
All right, so I'm done here today. I am going to go and walk the dog and stuff. We've been alive for quite a while. 7 hours, so over 7 hours. So I'm gonna go and do some other things, walk the dog and chill. Do keep an eye on the YouTube channel. I have posted my Pictomancer Dawn Trail Media Tour event video today. So I've explained Pictomancer to the best of my ability. And so now we have several Media Tour videos up. Viper, Pictomancer. We are currently editing the story time video, so that is going to be on the channel later. And then I also have my secret lab chair assembly. That's not Media Tour related, but that's going to be posted later too. So yeah, thank y'all for watching today. Thanks for hanging out with me all day today. It's been a big one. Monday I'm expecting to do Clorand story for Genshin, and I'm expecting at some point soon after that to be doing the Archon Quest story too. That's a big priority for me next. I'm gonna get some rest. I will be in the Discord if you want to join our FC and FF14. We have new FCs we've just made on Excalibur NA and Phoenix EU. We have guilds in WoW that we are doing dailies in together every day. We have one on EU server, and that's Sporigar, and the one on NA is on Blackwater Raiders. So join our Discord if you're trying to join any of those. We'd love to have you. And I'm going to get some rest and chill a little bit after a pretty long week. Do find me in the Discord, though. I'm there all the time to chat about anything you want. So I will talk to y'all later. See you. Bye. I'll see you in Discord over the weekend. And have a great rest of your day. Bye, Bun Buns. Stay tuned to my YouTube channel. Bye. Bye.